This story of incredible transformation begins in one of the school classrooms. The young man there suddenly woke up and realized that he had gone back in time to before his college entrance exams. The guy suddenly screamed and jumped up from his seat. He grabbed his hair in horror. He didn't understand that if fate had decided to throw him back in time, then why it hadn't happened after he entered college. Since ancient times, humanity on the blue planet has suffered from a catastrophe known as the invasion of the secret kingdoms. Sometimes these creatures invaded the human world. Some of them possessed such power that they could wipe out all of humanity from the face of the earth. To survive, humans developed the monster gene system, a special technology that allowed them to implant monster genes into themselves, awakening their fighting talents. Only such warriors could protect humanity, and thanks to this, they received a much higher status and privileges than ordinary people. The blue planet has entered an era where power decides everything, and everything else becomes secondary. But Ethan grabbed his head, trying to comprehend what was happening, and could not believe that he was a high school student again. His classmates began to laugh at him, claiming that a loser like him should not even dream of getting into college. One of the students, Vanessa, asked him dismissively why a loser like him hadn't dropped out of school yet. Ethan looked at her with irritation, realizing that it seemed like any story about the main character being bullied couldn't be complete without a lead witch. Judging by the surroundings, the previous owner of this body really did not have a good reputation. Ethan was stunned. Everything that was happening seemed like a misunderstanding to him, and now he had to pay for the mistakes of the body's previous owner. Suddenly, the teacher announced that the students should get ready. The injection of genetic modification would begin soon. Now they needed to believe in their own strength. However, there was a hint of irritation in his tone as he glanced at Ethan, implying that he was not a diligent student. Ethan just smiled tensely, deciding that everything that was happening was some kind of joke, because it wasn't he who was lazy, but the previous owner of the body. So now that he had this life, he was going to correct his mistakes and do everything right. After some time, the students gathered in the genetic injection hall, where the solemn awakening ceremony was taking place. There were numerous test tubes of awakening serum, containing the primary genes of all known magical creatures. After the drug was administered, each student had to absorb one of the genes at random and awaken the power within themselves. The teacher then began calling the students one by one to come and receive their dose. One after another, the boys injected themselves with the serum, and although the teacher assured them that everything would be calm, soon the entire hall was filled with cries of pain. Ethan knew something similar was in store for him, but he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and gave himself the injection. However, nothing happened. He stood with his eyes wide open, not feeling any change. The teacher approached him suspiciously and noticed that there seemed to be no change. Ethan thought that perhaps he had received the wrong serum. Then Vanessa laughed loudly, came closer, and mockingly noted that he obviously had not awakened anything in himself. She poked him in the face with her finger, adding that a warrior without awakening was like a bird without wings, which meant he was finally doomed. However, the system suddenly reacted and announced that the protagonist had activated the unique gene of the infinite monster. When Vanessa noticed the hero's sudden movement, she asked with irritation what this loser was doing. Ethan tried to warn her to move away, but Vanessa, as usual, didn't listen. And the next second, the protagonist's body began to tremble, turning into a furious, monstrous beast. The flow of energy was so powerful that Vanessa, who was standing closest, was thrown across the room, and then the wave of power washed over the rest of the students. The sudden surge of energy immediately attracted the attention of the best awakened, among them Ellie. Joshua also drew attention to this. At that moment, the system informed Ethan that he had awakened an A-rank gene called Demola's Mad Flame. Ethan was stunned, trying to comprehend what was happening, wondering if he had hit the jackpot in this system. Until recently, everyone considered him a failure. But now the students realized that he may have awakened something monstrously powerful. His aura literally swept away everyone around him, especially Vanessa, who, by the way, only had a second-rank monster awaken. Ethan apologized for causing a fuss, but he had warned everyone to stay away, but no one paid attention. Soon, the loudspeaker announced that all third-year students who had completed the awakening were to report to the testing building. There they will be able to determine the type of their magical beast and the level of their combat skill. Holographic screens displayed each student's data as they were being tested. Now Joshua, the recognized best disciple of the year, was being tested. He awakened one of the best bloodlines of the third rank, the Ice Demon Dragon. Then it was Ellie's turn, who ranked first in the entire province to awaken a rare 4th-rank bloodline, the Netherworld Sparrow. At that moment, Ethan noticed something strange. All the students had 3rd or 4th-rank genes, and his own was simply designated as a class. And then it was his turn to be tested. As he headed towards the capsule, a crowd of classmates watched him with admiring glances, certain that they were looking at a future legend. Ethan understood perfectly well that in this world, strength decides everything. He entered the capsule with the awareness of his own strength. Behind him, the crowd erupted in cheers, but what happened next shocked everyone. Only a basic description appeared on the screen. Ethan had an unknown beast gene. There was silence in the classroom. The students looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. When the confusion cleared, the boys burst into laughter, calling the main character a disgrace, ashamed of having admired him. But Ethan expected this outcome. Deep down, he knew that his fighting strength and beast gene were too unusual. His gene was not recognized by the testing system, but a special signal was activated inside, confirming the presence of the infinite monster gene. This meant that, unlike others, he was able to collect countless monster genes and strengthen himself without limit. With this thought, he swore that he would become the king of the monsters. Later that day, the awakening ceremony concluded and classes ended. But one conversation took place in the teacher's office. The teacher was surprised when Ethan announced that he wanted to take time off to study independently and prepare for the entrance exams. Ethan firmly said that he wanted to improve because he was too far behind and now had to go through special training. The teacher reminded that the only way to become a warrior is to enter a university, and that Peking University is extremely difficult to get into. But Ethan assured him that he was ready to do anything for the sake of power because his determination was genuine. After some time, Ethan arrived at the Warrior Center. He already knew that his parents' house was mortgaged for about 600,000 yen. However, before heading to the city, he decided that he needed to increase his strength. According to the monster gene data, each gene started with 1% compatibility, but in Demola's case, the figure was 3%. The only logical explanation was that the Demola model had absorbed the energy of the genetic awakening serum. Realizing this, Ethan came to the conclusion that instead of training, he could spend money on purchasing genetic enhancers to speed up his strength growth. However, as soon as he passed through the turnstile and entered the building, he was in for a real shock. A stunning picture opened before my eyes. Warriors with awakened bloodlines were everywhere. After Demola's awakening, Ethan gained a unique sensory ability, a magnetic field of life, and along with this, he heard echoes of animal blood. All this awakened in him a thirst for battle, which he barely contained. After all, Mad Demola was considered the king of all beasts. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder from behind. It turned out that it was a warrior who advised him not to look at people with such attention. She then asked him what brought him to the Warrior Center. Ethan calmly replied that he came to buy a genetic serum. The girl decided to help, but was still surprised why he was using genetic drugs at such an early stage. Warriors typically wait until their blood reaches its development limit before using such drugs to maximize their effects. At his level, the only thing that would suit him was the basic entry-level version, which cost around 400,000 yen, and that amount horrified the guy. Luckily, the girl handed him a business card, a recommendation from an experienced warrior, which allowed him to get a decent discount. In the end, Ethan thanked her and moved on, hoping that fate would bring them together again. Now that he finally had some money in his pocket, he had his hands full. After that, he cashed out some of the money and headed to a weapons store for warriors. In his apartment, he began the process of improvement. Ethan gave himself several injections of the genetic serum and soon felt hellish pain. When the process was complete, Ethan sank to the floor, exhausted, realizing that for the first time he had truly experienced what it was like to level up. However, the result was impressive. In just a few minutes, he achieved what took others years to achieve. The next step was to travel to the secret dimension. These rifts were ranked from S-class to E-class. The higher the rank, the stronger the beasts. Soon, Ethan found himself at the rift. He noticed that there were fewer people here than he expected. Perhaps all the valuable resources had long been removed. Realizing this, Ethan approached the checkpoint and asked for a pass to enter the rift. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed towards the shining rift. The closer he got, the more excitement grew within him. For him, this was the beginning of the path to true greatness, to becoming the king of all beasts. Ethan ran, jumped, and filled with delight, dove into the shining rift. Finding himself in the new dimension, Ethan immediately noticed that the dungeon was divided into 3 stars: Canlin, Anwei, and Taijin. Although he had seen images of secret worlds in textbooks, seeing it with his own eyes was a completely different experience. While he was admiring the scenery, a first-rank monster, the saber-toothed rabbit, crept up silently behind him. In the blink of an eye, the creature darted to attack, aiming for the protagonist's back. However, the guy sensed its presence in advance. When the monster jumped, Ethan lightning-fast grabbed it by the ears right in the air. A sinister smile flashed across his face. He found it funny that this stupid creature thought he wouldn't notice her. By activating the Life Magnetic Field ability, Ethan easily crushed the rabbit's skull. So he received his first saber-tooth rabbit magic core. Its quality turned out to be average. The cost was only a few thousand yen. Ethan realized that collecting too many low-rank cores was pointless. It would be better to hunt at least second-tier beasts. And just as he was thinking about this, a corpse-eating demon, a second-rank monster, appeared nearby. Ethan drew his sword and rushed headlong into battle. He remembered from the Encyclopedia of Monsters that the back of this creature was covered with strong armor, but the abdominal part was much weaker protected. So he aimed a precise blow right there, cutting through the lower shell and piercing the soft flesh. In response, the monster curled its worm-like body into a ring and spun around, attacking the protagonist with a spinning attack. Seeing the danger, Ethan thrust his sword into the ground and activated his martial arts technique. A powerful wave of energy shot forward and struck the monster right in the abdomen. However, the attack was not enough to kill the monster. In its rage, the corpse eater spat out several spinning discs. The guy began to deftly dodge, demonstrating incredible reflexes, but his clothes couldn't withstand it. The fabric tore under the hail of attacks. Ethan swore, complaining that it was an expensive suit and cursing his insolent opponent. He understood that with his current level of strength, he would not be able to defeat him. Without powerful combat techniques, he could not realize even half of his potential. Then Ethan decided to use his main advantage, the power of the Mad Demola bloodline. His physical strength increased dramatically. His hands took on a bestial form with sharp claws and skin. As the corpse-eating demon charged again, its mouth wide open, Ethan leaped straight into the monster and began tearing it apart from the inside. The monster roared in agony, but after a few seconds, Ethan broke through the shell and burst out, punching his way through the enemy's belly. After the transformation was complete, he felt excess heat escaping from his body, as if he were a jet engine. His short sword lay on the ground, completely eaten away by the monster's poison, the weapon unable to withstand combat even with a rank 2 creature. Then Ethan realized that he was incredibly hungry, probably because his body had expended too much energy during the fight. Suddenly, a tempting aroma reached him. The source of the smell turned out to be the green magic crystal of the slain monster. Giving in to temptation, Ethan threw prudence to the wind and swallowed the green core whole. It dissolved inside, and almost immediately the compatibility level rose from 7 to 7.3%. The guy was shocked. For hundreds of thousands of yen spent on genetic potions, he only received a 1% increase, and here it was 0.3% from 1 core. Realizing how much money he had wasted, Ethan almost burst into tears of frustration. However, he decided to turn disappointment into incentive. That night, he would organize a real hunt. He activated the magnetic field of life, creating an energy pulse that allowed him to sense all living things within a large radius. After a few hours, his compatibility had risen to 9%, but the white cores had stopped producing any gains, so Ethan started selling them. After recalculation, it turned out that he earned about 200,000. Meanwhile, time was passing inexorably. There were only 9 days left until the entrance exams. At the entrance to the D-Class Rift, a team of 6 warriors discussed their plan of action to obtain the Blood Jade Flower. Captain Lin calmly pointed behind him and assured them that there was no need to worry. He had already contacted the agency to find them a new fighter. The newcomer turned out to be none other than Ethan. He introduced himself under the name Dadslaw, noting that he was a 9th-level combat student. The captain noted that with the strength of a 9th-level combat disciple, the newcomer was formally unsuitable for a D-Class dungeon. Therefore, his role would be to observe, let him watch, and learn. The main thing is that he doesn't disturb the others, and Ethan agreed without objection. He was happy that the responsibilities were defined in advance. It was better to have clarity before the mission began than to have unpleasant surprises during it. The team soon set off and passed through the portal. According to the tracker, The blood jade flower was in an oasis. Looking around, Ethan noted that just recently he had been in a tropical forest, and now a desert stretched out around him. At that moment, the driver noticed in the rearview mirror an approaching horde of earth demonic rats. Lin ordered a fighter named Hood to deal with the problem, and then he took out several daggers. He threw them with precision towards the approaching creatures. As soon as the blades pierced the rats' bodies, powerful explosions were heard and the monsters were blown to pieces. Ethan simply watched Hood, noting that the guy was ruthless and that he could imbue throwing daggers with combat energy, turning them into bombs. After some time, the group arrived at their destination. They got out of the car and continued on foot, Ethan wondering why they didn't continue driving, since there was still some distance left to the oasis. The captain explained that the monsters in this area were extremely sensitive to noise, and the sound of an engine would immediately reveal their presence. As they walked, Lin assigned tasks, ordering them to throw a flashbang grenade to lure out the monster. As for Dudzil, he should just stand aside and watch. Ethan shrugged. He was fine with that. The grenade contained monster pheromones, creating the illusion that their territory had been captured. Such a trick was sure to attract the attention of the animals. And indeed, almost immediately, a second-rank earth dragon burst out of the sands, roaring with furious rage. Meanwhile, in another place where Hood had previously destroyed a horde of earth rats, a man appeared. The stranger picked up one of Hood's daggers and, with sadistic pleasure, ran his tongue along the blade. Meanwhile, the battle continued at the oasis. Captain Lin filled his sword with fighting energy and, with masterful precision, cut off the dragon's head. When he landed, the squad members ran to him, anxiously asking if he was okay. Lin sheathed his sword and replied that everything was fine. He just needed to continue the mission. However, suddenly the monster's huge paw, making its final lunge, fell upon him from above. The boys shouted, warning the captain, but it was too late. But suddenly Ethan tensed his leg muscles and jumped into the air. In mid-flight, he released all his energy, launching the hyper beam straight at the monster. The blow was so powerful that the monster didn't stand a chance. The team froze in amazement. An ordinary martial arts student was able to deal damage to a second-rank monster. They were amazed by the power of his attack. Even the captain couldn't hide his admiration. But Ethan didn't seem to pay any attention to it and simply accepted the attention with indifference. Old Man Lu then took out the soul essence from the monster's remains and called everyone to take a look. In fact, it looked like a huge fruit, and the man was surprised that this artifact was so expensive. Lin confirmed this and added that this fight was on the brink, but now they would definitely be able to find the blood jade flower. However, Hood suddenly struck him in the back, and with a treacherous grin he said that there was no point in thinking now. The captain would die anyway. Everyone was shocked. No one could believe that Hood had betrayed them. Lin, gathering his last strength, tried to strike back, but Hood instantly jumped back. He found himself next to a large man who had been previously noticed nearby. The big guy, named Huo Peng, lazily explained that Hood was simply fulfilling his purpose, to enrich himself at the expense of others. Ethan, stunned by what was happening, asked the guys if they knew this man, and the man replied that Huo Peng was known as a robber of warriors. Old Man Lu helped Captain Lin, but when he got there, he was shocked to discover that the blade that had pierced the captain's body was poisoned. At that moment, Ethan remembered Mr. Hood's explosive daggers. It seemed he had implanted data into them that transmitted information about the target's location. Hood, noticing his gaze, grinned ominously and mockingly remarked that the guy didn't seem to be so stupid. With entrance exams looming, he should be sitting in school instead of walking hand in hand with death. Hood then threw his dagger in irritation, declaring that Ethan was being too arrogant. The same one, having caught the flying blade with 2 fingers, only chuckled, considering that he was the one who was too self-confident, because real pride is climbing on him. Then Ethan realized it was time to clean up, or as he put it, take out the trash. Huo Peng grinned, thinking that this young man was quite interesting. Then he ordered Hood to bring him his head. At Huo Peng's signal, Hood instantly pulled out several daggers and threw them at the protagonist with incredible speed. However, the boy roared, and the shockwave of his roar itself destroyed the exploding daggers right in the air. At that very moment, Hood disappeared from sight. In an instant, he appeared right above Ethan, the team shouted, warning the protagonist to be careful. Ethan then raised 2 fingers to his forehead and noted that this was a good moment to try out a new move. He fired a beam that pierced the enemy's defense and pierced his chest. The group stood dumbfounded as he took out Hood with one blow, wondering if this guy was really just a rookie. Huopeng was amazed by the protagonist's unusual genetic technique and asked suspiciously what clan he belonged to. Ethan grimly replied that he was from the Demola clan, after which he mockingly asked if Huopeng was now going to beg for mercy. He growled, called him an upstart, and declared that even with genetic technology, he would not be able to overcome the colossal difference between them. With these words, Huopeng activated his bloodline, the Black Tyrant Bear. As his shadow loomed over Ethan, the giant activated his combat technique. Ethan ducked down and used his beam to fire at his opponent's legs, causing Huopeng to let out a beastly roar in pain, but still stood on his feet. Then he clenched his fists and brought it down with incredible force, and at the moment of impact, Ethan was already in the air. He noted that the second-rank fighters were truly impressive. Even his scorching breath was unable to pierce and melt the enemy's bone. As Huopeng leaped into the air again, his giant palms clasped together, and a powerful shockwave was generated from their collision. However, Ethan, anticipating this, dodged and instantly appeared behind Huopeng. Then he noticed that it was his turn. Huopeng's eyes widened as Ethan activated another technique, his hands growing in size and filling with fighting energy. A barrage of blows, like a tsunami, then fell upon the enemy. Huopeng was completely helpless. He could not dodge. When the dust cleared, Ethan stood over his mangled body, his opponent's body covered in numerous dents. The team members froze in horror, unable to utter a word. Huopeng, barely breathing, whispered that the protagonist's technique was emitting poisonous gas and that such a vile warrior would definitely be punished. But Ethan looked at him with cold contempt, and his aura flared with renewed vigor. He brought down another blow on his opponent, and the battle was over. 9 days passed from that moment, and the day of the entrance exams arrived. The test took place at the Central Sports Stadium. The host welcomed everyone present, especially the students, as the annual recruitment process for the higher schools of martial arts had begun. The exams were held in a tournament format, with candidates competing in pairs and the winners advancing to the next round. The trials lasted 3 days. The first 2 were dedicated to qualifying battles, and the third was for those who managed to advance further. In the first arena, there were 2 guys fighting, and in the fourth, there was a guy and a girl. However, in the 6th arena, the situation was different. The opponent stood alone, and the enemy never appeared. The host noted that the fight was supposed to take place between Vanessa and Ethan, but only Vanessa was in the arena. Vanessa remembered how he had disgraced her at the conference. She intended to regain her honor, but the one she wanted to destroy didn't even show up for the fight. The crowd began to murmur in discontent, and spectators whispered that this was a disgrace, that the participant was so pathetic that he was even afraid to come to the entrance exams. At that moment, the referee raised his whistle to his mouth and was about to announce that time was up, and the student from the first school of the city of Anne had not shown up. However, before he could finish speaking, a powerful energy suddenly rushed across the arena. People looked up and were amazed to see something rushing towards the 6th arena like a meteor. At first, no one understood what it was, and it was at that moment that the figure plummeted into the center of the arena. The shockwave from the landing so powerful that the platform shook. When the dust cleared, Vanessa still hadn't had time to figure anything out. But a second later, her face was just a few centimeters away from the soul flying straight towards her. She didn't have time to dodge and was instantly knocked out of the arena by a powerful blow. Ethan only said with displeasure that he managed to do it literally at the last second. He almost would have had to wait a whole year until the next exams. The judge, stunned by the sudden outcome, loudly announced that Ethan was the winner, and the crowd erupted in delight. Ethan grinned smugly, enjoying the attention, all thanks to Captain Lin, who had given him the blood jade fruit. After defeating Vanessa, Ethan continued his winning streak, first taking on a student from City 4th Middle School. He then fought another participant from the same school. All 3 fights ended the same way. The crowd went wild. People chanted his name. Some even nicknamed him Van Kickman. As expected, the host solemnly announced that first high-end student Ethan had won 3 matches in a row and was now moving on to the 3rd round. A crowd immediately gathered in the audience around the main character, and journalists vied with each other to ask him which university he dreams of attending. Hearing these questions, Ethan smiled with a proud and slightly sinister grin. He confidently replied that he was targeting Hwadu University. After these words, the crowd around him quickly dispersed, most considering him too self-confident. But Ethan knew that strength was everything. He could already imagine the expressions on the faces of those skeptics when he took first place. At this point, the examiners who had been observing his fights approached him and offered to remeasure his fighting level. After a quick check, one of them was struck. Just half a month ago, Ethan was listed as a 3rd-level combat disciple, and now he had reached the 9th. Then they asked him why he risked his life in such dangerous places right before the exams. He calmly replied that he did it to find himself. Ethan traveled to secret worlds where he fought and broke through his genetic barriers, and when the examiners heard about it, they froze. One of them said that he had to report this to management immediately. In the waiting room, Ethan pulled out his phone and was surprised to see how many live streams were being broadcast. Journalists interviewed parents and friends of examinees. Unfortunately, no one came for him. He remained an orphan for whom no one cared. However, without knowing it, his homeroom teacher was cheering for him with all his might at home, clenching his fists in front of the screen. Ethan then entered the arena again. This time his opponent was Shuang from the city's 3rd middle school. He was a level 8 warrior with the bloodline of a 2nd-rank rare monster. Both of his parents were also fighters. Ethan looked at Shuang with an indifferent expression and suggested that he make the first move. Feeling that he was being mocked, Shuang flared up with rage. He activated his blood power and used a combat skill, accelerating to the limit. The attack cut through the air, heading straight for the protagonist's face. But to his amazement, just as the claw was about to touch its target, Ethan effortlessly caught his hand. He coldly remarked that Shuang's speed was not bad, but he was still far behind Huo Peng. Without hesitation, Ethan delivered a palm strike to his head, the instant wave of force knocking the opponent off his feet, and he lost consciousness right there in the arena. Ethan then challenged them to ask if there were any worthy opponents here at all, or if everyone else was the same. The host announced another one-hit victory. This time, Ethan knocked out the seeded player Shuang. The live broadcast exploded with comments, with viewers enthusiastically writing that despite Shuang's menacing appearance, he was defeated in a split second. Everyone acknowledged that the main character's strength clearly exceeded that of the other participants. Joshua watched as Shuang was carried off the stage by paramedics, and he smiled because everything was going as he expected. The guy he had his eye on from the very beginning turned out to be exactly what he expected. At this time, the head of the admissions office of Huadu University ordered that information about this student be delivered to him within half an hour. After the main character's fight ended, the second stage of the qualifying battles began, and this match turned out to be even more spectacular. One of the fighters, Kai from in 2nd high school, noticed that she couldn't stand the cold, emotionless expressions on the Liu family's faces. Ellie didn't react in any way. She only bowed slightly and calmly greeted her rival. Soon the referee gave the signal for the fight to begin. Tsai instantly appeared in front of Ellie and launched a swift kick aiming for her neck. However, Ellie didn't make the slightest movement. She just moved her hand smoothly, and the air around her became viscous. When Tsai's foot reached the area in front of Ellie, she felt as if the kick had hit the air. Angered by her opponent's serene expression, Tsai increased her pressure. She enveloped her body in fighting energy, and, waiting for the right moment to strike, finally struck her opponent's side with her palm. But as soon as her hand got just a few inches closer to Ellie's waist, the movement suddenly stopped. Realizing she was trapped, Tsai tried to pull her hand back, but the air exploded into a powerful whirlwind and prevented her from retreating. At that moment, Ellie went on the offensive, her fingers stretching out, sparkling with a jade light. Viewers watching the broadcast immediately recognized this move from the Xuanhuang martial art technique. Realizing that this was her last chance, Kai activated her blood power, the Shadow Tiger King. The examiners in the stands held their breath as they watched the proceedings. A king-level bloodline was extremely rare and difficult to control. Meanwhile, Tsai demanded that Ellie show her phoenix power, and Ellie finally spoke. She replied that it was enough. Kai, furious to the limit, screamed, asking if she really thought that someone below the level of a warrior could compete with her. Her palm strikes cut through the air, heading towards Ellie. But Ellie and her technique gradually dampened her opponent's strength. Realizing that the attack had failed, Tsai gathered the last of her energy and delivered another kick. Then Ellie activated the technique again. Her jade finger collided with Kai's furious strike, and the two powerful forces merged into a blinding explosion. The arena, specially created for the fights, could not withstand it. Everything under their feet shook, and a cloud of dust enveloped the arena. The audience held their breath, awaiting the outcome. When the dust cleared, Tsai was the first to emerge, her body covered in dirt and bruises. However, suddenly she staggered and fell down without strength. Ellie stood there calmly, having completely crushed her opponent, who was of the same level, with technique alone. Her victory instantly blew up the live broadcast, with viewers vying with each other to discuss Ellie's incredible strength. Ultimately, after several rounds of selection, 8 finalists were determined. Ethan was the first to draw lots, and he drew a card with the letter A. The guy standing next to him also took out a card with the same letter and realized that they were about to clash. He introduced himself as Axel from the Qingfeng school. Axel nodded calmly and noted that they were participating in the second fight, so they could watch the first fight together. The first match was to be between Luoxi from Qingfeng Private School and Joshua from First School. Even though Luoxi had mastered the awakening of his bloodline, he didn't stand a chance against Joshua. The director of the private school, Qingfeng, heard this news and cursed in irritation, noting with displeasure that their team had already lost at the very beginning. Then the hero calmly asked how Luoxi compared to Axel. He replied that Luoxi was the chairman of the martial arts union, and in terms of combat, even his 2 comrades together could not compare to him. Then Axel suddenly looked at the hero and admitted that, to be honest, he considered him to be his main rival in these exams. His intuition was always particularly acute, and he felt that something like a dormant volcano lurked within the protagonist. After this, Axel pointed to the arena and gestured for them to go up on stage. It was their turn. Ethan and Axel came face to face in combat. The host loudly announced, "The second battle of the top 8, Axel from Qingfeng Private School versus the protagonist from First High School." Soon the fists of the 2 fighters collided with a deafening blow, their collision sending debris flying and the sturdy platform beneath their feet exploding. A powerful shockwave hit the hall, deafening the audience and blinding them for a moment. Axel grinned evilly. His nose started to bleed, but he felt elated. He had finally found an opponent who could withstand his strength. Then he realized that the bleeding was caused by the protagonist's ability, a property of his bloodline, capable of destroying the enemy's cells. Axel noted how amazing the protagonist's technique was and admitted that he truly was a monster not to be trifled with. Then Axel decided to respond in kind and show off the technique that had been passed down in his family for generations. He activated his family martial art, Werewolf Fist, and then linked it with the deer antler technique. Axel's double strike was so fast that Ethan didn't have time to dodge. His defense was broken and the blow landed straight in the stomach. The powerful momentum sent Ethan flying backwards, clutching his stomach and spitting out blood. This was the first time Van Kickman had suffered serious damage. However, Axel didn't give him time to recover. He immediately switched to a new technique, Bear Ram. His attacks weren't just physical. He wove fighting energy into them, doubling the damage. Ethan, accustomed to weak opponents, was not prepared for such power. Axel's arms suddenly lengthened and became flexible, wrapping themselves around the protagonist. Now Ethan realized that he was only half right. He not only strengthened his body with combat energy, but also knew how to block the enemy's energy. Axel then used his monkey toss technique, throwing the protagonist into the air across the arena. He then instantly changed his move to Tiger Leap. He delivered a powerful uppercut while Ethan was in the air. He then used the Eagle Dive technique, attacking the protagonist as he was falling down. Axel loudly declared that he would win this fight under any circumstances. He crashed into the protagonist, and the impact caused the arena to explode in a blinding flash, sending debris flying in all directions. When the dust settled, Axel laughed, confident of his victory. The medics were already preparing to run out into the arena, because the combination of techniques used by the champion of the Qingfeng school could kill even an ordinary warrior. But at that moment, Axel himself felt a monstrous aura behind him. He turned around and his heart sank in horror as a huge monster with a giant paw covered in scales and sharp claws appeared from the clouds of dust. The protagonist's voice rang out through the noise, praising Axel's strength but noting that he was unlucky enough to encounter him. If it's any consolation, Axel was the first to see his true form, the awakening of his bloodline. Axel, drenched in sweat, froze in horror. He didn't expect that in the small city of Anne, besides Ellie, there would be another martial arts genius, a genius of lineage. The examiners watching the duel stared in horror at the protagonist's radiation readings. The level of nuclear radiation was off the charts. Upon seeing such data, the commission had no choice but to immediately surround the arena with a layer of combat energy to prevent radiation leakage. Meanwhile, a lively discussion arose among the audience. Everyone was amazed and delighted by the awakening of the main character's blood force. Ethan heard all this talk, But he was not surprised. He understood that there simply were no creatures like Dimal on the blue planet. Meanwhile, Axel's nose was bleeding again, and realizing that he couldn't last long, he decided to end the fight as quickly as possible. He then activated his bloodline awakening, Golden Star Demon Monkey. He then used the Snake Strike technique and went on the offensive. Ethan, seeing this, responded with a counterattack, similar in destructive power to a beam. The result was devastating. Axel's left arm was injured, and if he had not managed to release the force in time, the limb would have been destroyed. Ethan noted that Axel was indeed an outstanding opponent, but his limits had already been reached, and the outcome of the fight could not be changed. The host happily announced that in the second battle of the 8 versus 4 stage, a holder of a 3rd Royal Order bloodline had appeared. Axel tried to assess his position. A direct attack was now useless, and therefore the only chance left was maneuver. However, Ethan rushed forward and warned the guy not to get distracted. But as soon as Ethan approached, Axel abruptly retreated and activated the snake fist technique. His arm became flexible like the body of a snake. She wrapped herself around the protagonist's left arm, temporarily immobilizing it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Axel quickly moved behind his opponent. Once there, it rose into the air and came crashing down with incredible force, but Ethan easily dodged the devastating blow. Realizing that the attack had failed, Axel jumped back sharply. But when he looked up, he saw that Ethan had been calmly watching him the whole time. At that moment, the protagonist's aura flared up with renewed vigor, and he declared that it was now his turn to attack. Raising his right leg, he instantly found himself in front of Axel and delivered another blow. But before the blow could reach its target, Axel suddenly dropped to his knees and admitted defeat. He surrendered voluntarily, which left the protagonist dumbfounded. He was ready to continue the fight, was burning with fighting spirit, and now he didn't know what to do. He sighed and exhaled a cloud of steam, noting that it was unbearably difficult to contain his power. However, according to the rules of the tournament, after one of the participants admitted defeat, the opponent was forbidden to attack. Then the host declared the main character the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. That same evening, the fight between the main character and Axel became the main topic of discussion on all social networks. Meanwhile, the director of the private school, Ching Feng, was literally shaking with anger. He had placed his hopes on Axel after Luoxi's defeat, but now he was furious. He didn't hide his anger, outraged at how Axel could admit defeat after all the money he had invested in him. Then Axel calmly walked up to the director and placed his injured hand on his shoulder. When the director asked what he was doing, Axel replied that he simply couldn't withstand the protagonist's blow and therefore gave up so as not to worsen the injury. He also promised that he would return to the school everything that it had done for him, but asked the director not to threaten him in the future since he was clearly stronger than him. After a tense battle, the 4 strongest participants were finally determined: Ethan, Ellie, Joshua, and one more unknown participant. Meanwhile, Principal Ann of First Middle School was over the moon. He admitted that Old Man Liu had finally earned a promotion. Then the draw for the semifinals took place, with Ethan again drawing the first slot. Ellie also received the second first slot, which meant they would meet in a duel, while Joshua had to fight the same unnamed participant. Thus, the first battle of the semifinals became an internal duel of the Ann School. This confrontation was called the strongest in the history of entrance exams. Many fans believed that the advantage was on the side of the goddess Ellie, who possessed 2 royal fighting techniques at once. Even though Ethan's bloodline looked incredibly powerful, most believed that he too was a level 4 awakening. Some time passed, and finally the long-awaited moment arrived. The arena was prepared, and the crowd of spectators exploded with delight. Ethan and Ellie walked out onto the landing. The referee immediately gave the signal to begin the fight. As soon as the match started, a cloud of dust and steam rose around the main character, completely enveloping his figure. A thick fog covered the entire arena for a moment, hiding it from Ellie's view. As she peered ahead, she could make out a silhouette through the smoke that radiated a terrifying pressure. The girl pulled herself together and thought that she hoped this opponent would be strong enough. The spectators, blinded by the thick steam, could not make out what was happening. They saw only blurred outlines and could barely guess where Ethan was. The host commented on the proceedings with excitement, wondering how young Mrs. Liu was going to cope with Ethan, the dark horse of this exam. In reality, Ethan simply entered a state of blood awakening to release a cloud of steam and limit his opponent's vision. Besides, he knew that Ellie wouldn't make the first move, and so this situation was only to his advantage. The longer the fight went on, the greater the chance that he would be at a disadvantage, and realizing this, Ethan decided to attack first. However, the girl believed that if the enemy was the first to attack, she would be able to use her techniques to defend and counterattack. At the last moment, Ethan closed in on Ellie, summoned Demola's tail, cut through the air, and delivered a swift blow from the side. She gasped, realizing that Ethan had deceived her. In her entire life, she had never encountered an opponent who suddenly changed his technique. However, Ethan was not about to let such a lucrative opportunity pass by, and he quickly rushed after her, attacking with incredible speed and force. A moment later, he caught up with Ellie again, barely managing to regain her stance. Viewers watching the broadcast saw Ellie fall for the main character's trick and find herself at a disadvantage. Some began to condemn him for his dishonest tactics, but others, on the contrary, argued that in a real fight, any means are good. The pursuit of the protagonist was so fierce that Ellie had virtually no opportunity to evade. But Ethan had already transformed his right hand, turning it into a beast's paw with sharp claws. A moment later, the protagonist's black claws, imbued with fighting energy, cut through the air. Luckily, Ellie managed to sense the danger. Ellie deftly flipped in the air, dodging the blow of claws filled with fighting energy. The claws passed by and exploded right behind her as she landed gracefully. However, she didn't get a chance to catch her breath because Ethan was already there again, attacking without stopping. Ethan led the offensive, unleashing a never-ending barrage of blows on his opponent, while Ellie, defending herself, blocked one wave after another. Ellie wondered why he didn't look tired. Despite the pace, it seemed his physical strength and endurance were monstrous. She mastered 2 mysterious royal martial arts. If she had been able to use at least one of them, she might have been able to escape the onslaught of the protagonist. Ellie wouldn't have been able to hold out much longer and would most likely have simply lost. Then she realized that there was only one thing left to do: use her trump card. The moment Ellie activated her bloodline awakening, Ethan, who had already raised his fist to strike, suddenly stepped back. Sparks began to burst from the girl's body. Accompanied by the piercing cry of a bird, he saw Ellie soaring into the sky. The presenter, not hiding his delight, exclaimed that the audience could see this legendary awakening with their own eyes for the first time. After waking up, Ellie warned the protagonist that in this state he could not fully control his power and therefore he should be more careful. Ethan replied with a smile that it was wonderful, meaning he could finally give it his all now, adding that he hoped Ellie wouldn't disappoint him. A strong gust of wind swept across the arena. The next moment, Ellie was behind the protagonist, so quickly that he barely realized where she was. The girl activated her martial art, Jade Finger, and in response, Ethan instantly turned around and activated his technique. Ellie's jade fingers collided with the protagonist's glowing fist, and a powerful energy reaction occurred at the point of contact. The flash blinded the spectators, and the gust of wind reverberated even in the far rows. Both fighters were thrown back by the airwave. But Ellie managed to spread her wings, and the element of wind helped her stabilize, softening the blow. However, a sudden feeling of danger pierced her. She saw that the vertebrae on Ethan's back began to move out one by one, and they immediately began to glow with a blinding blue light. This time, the radiation did not burst out, but rather gathered, concentrating in his mouth. The space around the protagonist was charged with terrifying energy. Blue lightning burst from his vertebrae, illuminating the arena with an eerie glow. Ellie froze. She realized that the attack would be monstrous. The crowd watched in bewilderment as the protagonist's magical form accumulated energy. The vertebrae in his back become the source of this destructive force, gradually transmitting it to his mouth. Each vertebra began to glow with a blue flame, and a blinding atomic glow flared up in the protagonist's mouth. And then a bright blue stream of particles erupted from his mouth, a monstrous beam of pure nuclear energy. The stream instantly covered Ellie, but the girl did not dodge, but decisively took the blow, directing the bulk of the energy to the side. She folded her wings, completely enveloping herself, and activated her hidden awakening ability. At the moment when her life was hanging by a thread, she used the phantom bird feather reflection technique. The center of this radiance was Ellie, from whom rays flew in all directions, breaking out beyond the arena. The spectators, seeing this, were horrified, certain that they would not survive the barrage of reflected rays. However, at that very moment, the entire arena was enveloped in golden energy, and all the rays directed outward disappeared, as if they had dissolved. This defense was created by the mayor of the city of Anhwan, He cast a stern look at the audience. He told everyone to watch carefully, because today was the day the strongest champion in the history of the city of An was to be born. The host excitedly told the audience that they were incredibly lucky to be under the protection of Mayor Juan. Ellie looked exhausted and bruised, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her wings melted after repelling the attack to the limit of their capabilities. From the moment Lu was born, her family had high hopes for her. Under the pressure of expectations, she fought endless battles, striving to strengthen her reputation as the clan's eldest daughter. Although outsiders admired her genius and strength, Ellie herself was indifferent to these titles. She simply followed the path her mother showed her. Her reserve and emotionless face were nothing more than a protective mask. And now Ellie felt like she had reached her limit in the battle with this guy. However, assessing the current situation, Ellie decided that if everything ended at this stage, no one would suspect that she had given up. With this thought in mind, she prepared to pretend to admit defeat. Suddenly, she came closer to Ethan and delivered a light blow to his chest. However, to her surprise, he did not dodge and took her blow. Ellie's eyes widened in confusion, wondering why he didn't duck. He turned to her calmly, noticing that she seemed to have lost her fighting spirit and looked absent-minded from the very beginning of the fight. Ethan continued, saying that if she had just looked him straight in the eye once, she would have known he had intended to win this title fairly from the start. Then he suddenly swung his fist, filled with fighting energy, and the air around him whistled with the force of the blow. At that moment, the girl froze in horror. This was not at all what she expected. In desperation, Ellie raised her hands to cover her face, but his fist still slid down and hit the lower part of her face. After this, Ethan sternly warned that if she valued her face, she should stop pretending and fight seriously. But he didn't stop there. On the contrary, he rushed forward and rained down a hail of blows on her, as if he wanted to awaken her fighting spirit by force. Ellie just covered her face with her hands. She just wanted to give in and let him win. But he made her fight seriously. No matter how hard she tried to maintain her composure, she finally exploded like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Ethan, on the other hand, looked pleased, because now she was finally starting to fight properly. Ash swirled through the air as a massive pair of dark purple wings spread out behind Ellie. Upon awakening, she looked dazzling and confident, looking down at the protagonist. In Ellie's soul, there remained only one goal: to defeat the main character. On the other hand, Ethan finally got his way, forcing his opponent to reveal her true form and fight seriously. He realized that he too had no right to hold back, and then decided to show his true form. It was the protagonist's physical technique that combined the Demola gene with the tempered body of Qigong, the nuclear light combat core. With a thunderous explosion, the energy under the protagonist's feet shot upward, throwing him into the sky and heading straight for Ellie. However, the sudden attack did not faze the girl at all. She flapped her wings, collecting air currents and turning them into a furious whirlwind. The hurricane engulfed the entire area, destroying the foundation of the arena. But Ethan didn't flinch. He dived fearlessly straight into this destructive storm. Seeing this, the girl summoned the explosive power of her blood and activated the bird's cry technique. She opened her mouth, aiming the sound directly at the protagonist. The sound waves distorted the air and rushed forward. If his legendary Demola blood had not been so pure, his internal organs would have been immediately torn apart. It seemed that Ethan was doomed, but he only grinned and, looking at his opponent, said that this time he would not back down. Then, one by one, the vertebrae in his back began to flare up, emitting a glow. Ellie felt a tremendous pressure, but she did not flinch. As before, already familiar with this attack, she decided to meet the blow head-on. The next second, a blinding blue beam cut through the sky, rushing from the girl's mouth. After using the full potential of atomic breath, the protagonist's body will not be able to trigger the reaction again for some time. Meanwhile, Ellie unleashed her strongest attack, the royal martial art Jade Finger, enhanced with the energy of the bird's blood. Two destructive forces collided, and the collision was inevitable. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the spectators held their breath as the announcer announced that the scale of this fight was beyond the fighter's control. However, Mayor Juan decided to intervene. He activated his genetic earth magic. At that very moment, 3 powerful high walls rose up from beneath her, reinforced by the mayor's fighting energy. The next moment, the stone walls collapsed and a blinding multicolored light filled everything around. As the explosion of energy engulfed the arena, dust and smoke enveloped the entire area, obscuring most of the stadium. The spectators, seeing the aftermath of this collision, realized that if the mayor had not intervened, most of them would have become victims of the blow. Although he managed to erect 3 divine earth walls to weaken the attack of the protagonist and Ellie, he did not have enough time to prepare. Meanwhile, Ellie looked extremely exhausted, sitting on the ground, and her dark purple wings were completely burned. However, despite all this, Ellie was not going to give up. She tried to gather her strength to get up and continue the fight. But as soon as she made an attempt to get up, Ethan emerged from the clouds of smoke. He calmly noted that if she did not get rid of the nuclear radiation in her body, she would remain disabled in the future. Ellie was silent, remembering that her last attack seemed to have accurately hit the enemy. But Ethan stood before her almost unharmed. Then she finally spoke, trying to understand why he was forcing her to fight seriously, because she did not want to bring the fight to such a limit. Then Ethan crouched down in front of her and looked straight into her eyes. He asked if she truly didn't want to fight, or if she simply didn't want to acknowledge her innate competitive nature. Ellie couldn't answer right away, but after thinking over his words and remembering the course of the duel, she realized that he was right. Until recently, she truly thought only about how to win, which is why she abandoned defense and put all her strength into attack. Then she wondered in surprise what had happened to her, because she had always hated fighting and wanted to give in to Ethan as soon as possible. Her train of thought was interrupted when Ethan placed his hand on her left shoulder, the unexpected touch causing her to blush. He then said that she had too many extraneous thoughts during the battle, and such distractions inevitably lead to defeat. After that, he used his energy to absorb all the nuclear radiation from Ellie's body and stood up. Ethan added that he considered her to be the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He expressed hope that if fate gave them a chance to meet again, next time she would fight at full strength from the very beginning. These words made Ellie blush even more. At that moment, for the first time, she looked at the main character with different eyes. The smoke began to clear and all cameras moved towards the center of the arena. The judge, after waiting a pause and checking Ellie's condition, officially declared the main character the winner, thus ending the first fight of the semi-finals. In the next fight, Joshua won without much difficulty and reached the final together with Ethan. The final match, which was the highlight of the in-city college entrance exam, was to determine who would win the title of Best Fighter. The audience was buzzing with excitement. The showdown promised to be epic. Dark Horse Ethan against the acknowledged genius Joshua. At the referee's signal, the final fight officially began. Ethan challenged his opponent with a smile, saying that he should attack with all his might. Taking a step, he suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a multitude of ice blades. There was a loud whistle and hundreds of ice swords fell on the protagonist from all sides, but he didn't even move. Activating his explosive fist, he struck with such force that the ground beneath him shook, followed by a roar that shook everything around him. A blinding flash of nuclear energy erupted within a radius of several meters, forcing Joshua to retreat hastily. He looked at the arena, which now had a crater in it, and couldn't hide his shock. Despite all his skill, he was not able to withstand a fight with Ethan. Realizing that close combat was suicide, Joshua decided to switch to long-range attacks to wear down his opponent. Then he activated the awakening of his blood, the ice dragon's blood, and dragon scales grew from his body. Using the power of blood, he used the ice pulse technique, and in an instant, an ice storm swept through the arena. Spectators and examiners watched in amazement as the arena became completely submerged under waves of ice. Joshua himself was breathing heavily. The release of such a powerful icy force had exhausted him. But even when Ethan found himself completely frozen in the thickness of the icy impulse, Joshua was in no hurry to rejoice. At that moment, the open mouth of the protagonist appeared inside the ice, from which a bright blue glow emanated. The next moment, a blinding blue beam broke through the iceberg, heading straight for Joshua. He, in shock, widened his eyes, not believing that someone could so easily break through an ice prison of such thickness. He instantly pushed off the ground and manipulated it to create a giant ice stalactite in front of him to use as a barrier. The blue beam collided with the barrier and a deafening explosion was heard. The melted ice instantly evaporated from the heat emanating from the hero's body. He said that his ice power had no effect on him and slowly walked towards Joshua, leaving a trail of steam behind him. No matter how much he tried to use the power of his ice heritage, the attacks had no effect. The difference in power was colossal. However, Joshua was not going to give up, and he said that he was going to use his last skill, which he wanted to use against Ellie. Joshua then closed his eyes, completely shut off his five senses, and pointed his ice sword straight at the sky. The first to realize what was happening was the mayor, who thought he was witnessing a true manifestation of sword intent, a power possessed only by great masters. Meanwhile, a gust of cold wind swept across the arena, and Joshua was already in front of Ethan. Ethan raised his slightly wounded arm, but the skin began to move quickly and become covered with a familiar blue light. It was healing right before his eyes. Joshua's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the remains of his sword, not believing he had lost. But he still couldn't resist asking how great his chances of success were. Ethan responded calmly. The chances were slightly higher than becoming a successful ass-kisser. With a sigh, Joshua raised his hand and calmly declared his surrender. Thus, Ethan became the winner of the finals of the entrance exams to colleges in the city of On. The stands exploded with jubilant shouts. Joy filled not only the spectators at the stadium, but also those who followed the broadcast on all online platforms. The hero's many fans celebrated especially wildly, because this dark horse really did make it to the very end and took first place. The crowd at the stadium continued to chant the main character's name over and over again. The mayor went up on stage to the winner, and the presenter, stumbling with excitement, addressed the audience and solemnly announced the city's main prize winner. The host then asked if it was true that Ethan's strength was the result of long work and gradual progress, and if he had anything to say now. Ethan said that first of all he wants to thank his teacher, the one who did not give up on him at the most difficult moment and instilled in him determination. At this time, somewhere far away, his class teacher, watching the performance on broadcast, could not hold back his tears. Meanwhile, a man appeared in the front row and began frantically waving his arms, trying to attract the winner's attention. Ethan realized it was the school principal, desperately hinting at a reward for advertising their school, a 2 million scholarship. After this, the protagonist's attitude instantly changed. He added that he also wanted to thank his alma mater and its director. He also added that in conclusion, he wants to thank himself, because without his hard work and genius, this triumph would not have been possible. Unexpectedly, the system congratulated the protagonist on his victory and announced that he had received a new champion title, and along with it, a random ability gene. After this, the mayor summed up the results, noting how successfully the entrance exams had been, and declared them officially completed. However, as soon as Ethan left the arena and headed down the stadium corridor towards the exit, a whole flock of reporters with cameras and microphones descended on him. Suddenly, one of them brazenly shoved the phone right in his face and sarcastically asked which of the girls Ethan thought was prettier, Ellie or Tsai. Ethan didn't answer and simply took off, accelerating even faster. Only when he finally managed to break away from the annoying journalists did he reach the empty basketball court. Now he understood that the system allowed not only to change genes, but also to obtain new ones through rewards. But at that very moment, someone interrupted his thoughts. A man in a black cloak entered the hall and calmly congratulated the protagonist on his victory. The stranger took off his hat as a sign of respect and said with a mysterious smile that he was not a journalist. He came from the imperial capital and wanted to discuss something confidential, a matter concerning genetic blocking. Hearing this, Ethan tensed up. He knew that he did not have any genetic lock. He received all his abilities thanks to the gene system. Ethan was silent. And then the man asked if he had ever heard that expression from his father. Ethan replied calmly that he had indeed heard of this. In the memories of the body's previous owner, this term was mentioned only once. The stranger took an envelope out of his bag and asked Ethan if he was curious how an ordinary taxi driver could know a word that didn't correspond to his profession. Ethan raised an eyebrow, a suspicion flaring inside him that his father was hiding something serious. The man then handed him an envelope, explaining that due to the protagonist's special status, Huadu had authorized the issuance of a restricted document to him. When Ethan opened the envelope and began to read, his eyes widened in shock. The paper read, Project Prometheus, a research institute, once a major center in the field of biogenetics, is on an international wanted list due to an unspecified incident. Ethan immediately realized that they believed his father was the senior researcher at Prometheus, and that Ethan himself was the result of those experiments. The man hastened to assure that the state was not going to hinder him. He had come only to tell the truth. After all, Ethan was now considered the most important candidate in the government's program for developing martial talents. Suddenly, the protagonist's mood changed. Being famous and important turned out to be much more irritating than he expected. As soon as the man left, Ethan rubbed his hands with a satisfied grin. Now that he had earned a ton of money from the exams, everything was going like clockwork. But the most important thing, of course, was the ability to extract a new ability gene. And without wasting any time, he started the initialization process. A swirling dark purple vortex appeared before him, from which came the deafening roars and howls of many monsters. Ethan stood there with his mouth wide open in astonishment. A moment later, the system produced the result. Suddenly, the D-rank humanoid colossus gene appeared in the interface. Its blood ability is gigantification. Ethan's first impression was not too enthusiastic compared to Demola's gene. This variant seemed weak and simple. But then Ethan froze abruptly as the thought struck him that the abilities of different genes could be superimposed on each other. If his guess is correct, he could become not just the strongest of all monsters, but the true king of monsters, the first hybrid in history. Meanwhile, in another place, a man named Hank was talking on the phone with a business associate he knew. After the call, he sighed heavily and tapped his fingers on the red wooden table several times. Hank's younger brother has been missing for over 2 weeks now, and the search has yielded nothing. No body, no trace. The only thing they found at the site of the last signal was weak traces of nuclear radiation. Hank's gaze landed on the TV screen, where the recording of the main character's fight with another student was once again shown, when Ethan released his atomic ray. Closing his eyes, Hank felt his heart squeeze with grief and guilt. He had tried many times to convince his brother to give up his underground dealings, but he had not listened. The screen showed Ethan being hailed as a genius, but Hank thought that no one would live to see Ethan enter Huadu. The next morning, Ethan was planning to go to one of the secret worlds to test the new gene and verify his suspicions. However, before he could leave, he received a delivery, which turned out to be a message from Joshua. It said that according to the Huadu Research Bureau, a new crack would open in the mountains of Incity at 3 p.m. today. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an unprecedented number of people gathered in the mountains of the city of An, a place that almost no one had visited before. Thousands of warriors and adventurers from all over the country filled the valley. At the foot of the mountain, the protagonist met Joshua, who immediately noticed that Ethan had become stronger again. Ethan felt irritated. He didn't expect Joshua to be so insightful. Out of curiosity, Ethan asked which university Joshua had applied to. He replied that he had also chosen Huadu University. But Ethan noticed a change in his voice, but decided not to ask unnecessary questions. At that moment, the crowd around suddenly exploded with cries of delight. The secret rift opened. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the depths of the rift. A second later, a monstrous three-headed bird burst out of it with difficulty. This creature clearly belonged to the highest class of monsters. But the students were determined. They wanted to destroy this monster and fight their way inside. Thousands of warriors armed to the teeth rushed into battle. They let out a battle roar and jumped on the enemy. The bird, in terror, tried to climb back, but in vain. Its huge body got stuck, and after a few seconds it was destroyed. Inside the secret world of the Red Mountains, a spectacle opened up before them. A gigantic forest with trees 100 meters high stretched out around them. Compared to these giants, the warriors looked like ants. The air was thick with the metallic smell of blood, and Ethan noticed that a large stream of animals had already gathered ahead, not far from the rift. Without hesitation, the fighters rushed forward, their roar merging with the cries of the beasts. The reason why no one rushed to search for the treasure was simple. The law that was passed obliged all warriors to fight against waves of monsters. For a warrior with great power comes great duty, so Ethan and Joshua also joined the fight. Joshua activated the power of his blood and created a stream of ice that trapped the legs of nearby monsters, preventing them from moving. Suddenly, one of the monsters tried to attack Joshua from behind, but before he could turn around, the monster was knocked down by the blow. Joshua thanked the hero for saving him, but Ethan only warned him to watch his back more carefully in the future. Then, yawning with boredom, he added that none of these creatures were worth his effort. Joshua was stunned. Ethan had destroyed so many monsters with almost no effort, while the others had to fight to the death. All this was the result of his nuclear radiation ability, a silent and terrifying force that directly affects the cells of living beings. The screams of the animals could be heard everywhere, their bodies melting as soon as they came within a few meters of Ethan. One of the fighters, struck by this picture, cursed with displeasure and asked in amazement why the battle behind them had ended so quickly. His comrade calmly replied that among those fighters was the city's best graduate, according to the results of the university entrance exams. At this moment, About a dozen high-ranking warriors joined forces and headed deep into the wave of monsters. On another part of the battlefield, Joshua finally wiped the sweat from his face and sighed heavily. He knew the first wave of monsters had been repelled. However, this victory came at a high price. Of the thousands of warriors who had gathered here at the beginning, only a little more than 800 remained alive. At this time, Ethan was walking towards Joshua, carrying several huge bags on his back. After the battle, he asked him how he could transport all his belongings. At that moment, Joshua handed him a silver-black ring. Ethan couldn't hide his smile, looking at such a rare thing worth tens of millions. Suddenly, there was a noise behind them. Ethan and Joshua turned around and saw a man walking towards them. It was Boone, the leader of the Silver Wolf group. It was he and his comrades who destroyed the Lord-level monsters, stopping the monster wave before the rest of the fighters died of exhaustion. Boone approached and introduced himself, saying that he had heard of Ethan's exploits and asked if he would like to join the Silver Wolf. This would not interfere with Ethan's studies at the university, but it would give him many advantages. Moreover, he was ready to immediately sign an S-rank contract with him. These words caused an explosion of envy from everyone around. The Silver Wolf was considered one of the most influential fighting groups in the entire kingdom. One woman admitted she didn't understand why Boone left so quickly, but now it's clear he simply wanted to get his hands on a promising fighter first. Instead, the woman offered Ethan to join Chengda, promising that after joining, Ethan would receive 15% of the resources. The eyes of all the fighters widened in amazement. This was tantamount to an investment. However, Ethan soon responded, politely apologizing to both leaders and stating that he had no intention of joining any battle group for the time being. Boone and his comrades didn't seem surprised. They understood that at Ethan's level, he would stand out even without the support of any organization. Joshua then suggested climbing into the treetops to survey the surrounding area and assess the overall structure of the area before making plans. Joshua gathered energy in his legs and then pushed off sharply, but Ethan simply concentrated energy under his legs and, like a rocket, launched himself upward. Thanks to this, he reached the crown first, a few seconds before Joshua. However, what they saw from above made Joshua's eyes widen in amazement. A group of huge creatures was moving on the horizon. Ethan noted that if given a few years, humans would not only be able to unravel the mystery of these creatures, but perhaps even subdue them. Joshua looked at his comrade in silence, realizing that he himself, if he had met such a powerful and mysterious creature, would have felt fear. At that moment, Joshua realized that his classmate was superior to him not only in fighting skills, but also in strength of spirit. Meanwhile, Ethan wasn't just surveying the surroundings. He was activating his magnetic field to determine the distribution of living creatures. However, his field did not detect anything, but experience told him that where there is emptiness, there is a mystery, and where there is a mystery, there is, as a rule, rich prey. Then Ethan pointed to the southeast and told Joshua that they should check out the lake. Having overcome a forest of giant trees, they soon reached the shore, where there were already 3 people, and Ethan immediately recognized one of them. It was Julie. Seeing him, she joked with a slight smile about his sudden appearance, surprised that now the very best graduate was standing in front of her. Julie replied that they had just arrived and that 2 of her comrades who could swim well had already gone down into the lake to scout out the area. But as soon as she finished speaking, the surface of the water rose, and one of her partners burst out of the depths. It was Eugene. With undisguised delight, he declared that they were incredibly lucky. It was a jackpot, and now they would become rich. Eugene, beaming with joy, announced that there was an ancient relic under the lake. Ethan didn't understand what they were talking about, and Joshua explained that in secret worlds, mysterious buildings left by vanished civilizations are sometimes found. Suddenly, Eugene, carried away by his discoveries, began to talk and only then noticed that there were strangers standing next to them. Realizing he had let it slip, he immediately regretted his carelessness. But before Eugene could take a step, Julie sharply pulled him back. Ethan and Joshua just looked at each other and, with a slight grin, exchanged knowing glances. Then Eugene asked how they were going to divide the spoils, and the hero replied that the distribution of the reward would depend on everyone's contribution. Eugene didn't object. After all, he understood that this guy had extraordinary potential, so it would be unwise to quarrel with him. After this, Eugene led everyone to the lake. He found the previously left mark and led everyone to a cave at the bottom of the lake, where there was a hidden underwater passage. When they emerged from the water, they found themselves in an underground cave. Coming ashore, Eugene said with puzzlement that this was strange, because their comrade Li Wei was supposed to stay here. The man called him on the radio several times, but there was no answer. He began to feel anxious. Something had clearly happened. Julie then asked if they had explored the cave for monster activity, but Eugene said that no creature had appeared. This alarmed their partner, who noted that the place seemed dangerous and that Livius's disappearance was a bad sign, and suggested that they stop the research. These words irritated Eugene. He shouted that they needed to move on, otherwise they would remain low-level warriors for the rest of their lives. After this, no one dared to object. Even the girl who had just suggested retreating fell silent. So the group continued on their way, moving forward under the leadership of Eugene. He took out an ultraviolet flashlight and illuminated the ground. The tracks left by him and Li Wei earlier clearly visible under the light. Gradually, the passage became narrower and narrower until it became so narrow that only one person could walk at a time. Ethan exchanged glances with Joshua and stated that something was wrong. Joshua nodded in agreement. The timing was clearly out of sync. Julie said that her team arrived at the lake only 10 minutes ago. But during this time, Eugene and Li Wei managed to find an underwater cave at the bottom of the lake. Perhaps the news of the ruins was too tempting, and even experienced warriors like Julie failed to notice the obvious trap. When the narrow passage ended, the walls and ceiling of the cave were densely covered with vines, many of which had magic cores visible on them. Then someone noticed that this was the reason they had not encountered a single underwater monster. They had all already been swallowed by a dangerous predator. Then Julie asked Eugene where the relic he had spoken of earlier was. Suddenly, one of the warriors screamed. Everyone turned to see a dried-out body hanging from the ceiling, pierced by vines, judging by his clothes. It was Li Wei. Julie and her partner trembled with horror. But Eugene, instead of answering the question about the relic, suddenly fell to his knees, clutching his head. Suddenly, his head began to swell and then explode. Tentacles of green vines erupted from a crack in the skull. The rest of the squad were horrified. Now it became clear to them what had happened to Li Wei. Almost instantly, a blinding blue flash engulfed Eugene's upper body, destroying the parasitic vines. Then it became clear to everyone that the monster was much smarter than they could have imagined. He killed 2 warriors, captured the mind of one of them, and used the body as bait to lure new victims. Suddenly, a huge block of stone covered in vines fell from above with a roar, blocking the escape route. Joshua remembered reading about a similar creature once. It was a second-rank king-level monster, the Phantom Demonic Vine. Hearing this, Julie and her companions turned pale. Their royal-level bloodline meant their chances of survival were 0. However, Ethan only grinned. Not caring what kind of enemy he would have to fight, he declared that he would deal with this monster. But at that very moment, a deafening explosion was heard behind. The collapsed passage behind him suddenly exploded, and Hank emerged from the clouds of dust, radiating a terrifying energy. In fact, Hank had no intention of going to the secret world of Redwood Mountain in the first place. However, when he heard that a certain man with nuclear abilities was helping the warriors hold back the wave of monsters, he immediately realized that they were talking about Ethan. Arriving in the secret world, Hank easily found the hero's tracks, but suddenly the passage behind them collapsed, blocking the way. Ethan didn't understand who this strange warrior was and why he was looking at him with such hostility, although they had never met before. Meanwhile, Hank, deciding that the moment had come, suddenly attacked him. But Hank soon realized that something had gone wrong. Thousands of vines burst from beneath the rock layers, heading straight for Hank. He, overcome with rage and despair, glanced at Ethan and shouted that this must be his trap too. Ethan's passage was blocked by vines, and Hank was forced to engage in battle with the monster. As Hank's strength waned, the monster continued to grow, and it became clear that if the fight dragged on, it would die. Meanwhile, Julie, noticing that the walls of the cave were cracking, fearfully warned the others that it was about to collapse. But Ethan only ordered everyone to step back. His body began to become covered in dark blue skin, and crystalline reflections of blue light ran through the cracks between the muscles. The next second, there was a loud bang as Ethan released the maximum power of his atomic breath. A giant stream of blue light pierced the stone vaults. Streams of water gushed from the crack that opened, and a path to the outside was paved. Ethan then ordered Julie and her partners to leave immediately. They complied without hesitation. But Hank, not intending to let them escape, roared that no one would leave. He kicked the ground, and a powerful wave of air propelled him forward, straight towards Ethan. But Joshua, who had been holding his sword at the ready all this time, did not miss the moment. Ethan knew that Joshua's sword was not capable of holding back an enemy of that level. The gap between their strengths was too great. So he instantly rushed into attack, his fist enveloped in a blinding blue light. Hank, not expecting a blow from Ethan, was thrown back and crashed into a stone wall with all his might. Ethan, seeing that the fight was continuing, ordered Joshua to leave first. After the last blow with the sword, his strength was noticeably weakened. He knew he couldn't help Ethan anymore and would only become a burden. So without hesitation, he stepped back to get out of the way. At the same time, Julie and the other participants stood on the shore as the demonic vine went completely mad and turned the entire bottom of the lake into chaos. Julie breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Joshua emerge onto the shore. But she immediately noticed that Ethan didn't follow him. The girl asked where he was, but Joshua just silently looked into the depths of the lake, at a loss for words. Suddenly, the lake was illuminated by a blinding blue lightning flashing over the surface of the water. There was a deafening explosion and a blinding blue lightning burst from Ethan's body. Hank was immediately engulfed in a storm of electricity, his muscles charring as soon as they came into contact with the discharges. Joshua and the others saw a stream of energy burst out of the lake, and for a moment, through the thick fog, it seemed to them as if a huge shadow rushed past. When the tension reached its limit, a naked Ethan emerged from the water, approached Joshua and asked him for clothes. Ethan explained that the explosion that occurred was caused by the warrior who brought the plasma bomb with him and died along with the Liana demon. Joshua noticed that the giant shadow and flash of lightning didn't look like a normal explosion, but Ethan insisted it was a plasma bomb. Ethan felt that he had acted too cruelly this time. Hank's body was completely destroyed, but in exchange he received the magical core of the vine. Julie and her comrades decided to leave the place. She apologized to Ethan, saying that not only did she not help, but she also dragged him into danger. But Ethan replied that there was no need for thanks, but added that if she still decided to thank him, then he would be indebted to her again. On the third day, Ethan and Joshua prepared to leave the secret world of Redwood Mountain. When they emerged from the rift, they were amazed by the changes. All the trees were cut down, and in their place a small town grew up, housing a hospital, an auction house, and even a hotel with hot springs. Sometime later, Ethan headed to the Secret World's assessment office to officially register his haul and pay the required tax. Ethan apologized, explaining that he had too many things and if he didn't hurry, the appraiser wouldn't be able to complete the inspection before noon. The employee told him not to worry. All the specialists present were professionals in their field. Hearing this, he took out another large bag. The woman's face turned pale as Ethan continued to pull out bag after bag. After a few minutes, she couldn't stand it any longer and asked if he was finally finished. Ethan calmly replied that yes, he had finished, but only carrying the bags, and he still had a lot of elixirs left. When the Institute staff saw the table literally drowning under a pile of rare elixirs, they were stunned. Ethan himself remained completely calm. Now that the green and white cores had ceased to have an effect, he was going to exchange them for money. But he decided to keep the 5 blue cores he got during the monster wave and 1 green vine core for himself. After leaving the magic core collection point, more than $27 million were deposited into Ethan's bank card. As Ethan was about to pick up the elixirs, a car stopped nearby. A man came out and introduced himself as Marcel, the owner of the Pinghe Pharmacy. He had heard about the elixirs Ethan had found and offered to buy them. Ethan expected that his personal information was not a secret, but he didn't care, because a buyer had come along just in time. After the deal, Ethan's account balance increased, but all that money was nothing compared to the opportunity to improve his strength by at least 10%. Selling low-grade genetic potions and cheap magic cores no longer brought him any benefit. He sighed, realizing that his gene was much more picky than he, the owner, was. Then it dawned on him that there was another way to increase strength: martial arts. During the exams, he was able to defeat Ellie and the others only thanks to the power of the Demola gene. But in terms of combat prowess, he was clearly inferior to the masters. Realizing this, Ethan immediately remembered the only person who could help him obtain advanced combat techniques: Director Dan. With this thought in mind, he headed towards the first school of Incity without delay. In the principal's office, Dan greeted him warmly, saying that he didn't expect to see his champion back at his home school. Then Ethan took out a bottle infused with a rare ginseng elixir, a drink he had recently purchased from Marcel as a gift. The principal only accepted the gift, And then Ethan asked the principal to help him as he wanted to study martial arts. The young man replied that he simply could not wait. He was sincerely striving for growth and wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. His fiery gaze did not leave the director indifferent. He sighed heavily, but still agreed to help. The next day, around noon, Ethan, who had just finished training and taken a shower, received a call from the principal. It turned out that the Liu family had agreed to train him, the very same one whose pride and main heir, Ellie, had recently suffered a defeat at his hands. At about the same time, nearby, a guy was racing along the highway with a blonde woman sitting behind him, hugging him around the waist, her hair fluttering in the wind. Thrilled by the speed, she pressed herself closer to him and showered him with enthusiastic praise. But at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to him, causing him to almost drop the steering wheel. It turned out to be Ethan. He calmly approached the motorcycle while riding his bicycle and warned the boy that he was being too careless with high speeds. In the blink of an eye, the man rushed forward, showed Ethan the middle finger, and decided that he was not worthy of even breathing the same air as him. Ethan just watched blankly as the distance between them widened. But suddenly there was a sound from behind that drowned out even the roar of the engine, and a bright blue explosion flashed in the rearview mirror. It was Ethan. He turned on combat mode, and the pulse energy instantly threw him forward. The motorcyclist and his companion were stunned, their faces lengthening as they realized that they had just been overtaken by a guy on a regular bike. A few minutes later, Ethan arrived at the gates of the Liu estate. Before him stood a luxurious castle, surrounded by well-kept gardens and fountains. Activating his magnetic field, Ethan sensed several powerful auras emanating from the depths of the estate. Then, in the distance, he noticed the figure of a girl in a white dress walking towards the gate. It was Ellie. Ethan, sensing her mood, calmly asked if she wasn't happy to see him, but Ellie lowered her head and quietly replied that that wasn't the case at all. The girl hastened to explain that she had not met him on her own initiative. Her mother had asked her to greet the guest and escort him to the mansion. Arriving at the mansion, Ellie looked up and told her mother that Ethan had arrived. The sound of heels could be heard in the hall, and soon a woman appeared on the stairs. Even though the head of the Liu clan, Jennifer, was no longer so young, she was still as beautiful as young girls. Ethan, holding his breath, noted that he now understood who Ellie inherited her looks from. The day the entrance exams ended and Ellie returned home, she expected a stern reprimand from her mother. Ellie wanted to apologize right away. However, her mother lazily raised her hand, stopping her and gently telling her not to worry. She saw the broadcast of the fight with that same young man, Ethan, and thought that her daughter had shown herself worthy. Then Jennifer, pausing, continued that it was she who would have to inherit their lineage. Her brother was not capable of becoming the support of the family. Jennifer lifted her daughter's chin and added that after her father's death, their family lost influence and was forced to retreat to a provincial town. Now they have no strong patron, and if some powerful family proposes a marriage alliance, the Liu clan will have no right to refuse. She admitted that she had been watching Ethan and found him to be a suitable candidate, talented, noble, and not prone to lust for power. Such a union could be the salvation of the family. With these words, Jennifer suggested to her daughter to consider the possibility of getting closer to Ethan. Now Jennifer came down the stairs and greeted Ethan formally, and he responded politely and reservedly. He presented the hostess with a gift, but she simply said that she had heard from director Lao Deng about his desire to learn advanced martial arts. Without the slightest hesitation, Jennifer ordered her daughter to show the guest the way, which surprised Ethan. He did not expect such generosity. The woman accepted the gift and added that Ethan would be allowed to spend one day at their family's martial arts pavilion. She also mentioned that 3 sets of Xuanhuang techniques were kept in the depths of the hall, and only those who were truly worthy could master them. Ethan was stunned. He expected to have access to advanced techniques, but he didn't think he would be allowed to touch the sacred techniques of the Liu family. He thanked not Jennifer personally, but the Liu family, thereby making it clear that he accepted the offer as an alliance with the family. The woman appreciated this subtle move, and the longer she looked at Ethan, the more she liked him. He himself, however, noticed how her intonation changed. After the brief formalities, Ellie escorted Ethan out of the hall, and the two of them walked down the long corridor to the martial arts pavilion. Ethan, unsuspecting, only noticed that Ellie suddenly began to avoid his gaze. He asked why it seemed to him that she was avoiding him. Ellie denied it, but when he came closer and looked straight into her eyes, she became confused and took a half step back. Ellie, confused, asked why Ethan came so close. He did not answer and simply followed her. They descended into an underground stone chamber, in front of the entrance of which stood a massive door. Ellie decided to explain that the door was made of power transformation stone, a rare mineral mined in a secret dimension. Ethan, hearing this, asked if he could hit this door. Ellie was amazed. She expected that he would only admire the properties of the stone. However, as soon as she said that it was okay to try, Ethan immediately clenched his fists. Seeing this, Ellie's expression instantly changed, and she was overcome with unpleasant memories of the blue flash that brought her defeat. She turned away, and at that very moment the air shook with a deafening sound. Ethan's blow cut through the air and crashed onto the stone wall. However, contrary to expectations, the force of the impact was completely absorbed by the wall. Ethan clearly felt his most powerful blow seemed to have sunk into the swamp, and Ellie, watching his surprised expression, couldn't help but smile slightly. They entered the Liu clan martial arts pavilion, and Ethan found himself in a huge room where rows of copies of ancient scrolls and books stood on shelves. So many that his eyes ran wild from the variety. Ellie explained that if he was interested in the Zhuanhuang technique, it was kept in a small stone hall in the depths of the pavilion. The girl noted that it is impossible to comprehend all the subtleties of Zhuanhuang in one day. At best, one will only be able to learn the basics. She then said that she thought her mother's decision to give him access to such a powerful technique was wrong, and that it would have been better to choose other martial arts. They came to another secret hall, a repository of Zhuanhuang techniques, its walls made of a black version of the power transformation stone. The collection of these stones began during the time of Ellie's great-grandfather, and the family was proud of this legacy. When the heavy black door swung open, 3 massive safes appeared before Ethan. Ellie explained that Zhuanhuang cannot be learned simply by observing. To comprehend it, one must feel the rhythm of martial power, a special martial sound. Ethan, on the other hand, felt that she was the one for him, so without hesitation, he chose the demon in the flesh. Ellie entered the code and the safe opened with a soft click. However, what Ethan saw inside shocked him to the core. Inside was a bronze statue of a mighty man, and distorted, ghostly faces could be seen trapped within. Ethan realized that the Zhuanhuang technique was not written down in a book at all. Its carrier could be any form, a statue, a painting, or even a household item. This was one of the secrets of true martial arts masters. Ellie added that only masters are able to condense the rhythm of martial force and bind it to an object, thus passing on the legacy to descendants. Ellie then walked out of the secret room, leaving the room to Ethan. The rest of the test was now up to him. Then Ethan turned to her with a question, but she replied that if fate really favored him, then he himself would be able to feel this rhythm. Ethan looked disappointed, and even felt like Ellie was deliberately not sharing her experience with him. However, since everything was predetermined by fate, he decided to just wait. The guy lay down and fell asleep, which caused only silent bewilderment in Ellie, who was watching him through the cameras. His system determined that the host's consciousness was in a special space, and, in order to prevent sudden death, blessed him. Suddenly, someone from above declared that only a real man could inherit his martial art. Otherwise, he would prefer to rot underground. The stranger then demanded that the boy show what he was made of. He stared intently at the protagonist. He raised his head and was stunned. In front of him sat a man who looked exactly like the statue he had seen before. The man said that when that moment came, Ethan would have to guard the temple and prevent the angry Buddha from being desecrated by evil spirits. At that moment, a cold drop of rain fell through the broken ceiling directly onto the protagonist's face. He noticed that the menacing man had disappeared. The rain meant only one thing: the test had begun. A flash of lightning illuminated his face. The darkness stirred, and hundreds of demons appeared before him. Suddenly, a shadow darted out of the darkness behind the statue. Ethan slashed at it with his sword, and at that moment, golden light erupted from the blade. The creature screeched and crumbled to ash. He realized that the test could not force a fighter to fight against hundreds of spirits without weapons. There had to be some hidden help somewhere. Now he did not retreat, but on the contrary, rushed into the attack, jumping out. The same fierce man appeared behind him again, and he noted with a grin that all these hundreds of spirits were just parts of his own evil energy. The man even sighed, deciding that the next participant in the test would turn out to be as stupid as all the previous ones. However, when he was about to go down, he suddenly froze and could not believe his eyes. Hundreds of spirits could not get close to the guy. Outside, Ethan swung his sword, and every time another ghost came close, he simply struck it and it crumbled to dust. One of the evil shadows tried to strike him with its claws, but they passed through the body. The attack was useless. It seemed that in the spirit world, the system automatically protected its owner, making Ethan invulnerable. He realized that, in essence, he possessed an invincible body that nothing could harm. Meanwhile, the evil spirits, who had recently been rushing at him, were now retreating backwards. When the man realized that hundreds of spirits were powerless, he himself stepped forward and asked in amazement why martial arts did not work on him. Ethan calmly replied that it was all down to hard work and diligent practice. The man called it a convenient excuse, but admitted that if the boy had managed to pacify the spirits, then he would fulfill his promise and pass on his legacy to him. An angry bodhisattva in the temple suddenly collapsed, revealing a well beneath him. The man explained that the well contained the essence of evil spirits, as well as the demon in the flesh technique. If Ethan could master it, he would gain power. But before he could finish speaking, the guy had already jumped down. The man was stunned for a moment. He admitted to himself that this was the first time he had seen such a bold and daring young man. This man was once a living hero, a man who had passed through the S-level secret dimension. He lived for the sake of the demon-incarnate martial art. As the years passed, his strength and blood began to fade, and the evil spirits he held within him began to devour him from the inside, until he lost his way and control. Realizing that this was the path to the abyss, he decided to commit suicide. Before his death, he imprisoned his soul in a stone statue. If Ethan manages to pacify the evil spirit that once caused the death of the master, then he will surpass himself on the path of the demon in the flesh. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Jennifer joined her daughter. Ellie, flustered and confused, noticed the protagonist's sudden reaction. His body began to twitch convulsively on the floor, and the girl anxiously asked her mother what was happening. After Ethan fell asleep, Ellie could still see the smug smile on his face, as if he was having a pleasant dream. Jennifer explained that the art of Xuanhuang came into their family by chance when her father, Ellie's grandfather, was already in his old age. He once tried to master it, but despite being a great master, he was rejected by the article and suffered severe injuries. Since then, no one from the Liu family has been able to successfully master this technique. The more powerful the power, the more difficult the path to obtaining it. Meanwhile, Ethan woke up. Moreover, he stretched lazily, as if he had simply slept. Ellie turned her gaze to her mother and said with a smile that it seemed like the protagonist's ordeal had gone much more smoothly than her mother had said. The boy stood up and bowed respectfully, thanking the senior master for teaching him the third martial art of Xuanhuang. However, Ethan chuckled to himself, noting that the master was mistaken because he simply cheated. Although his stats hadn't increased by a single point, he was clearly aware that now that he had mastered the Xuanhuang technique, his combat power had doubled. At that moment, the stone door swung open and Jennifer rushed into the room. The woman asked if he had managed to master the technique. Ethan smiled and calmly confirmed that he had mastered it completely. Jennifer looked at him with disbelief. Even her daughter, who possessed an outstanding talent, would have spent at least a week in the rhythm space. And this guy did it with just an hour of sleep. Understanding their doubts, Ethan decided to show the result. He concentrated the energy of martial arts, gathering power in the dantian, and directed it into the body. It was an evil energy he acquired in the rhythm world. If I had to explain it, it was reminiscent of the buff system in games. Ellie's eyes widened. She even heard a ghostly howl. Perhaps these were the very evil spirits he spoke of. Unexpectedly, Jennifer looked at the protagonist with frank surprise. But now she realized that she had underestimated him after all. Ethan himself felt a little embarrassed when he caught Jennifer's gaze and asked her to behave more restrainedly, since her daughter was standing next to him. Ellie, meanwhile, noted that since he had already mastered one Xuanhuang technique, it might be worth trying to learn the remaining two. Ethan himself, however, politely replied to Ellie that he did not need new techniques. The Xuanhuang martial art alone would be enough for him for a long time. He then respectfully informed Jennifer that he was going to leave the estate, as he had business at home, and the woman did not object. She said she heard that Ethan had come here on a rented bike, so she asked if he could drive. After that, she called the housekeeper and told her to get the best motorcycle from Ellie's collection. Meanwhile, the motorcyclist was strolling through the estate's garden when Auntie Hong told him that his mother had invited her son-in-law to visit them. However, remembering his morning meeting with Ethan, he immediately frowned. It was because of that guy that he had scared off the blonde he liked. But suddenly something rushed past with a whistle, and it was, without a doubt, the same boy who had ridden his bike that morning. The guy almost cursed with indignation. He couldn't believe his eyes. Ethan was riding his own motorcycle. Later, when evening came, Ethan was already in his apartment. He decided to try a new way of using the magic core. The kernel had been tasteless last time, so he hoped to improve the taste this time. Inside the mysterious dimension of Redwood Mountain, Ethan had already combined the colossal humanoid gene with the legendary Demola gene. He was the first to use the gene of a supergiant humanoid creature, about 50 meters tall. Ethan decided to make it bigger. He distributed all the accumulated points into the gene of a huge humanoid. He then took the green magic core with gold veins, dipped it in the sauce again and swallowed it, planning to use it to enhance the Demola gene. As soon as the core was inside, a powerful stream of energy exploded in the protagonist's body. He was enveloped in flashes of electricity, and his body was shaken by pain. However, after this, the system reported that after absorbing the genetic sequence of a special plant organism, a mutation occurred. Ethan was surprised. He understood that the mutation could lead to either an improvement or a deterioration of the gene. After a short deliberation, he made up his mind. He chose to allow the mutation. He decided to take a risk and trust in luck. And as it turned out, fortune smiled on him. As a result, the mutation opened up an S-rank nuclear gene, which literally left the protagonist speechless. When a wild Demola's gene reaches a 100%, there will be a 2% chance of it evolving into a star universe Demola. Ethan clenched his fists and felt a surge of excitement, wanting to reach his maximum as quickly as possible and test how great his new power was. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a noise outside, not far from his house. Ethan frowned, wondering if some kind of terrorist attack had happened. Sirens blared on the street outside his apartment complex. Dozens of police cars surrounded the block, and armed men set up a cordon. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of his apartment. The sound made the protagonist wary. He knew that the previous owner of this body was a withdrawn person who had no friends. No one could come to visit at such a time. A few seconds later, a woman appeared out of nowhere. She was surprised. She realized that this guy was not an ordinary fighter at all. Initially, she only intended to tweak his memories, but now that he had discovered her, she had no choice but to teach him a lesson. Then Ethan thought, to hell with it. If he was going to destroy the apartment, he would buy himself a new one because he had enough savings. The mysterious woman asked what nonsense he was talking about, and Ethan explained that she was already dead. Meanwhile, in the streets below, several fighters were engaged in a fierce battle with a man. One of the Special Forces commanders ordered the group to attack simultaneously as soon as the enemy made a mistake. But Joe's plan was precisely to distract the enemy and buy time for May to escape, who was supposed to take the gold gene with her. Thinking about this, he burst into a mad laugh and, deciding to fight to the end, at that very moment his body burst into flames. However, when the battle reached its peak, a blinding blue beam suddenly flashed above everyone's heads, cutting through the sky. May rose from the asphalt. She had greatly underestimated the hero's strength. If it weren't for the protective properties of the nanosuit, she would have been seriously injured. In a quiet whisper, she told Joe that she had managed to hide the item and now they needed to leave immediately. Half an hour later, Joe and May emerged from the alley and finally allowed themselves to catch their breath, realizing that they had gotten rid of their pursuers for the time being. As Joe watched in awe as the nanosuit quickly recovered from its damage, a voice broke the silence. Ethan, emerging from the darkness, calmly asked why the beautiful guest still hadn't explained why she had broken into his house. Ethan, with a slight grin, decided that since his apartment had been invaded, it would be a good idea to have some fun by teaching the burglars a lesson. Joe, looking at him with hatred, screamed, demanding to know how he managed to find them when even the Special Forces had lost the trail. Ethan, of course, had no intention of revealing that May had been contaminated by his own nuclear radiation. He shot forward like a rocket, and a moment later the protagonist's fist was right in front of Joe's chest. Joe tried to defend himself by crossing his arms over his chest, but the protagonist's blow broke through the defense. Black and red energy cut through the air, Joe's skin cracked, and his body was thrown back. Blood spurted from his mouth. The impact was so powerful that it flew into a concrete wall like a damaged shell, and dust rose in a cloud. May, seeing her brother fly away, involuntarily gasped. She couldn't believe that a 6th-rank master was defeated by one blow from the young man. Ethan replied that he was Dimol's apprentice, But May frowned. She had never heard such a name. But Joe didn't let her finish her thought. He, barely breathing, warned the protagonist not to get cocky. Joe then activated the 5 steps form technique and kicked the ground with all his might. Joe's skin took on a metallic sheen, and a silver horn, resembling the bloodline of an iron-horned rhinoceros, grew on his forehead. Seeing this, Ethan grinned predatorily. Now he was truly interested. However, before the fight reached its climax, May, deciding that her time had come, used her invisibility ability and rushed at the hero from behind. But her hopes were dashed instantly. Without turning around, Ethan fired back an atomic beam. He hit May right in the stomach, and her body, shaken by the blow, flew away. Seeing that the surprise attack had failed, Joe was furious, irritated that the useless May had failed to cope with even a simple ambush. He roared and rushed at the protagonist. At the same moment, an energy flame flared up under the protagonist's feet, and the impulse threw him forward to meet the enemy. As their fists collided, the air shook, bolts of atomic energy striking Joe's silver skin without leaving a scratch. Ethan was stunned. The enemy's defense power increased to a terrifying level. Joe just smirked, explaining that the true form of his bloodline, the iron-horned rhino, could even withstand shellfire. When Ethan tried to retreat, Joe immediately took advantage of the opportunity and closed the distance again, breaking into close combat. His eyes sparkled with a mad delight in anticipation of murder. But when the fight reached a new intensity, something strange happened. Just as Joe rushed forward again, Ethan suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, an explosion of blue electricity thundered behind him. Joe turned around sharply and froze. In front of him, half hidden in the thick fog, stood a giant with a pair of dark blue eyes glowing through the smoke. This look pierced him with a feeling of horror. A giant hand emerged from the fog and reached straight towards Joe. Then he instantly jumped to the side, but the giant's second hand had already pierced the fog, catching up with him. The giant's fist slammed Joe deep into the ground, but that was only the first blow. A whole hail of crushing attacks followed him. Like a meteor shower, the giant, maddened with rage, struck without stopping. Meanwhile, new indicators lit up on the main character's system panel, and the level of physical strength of his colossal form increased. May, who had struggled to her feet, froze in horror. She felt the stupidity of it all, asking herself why they had even dared to touch such a monster. But she couldn't let Joe die either. She understood that the only way out was to fight to the end. While Joe tried to fight off the blows, May climbed onto the roof of a tall building. Clutching a thin thread in her hand, she jumped straight down. It was a molecular thread, strong enough to cut through even the highest-grade alloy. Flying up to the giant, she wrapped her arms around his throat several times, hoping to cut his neck. After all, no matter how the body changed, human weaknesses remained the same. A moment later, there was a sharp sound and blood spurted from the monster's throat. May realized with amazement that he didn't even resist. She breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that it was finally all over. But suddenly the creature opened its mouth, and a blue glow began to shine in its throat. The last thing she saw was a blinding blue beam. The protagonist's atomic breath stream engulfed May's body, pierced the building, and left a shining trail in the sky. When everything died down, Ethan emerged from the giant's evaporated carcass, steam pouring from his body, covered in the remains of flesh. He looked calmly down at Joe, lying in blood. Joe slowly raised his head, coughing and shaking with powerlessness. Scarlet blood burst from his mouth. He realized that in front of him was a real monster. To this, the hero replied that, in his opinion, everything is fair. Those who kill must be prepared to be killed too. However, Joe decided to drag him along with him. Wheezing, he said that May, the same woman whom Ethan had recently killed, had hidden something in his room. Joe added that he had better run, because now they would pursue him endlessly. These words only angered the protagonist. He raised his leg and in rage slammed Joe's head into the concrete wall, instantly interrupting his delirium. As the sirens grew closer, Ethan quickly dealt with Joe's body, and police arrived on the scene within minutes. They were especially struck by the huge hole in the wall of the building. Ethan returned home soon after, and the first thing he did was text Jennifer to find out how the police investigation had gone. She replied that everything was fine for now, but advised him to remain calm and wait until classes at the university began. Ethan thought it was a good thing he had warned her about the potential problems in advance. Otherwise, the police would certainly not have ignored everything. After talking with Jennifer, he finally looked around the room and actually found the golden gene that Joe had mentioned. It was a container with a logo on it, and Ethan immediately recognized the symbol as the emblem of Laserbird, the biotech giant. The golden gene was a masterpiece of genetic engineering created by Laserbird after the corporation inherited part of the Prometheus project. Joe and May stole the experimental sample and, while on the run, now framed him, placing all the responsibility on him alone. Looking at the destroyed living room, he realized that this apartment was definitely no longer fit for living. It seemed it was time to look for a new place to live. Later, the story moves to a secret dimension, Swan Lake. There, a squad of warriors destroyed a blood wolf, but when the team captain cut open the monster's carcass and removed the core, a strange sound was heard from afar. The squad immediately became alert. The red-haired girl with a trembling voice called out to the captain, pointing forward. Somewhere nearby, trees fell one after another. The loud footsteps of the many monsters resembled a hurricane, sweeping away everything in its path. The horizon was filled with countless monsters of various types and sizes. And on the head of the monster, which looked like a giant crocodile, there was a throne. At its base, there was a whole mountain of skulls, the remains of fallen warriors. Yet on this gloomy throne sat a huge Overlord-class blood-eyed ape. It was a level 5 demon monster. Realizing who they were facing, the squad ran away in terror. The captain, without even picking up the cannonball, shouted that it was necessary to immediately notify the army. The monkey on the throne slowly opened its eyes, in which a bloody light flashed. It looked contemptuously at the running warriors. Almost immediately, the giant crocodile opened its mouth, and a multicolored sound wave burst from its throat, sweeping away everything in its path. Dirt and rocks within 100 meters radius began to move, swirling in the air. The squad of warriors who first noticed the approaching wave of monsters found themselves buried under this deadly rain. However, the signal about the invasion of a being of the Overlord level was successfully sent. Meanwhile, the black monkey rose from his bone throne. She gave the order to attack at full speed with a crazy smile. The wave of monsters immediately responded with a furious roar, and their roaring horde rushed forward. At the same time, outside the secret dimension of Swan Lake, an alarm sounded in the city, a signal of an approaching horde of monsters. For a few seconds, the city's residents were stunned. Everyone knew what this meant, but they had only seen similar things on the news before. The army has already moved to the front lines to try to hold back the onslaught, and the mayor has called on all the city's soldiers to join the defense. This alarm seemed to awaken all citizens. The city plunged into chaos. Many people rushed in panic, some to their cars, some to the train station or the airport, trying to escape. At this time, in his office, Mayor Juan asked his secretary whether he had managed to send a request for reinforcements and which cities were ready to send troops. The secretary reported that not only the city of An had been attacked, but warnings of a monster invasion had been coming from all over the country. The mayor's voice wavered as he asked about Huadu, hoping that at least one great master would come to his aid. But in the neighboring city of Guanshan, an S-class secret dimension opened up, and all the strongest fighters were urgently sent there to contain it. There was no time left. The battle for the city of An had already begun, and now they could only rely on themselves. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Ethan and Joshua were sparring. Ethan punched him in the chest, giving him a mocking smile at the same time. The blow sent Joshua flying back, but Ethan noticed that he had managed to hold out and praised him for it. Joshua asked when Ethan had mastered the Zhuanhuang technique, and he replied that it had been about a month ago and that he had not yet achieved perfection. They were preparing to continue the fight again when an alarm siren sounded outside the training ground. Almost immediately, a notification arrived on phones. All students in the preparatory courses in the city of An were given priority exit. Then Joshua asked if Ethan was going to leave. He just smirked, in Joshua's opinion. With his talent, it would be wiser to run. But Ethan, on the contrary, felt a surge of excitement, the thought of the coming horde only fueling his spirit. At this time, Ellie was already preparing to go to the front to help fight the monster wave, but her mother was only thinking about her safety. As for Overlord-level beings, the city was completely powerless against such monsters. Even great masters could barely contain them. For Jennifer, her daughter's life meant much more than just her personal destiny. The future of the entire family depended on it. Ellie was silent for a while, but nevertheless left. Jennifer did not stop her and allowed her daughter to pass by. As the door slammed shut, Aunt Hong emerged from the shadows behind the woman, and the maid asked if Ethan would be leaving town with Ellie. To this, Jennifer replied that she should just send him a message and let him make the decision himself. Meanwhile, the action returned to the secret dimension of Swan Lake. There, tens of thousands of warriors had already lined up in a huge detachment to fight the monsters. Soon the warriors rushed forward, their battle cries merging into a furious howl. Meanwhile, a temporary defensive line was erected at the entrance to the rift, with tanks and countless machine guns forming a steel wall. Any monster that stepped outside the portal would be destroyed by a hail of bullets, which was what Mayor Juan was hoping for. However, his gaze suddenly darted upward in surprise. A wounded warrior with a broken arm, covered in blood, emerged from the rift. After taking a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, barely breathing, and called out to Mayor Juan. The medics and the mayor himself rushed to him. Then the fighter raised a trembling hand, clutching a flash drive, all that remained of the Vanguard mission. The data on their battle was stored on it. Mayor Juan immediately asked where the others were. Hearing the question, the warrior's face distorted. He reported that the rest were dead, every single one of them. The monster wave swept them off the face of the earth, not even leaving their bodies. His gaze filled with horror and hatred when he remembered what happened. The warrior warned Mayor Juan to be careful with that bloody monkey. She was the one who set everything up. The mayor tried to clarify the details, but at that moment, a deafening explosion thundered from the other side of the fault. A spinning stone cone erupted from it, piercing a building in the distance, followed by more projectiles. A flash of realization crossed the mayor's mind that the first target of the attack was the mines under the fortifications. This meant that the enemy wanted to neutralize all the traps before going outside, so Juan loudly gave the order to open fire on the rift. The tanks fired volleys, columns of fire shooting up into the sky, enveloping the entrance to the rift. The mayor's face remained gloomy. The monsters did not send their troops into battle, preferring to wear down their opponents with long-range attacks. He wondered since when monsters started using tactics like humans. Suddenly, a new wave of stone spikes broke through the ring of fire and fell upon the squad. The tank units, anticipating the attack, managed to retreat, allowing the shells to hit the ground. However, one of the soldiers standing on the defensive heard a strange sound from the debris of a nearby stone cone. A moment later, a giant rat with wings burst out of the shattered shell. She grabbed the soldier by the neck, biting off his head. Similar creatures crawled everywhere, and it turned out that the stone cones served as a kind of capsule for destruction in the rear. Mayor Juan immediately ordered everyone to be extremely careful and intercept the stone spikes before they reached the ground. Meanwhile, the culprit of all this, a huge monkey, was enjoying what was happening. The monster understood that time was running out and was reveling in every second. In just a moment, people would no longer be able to hold back the onslaught of the monsters. Then he ordered his subordinates to wipe the people in their land from the face of the world, and from the depths of the portal, the first to burst forth was a white-haired giant gorilla. Tens of thousands of creatures followed him, roaring, rushing after their leader. The white gorilla king beat his chest with his fists, and despite the hail of artillery shells, he only growled more angrily. Meanwhile, on the roof of one of the high-rise buildings, Ethan watched the battlefield. He saw how the situation was gradually getting out of control. He looked at the once thriving city that he had grown to love. He was not going to let what he had built with his own hands be destroyed. Without thinking for another second, Ethan roared in rage and jumped down from the roof. As he rushed down, he took the form of Demola. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Luoxi activated the Thunderstrike martial art and delivered a powerful kick to the monster's stomach. Kai approached him, put her foot on the head of the killed monster, and declared that bragging about killing low-level monsters was pathetic. Suddenly, a man stepped forward, holding a blue magic core in his hand. Kai turned pale. Recognizing him, it was Joshua. He single-handedly killed a rank 3 monster. However, Joshua did not answer. He only quietly said that for him this was not a reason to be proud because, compared to Ethan, his achievement was nothing. Suddenly, Luosi, noticing a shadow above his head, excitedly pointed his finger at the sky. Everyone turned around and saw a tank falling from above. Luosi only managed to exhale, wondering what kind of monster was capable of throwing tanks. Then Joshua silently drew his sword, and with one blow he cut the falling tank in two. Both halves of the armored vehicle fell on either side of him with a crash. Sai turned around and her eyes widened in horror. The initiator of the attack was already in front of them. It was a 20-meter white gorilla. Joshua, looking closely at the monster, calmly noticed that it was not a Lord-level monster at all. Its aura and pressure were different. They began to slowly retreat, but it was too late. The monster had already chosen them as a target, and with a loud roar, he raised his fist. Joshua clenched his teeth, gathering all his inner strength, preparing to meet the sword strike. However, before the fist reached its target, a blinding blue flash pierced the air. A powerful atomic beam struck the white gorilla directly in the head, knocking the monster to the ground. The monster, not having time to realize what had happened, stretched out his hand, trying to hit back but was unable to. The one standing in front of him was Ethan himself. He ordered the beast to open its mouth as it was time for a dental examination. Then Ethan stepped on her jaw, forcibly opening her mouth. At that moment, a stream of blinding light burst from his own mouth. The nuclear beam cut through the air and crashed into the monster's open mouth, incinerating everything inside. Kai and Luoxi, seeing the familiar blue glow, involuntarily exchanged glances and looked at Joshua, as if trying to confirm their guesses. Joshua told the others not to worry. It really was Ethan, and with his appearance, the city had a chance to survive the disaster. However, Ethan had no intention of staying. He knew he had to support other areas of the defense. Then he crouched slightly and pushed off powerfully from the ground. With a roar, he soared into the air, flying several dozen meters. Already at the height, he quickly identified the area where the concentration of monsters was highest. Then he activated his magnetic field, and the picture instantly changed. Now he found himself in a different area, closest to the fault. The situation there was critical. Under the onslaught of monsters, fortifications were collapsing, and people were fighting a huge demonic mammoth. The soldiers, throwing aside their useless firearms, drew their swords and entered into close combat with the warriors. Everyone understood that, even if they had to die, they had to win at least a second to give the masters a chance to deliver the decisive blow. They pounced on him, clinging to his thick skin. The monster was very strong. It killed dozens of soldiers with just its tusks. Some soldiers began to lose faith in victory, but their commanders ordered them not to surrender. Although the outcome of a battle was usually decided by a confrontation between elite warriors and the strongest monsters, ordinary soldiers and people were not going to give up. They understood that if they could hold out even a little, they would give the heroes time to arrive and turn the tide of the war. Suddenly, numerous dark red magical shadows appeared on the battlefield, but they did not attack people, but on the contrary, hindered the monsters. The monsters lost their bearings, which the fighters immediately took advantage of. People were perplexed as to where these strange demonic silhouettes came from. The next second, a powerful stream of blue light struck the mammoth directly, and the giant let out a long, painful roar. As the beam faded, his colossal body collapsed to the ground, his once impenetrable skin melting away. The remaining lower-level monsters only growled hostilely, not daring to approach. Then Ethan activated a new technique. A burst of blue energy flow appeared under his feet and rushed down. A sonic explosion cut through the air, and the next moment it crashed down on the monsters, causing an explosion of such force that not a single one of them survived. Meanwhile, on other parts of the front, soldiers froze in amazement. They noticed that the animals suddenly stopped attacking their fortifications and began to gather in one direction. The woman quickly explained to the others that the reason was Ethan, the best fighter in the city. He entered the battlefield, and now all the monsters were flocking to him. Hearing this, the fighters realized that the beasts were gathering to surround and destroy the main character. One of the fighters, without thinking, rushed towards him, shouting that they couldn't let the monsters kill their best student. Meanwhile, Ethan himself activated his atomic breath again. Soon the battlefield was littered with the torn, smoking bodies of monsters that had been burned by the beam. A stream of atomic rays erupted from his mouth, piercing and cutting through all the beasts. The warriors could not hide their admiration. His strength surpassed human understanding. No ordinary fighter could carry out such large-scale attacks. Some of the fortifications, inspired by his appearance, launched a counterattack. Suddenly, a Lord-level monster burst out of the rift in the secret dimension and rushed towards Ethan like a maddened bull. However, suddenly 4 giant stone walls burst out of the ground and closed in, trapping the bull-like monster inside. Mayor Huang, who currently possessed the highest combat power in An, supervised the execution of the genetic technique. He understood that his seal would not be able to stop them forever. The only way to finally end the chaos was to behead the Overlord. Suddenly, the Monkey King jumped up sharply, obviously trying to escape from the stone trap. He flew towards the man who sealed them. Then Mayor Huan put his hands together and golden energy began to bubble between his palms, and he directed it straight at the monster. The next second, a golden beam burst out and evaporated the Monkey King's head. However, just as Juan was about to descend, something suddenly burst out of the rift, causing him to become wary. His gaze froze on the huge head of the crocodile, which was struggling to squeeze through the crack between dimensions. Cold sweat appeared on the mayor's forehead. It was the king of the giant mountain crocodiles, a fourth-rank creature, Lord Class. The appearance of the riding beast meant that the Lord himself no longer intended to remain in the shadows. Mayor Juan instantly dropped to the ground, pressed his palms to the soil, and released a powerful stream of energy that spread across the earth. The ground beneath his feet began to melt and move, and then, as if collapsing, it crashed down in a giant wave, rushing towards the crocodile's head protruding from the portal. However, under the influence of the crocodile's will, the center of the stone tsunami began to collapse and gather into one stone ball. When the monster finally realized the threat and tried to form stone armor to protect itself, it was too late. Using martial arts, the mayor struck. A spiral of golden energy, hard as diamond, erupted from his hand and pierced the monster's eyelid. The crocodile's eye exploded, spurting blood all around. The creature's deafening roar echoed throughout Anne, causing glass in buildings to crack and sharp stone peaks to emerge from the ground. Fortunately, Mayor Juan received information about the monster in advance and managed to evacuate all the fighters and remaining residents. If the creature had gotten out completely, it would have been impossible to weaken it. But since only its head was exposed, it exposed itself. As Mayor Huang approached the enraged monster, he activated his technique, causing the air around him to ignite with the speed of his kicks and punches. He relentlessly attacked the monster's weak points, and soon the giant's body was covered in cracks. However, despite numerous wounds, the monster was not going to give up. Stone spikes began to rapidly grow from his body, aimed straight at Mayor Juan, who was forced to stop his attack and go on the defensive. But the mayor was not shocked. He had already assumed that a being like the king was capable of using its own body as a deadly weapon. However, as soon as Mayor Juan stopped, a stone pillar behind him suddenly cracked, and a blood-red eye stared at him from the resulting crack. Feeling threatened, Juan instantly turned around and realized he had been ambushed. A hand covered in black fur burst out of the rift and grabbed him by the head, not even giving him a chance to resist. It was none other than a monkey, and the creature asked with disdain what the man was going to do with his riding beast. The mayor's pupils narrowed, but he didn't say a word. He realized that the blood-eyed monkey had already hidden inside the stone spikes. Then the monster arrogantly declared that he was going to crush his skull so that all people would see how insignificant they were before him. It hit Juan on the ground with monstrous force, leaving a deep dent in it. The monkey grinned ominously. There were no more masters left in the city who could resist her. Now nothing could hold her back. Mayor Juan hung in the air, as if he had expected this outcome in advance. Then he raised his only remaining hand, and hundreds of stone blades burst out from it. They gathered into a storm and fell upon the blood-eyed monkey. The monster did not even try to dodge. He noted that Juan's resistance was futile and only delayed his inevitable death. For him, what was happening was no longer a war, it was a game in which he enjoyed the fear and despair of humanity. A storm of stone blades, capable of tearing apart a tank's armor, fell upon the monster. But the arrogant monkey did not defend itself. It calmly stepped forward, allowing the blades to cut through its flesh. When the storm died down, the monkey emerged from it serenely, commenting with disdain that the speed was good, but the strength was too weak. But Juan didn't back down. He raised his hand again, creating a new wave of stone blocks that rushed towards the monster like a stone tsunami. However, the creature jumped hundreds of meters up, leaving the attack zone. Now she noted that the attack was powerful, but too slow. With these words, she moved swiftly towards the mayor, jumping from one destroyed building to another. She leaped forward and stood right in front of him, ordering him to kneel down. He hated being looked down upon by lesser beings. Juan was momentarily at a loss. He had not expected the monster to be so insane. But at that very moment, he was struck by a crushing blow. A loud crash echoed across the battlefield as Juan's body hit the ground. He felt intense pain, but he forced himself to stay on his feet. The blood-eyed monkey looked at him with bewilderment. She couldn't understand why the man wasn't afraid. Then Juan lowered his remaining hand to the ground and noticed that the monster was overestimating its cunning. The mayor activated the forbidden technique. As it turned out, he had lured the monster to this very place in advance, where he had set his trap in advance. The ground beneath his feet turned into quicksand, swirling into a whirlwind, and within seconds the monster's body was plunged into a funnel. The creature grinned evilly, asking if the man really hoped to seal him underground. She considered this a naive attempt, since no human force could hold her forever. The monster promised that as soon as it broke free, it would tear every inhabitant of the city to pieces. Juan just looked down at the monkey in silence and smiled slightly. He knew that this was not a backup plan, but a real hymn to humanity, a hymn to courage. He tore off his torn shirt, revealing a large star-shaped wound on his chest, and then he suddenly pierced his own chest with his hand. Blood gushed from the wound. The monster watched him in bewilderment, not understanding what he was doing. Then the mayor replied that at the beginning of the war, he had buried the city's nuclear warhead under the battlefield and had built the detonator right into his own heart. The blood-eyed monkey growled in despair, considering his words a bluff. She did not believe that a man was capable of sacrificing himself for such a thing. But Juan kept smiling. From the very beginning of this war, he did not expect to survive. The mayor recalled the oath he took during his inauguration, when he declared that he was ready to give everything, including his own life, for the sake of the city and its residents. Realizing this, he felt calm and at peace, satisfied with what he had achieved. Juan closed his eyes as the bright light of a nuclear explosion ripped through the ground. There was a deafening explosion that shook the entire city of An, and a giant mushroom-shaped column of fire rose up in the center. The soldiers, warned in advance of the need to leave the affected area, stood in silence. They all raised their hands at the same time and saluted, as a sign of gratitude and pride for Mayor Juan, who sacrificed himself for the city. Joshua and the others bowed their heads in silent respect. It wasn't just an explosion. It was a grand farewell worthy of legend. As the dark mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, the entire area, several kilometers in radius, turned into a seething red magma swamp. However, it turned out that even this terrifying explosion was not enough to destroy the fifth-level monster. In the center of the skeleton's chest, where a dull orange crystal was located, a blinding golden light suddenly flashed. Scarlet threads of blood burst from the magical core and began to wrap around and restore the skeleton. A few seconds later, a body covered in living flesh formed from the debris again, and thus the blood-eyed monkey was reborn from the ashes. The monster still couldn't believe that the lowly man had almost managed to destroy him. Now she roared furiously, threatening to kill every inhabitant of the city of An, torturing people in the most terrible ways for the humiliation they had suffered. For now, the monster decided to temporarily return to the dimension of sin, where he hoped to regain his strength and then raze the city to the ground. However, at that very moment, someone behind him asked where exactly he was going to escape to. The monkey turned around and saw a warrior whose body was covered in dark scales, and blue tongues of flame were flaring behind his back. Looking at the familiar glow, the monster recognized him. He was one of the greatest human geniuses who had become the most serious obstacle to the invasion. Then Ethan instantly rushed forward. He was very sorry that he was late. His fist, filled with destructive energy, slammed straight into the monster. However, to his horror, the monster remained unharmed. The monster's blood-red eyes flashed, and instead of running away, the monster decided to attack. But the hero replied that if the monster had decided to flee, the miniature nuclear bomb that Ethan was preparing might not have reached him. But since it itself was eager for death, let it get what it wants. In an instant, a stream of super-hot steam rose above the battlefield. Ethan summoned his giant. At a distance of several kilometers, soldiers watched the nuclear glow in amazement. They were puzzled as to how another detonation could have happened, some thinking it was another trap planned by the mayor. As the dust and smoke began to clear, a blackened figure of a monkey emerged from their depths. She was trembling and seemed paralyzed with fear. Before her stood a colossus, a supergiant clad in Demola's armor. The blood-eyed monkey looked irritated. It irritated her that Ethan now seemed much more terrifying than she did. Ethan looked at the monster and noticed that he and this bald primate were creatures of a completely different order. Then he raised his leg, and the monster, realizing the mortal threat, froze in panic. The next moment, the giant foot fell down, raising clouds of dust. However, the blood-eyed monkey managed to roll to the side and escape the blow. But Ethan mocked the monkey. Running away would not help it. But the arrogant monkey could not accept such humiliation. She turned around and launched a counterattack. A bolt of lightning blinded everything around, and the monster crashed into the ground, pierced by a beam of atomic energy. Ethan's fist was damaged by the resistance, but his giant body had an amazing ability to recover. Ethan had already surpassed the physical abilities of level 30, but even with this advantage, he could not suppress the enemy with force. The blood-eyed monkey, seeing how the enemy's arm instantly recovered, finally abandoned the idea of killing him. She put all her strength into the final blow, but the man survived it and was healed, which meant one thing. It was impossible to defeat him. Then the monster rose and ran away, realizing that the fight was over. Ethan watched with disdain as the once proud enemy now fled. He stated that such an abomination had no right to desecrate the sacrifice of Mayor Juan. Ethan released a powerful stream of atomic breath. The monster thrashed about in an attempt to dodge. However, everything turned out to be useless. The beam caught the monkey, but a second later it disappeared. Ethan narrowed his eyes as the cunning creature used the force of his attack to burrow underground, trying to hide. However, the very fact of pretending meant fear. After the wounds, the monster was in critical condition, and this was an ideal chance for a kill. Ethan tried to use the magnetic field to locate the enemy, but the overlords were able to completely hide their presence. Ethan then focused his magnetic field underground and soon discovered the vile creature nearby. She moved through the ground like a fish in water. The hero did not hesitate. He released a stream of atomic breath that cut through the surface of the earth. The monster's eyes were bloodshot. He already sensed the proximity of the entrance to the secret world and hoped that, having regained his strength, he would be able to take revenge. However, Demola's mouth did not even allow him to finish his thought. The impact sent him flying back into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ethan vowed to make the beast beg for death, for that was what the creature that had defiled the mayor's feet deserved. However, the monster only smirked contemptuously and said that a person should not tempt fate. In desperation, he decided to burn the remaining energy of his magical core so that even while dying, he could drag the protagonist with him to hell. The monster's right arm, almost torn off, was restored for a moment. At that moment, he rose into the air, attacking with the last of his strength. Ethan responded with a counterattack. As their fists collided, a wave of terrifying power was released. A bolt of black and red lightning spread through the bodies, and the beast's energy broke through Ethan's arm, breaking muscles and bones. A veritable fountain of blood gushed from his body. However, the monkey itself was also sent flying by the blow. Even wounded, Ethan only grinned. He understood that the monster had suffered much more. The last desperate attack had exhausted everything, and now the monster stood on the brink of death. But at that moment, a strange sound was heard everywhere. Ethan's eyes flashed. He realized that he had been subjected to a mental attack. When he finally came to, a truly terrible picture appeared before him. The entire land destroyed by the nuclear explosion was covered with many hands. The blood-eyed monkey, whose bones were almost completely crushed, was now enveloped in many arms. Trying to grab the bloody monkey, Ethan suddenly saw that those same hands had sprouted from all his joints. They constrained his movements, preventing him from moving. Enraged, he roared, asking if the creature really thought it could escape. The next moment, the giant's 40-meter body burst into a blinding blue flame. Ethan intensified the atomic reaction within himself. The monstrous heat caused the ground beneath his feet to burst into an unquenchable flame, and the hands clinging to the giant's body also began to burn. Meanwhile, the hands holding the monkey carried it to the very spatial rift of the secret world. When she almost reached her destination, a loud noise was heard nearby, and a giant was rushing towards her. The monkey, seized with terror, desperately asked the hand to hurry. At that moment, a strange chant began to sound again, and countless hands began to crawl out from the spatial rift of the secret world. In the center of this terrifying stream rose a woman's head, and 2 hands covered her eyes. Ethan wondered what kind of creature it was, if it was a monster, and if so, if it was also an overlord. He understood that if the true form of this entity emerged from the rift, his will could break in that very second. The woman's head, as if sensing the approach of the protagonist, stopped. She opened her eyes, which were lit up with hellish fire. She let out a scream, piercing and terrible. The sound seemed to explode the protagonist's brain. Even though the giant's hearing was blocked, this scream penetrated directly into his consciousness. The giant growled in pain, and then Ethan tore the flesh at the back of his head and crawled out of his own body. He said the monster was a madman, driven by rage and a thirst for murder. The hero had no intention of letting the nasty monkey get away alive. Then he directed all the atomic energy into the giant's body. All the flesh melted into blue magma, leaving only a giant skeleton. Ethan directed the flaming colossus towards the rift and, flying out of the neck, burned through all the jade hands that stood in the way. As the hero approached the rift itself, he showed the monster the middle finger, a special greeting from his native land. The monster stared at the flaming giant who had entered the rift. The next second, her scream became even louder, but now from horror and despair. Then a blinding flash of blue and white light consumed everything around, the glow passing through the gap between the worlds. This phenomenon was noticed even by warriors located several kilometers away. One of them suggested that a spatial rift had exploded. The monkey's body was finally destroyed by the nuclear explosion, and the flow of monsters pouring through the rift ceased. The siege continued for a whole day until the last creature was exterminated. An analysis of the losses showed that although the city had won the battle, the cost had been horrific, with nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers killed or wounded. Meanwhile, the main character was still lying at the site of the nuclear explosion. The young man finally opened his eyes just as it was all over. When he woke up, he wondered how long he had been unconscious. After he had directed the energy into the giant's body, his body had fallen into a deep sleep. Luckily, the place where he lost consciousness was saturated with residual nuclear radiation, which restored his strength after exhaustion. The battle he fought in was truly brutal. Even Mayor Hong had to personally intervene, luring the monkey into the nuclear blast zone. Although the hero's boundless monster gene was incredibly strong, it was still inferior to a being of the Overlord level. Victory was the result of luck. Now he knew that if he was given time, he could reach the level of a marshal in the Xia Kingdom, but everything that was happening made him feel uneasy. He didn't know when the next gene would drop or whether it would even be gold-ranked, which meant he needed to speed up the collection of magical plant cores. Standing on the devastated plain, he looked into the distance at the city that had recently experienced the nightmare of war and made plans for the future. A month passed after the monster invasion. The city was gradually recovering, and a bronze statue of Mayor Huan was erected in the center. Ethan followed the news and learned of the extent of the destruction in other cities. 18 cities were attacked, 12 of which were destroyed. Communication with the outside world from the capital was completely lost, so 30 warriors and 5 great masters from the national organization were sent there. Felix, the kingdom's strongest defender, was on duty at the outer perimeter of the rift. But after 12 hours, no one had emerged from the city. Then Felix personally entered Guanshan. Only 8 hours later he returned, seriously wounded but alive, and brought with him only 2 surviving masters. For the first time, Ethan truly understood how desperate humanity's situation had become, and he realized that he could wait no longer. After turning off the news, Ethan dialed the number of the only person who could get the artifacts he needed. Jennifer guessed that Ethan might want to learn the remaining 2 Zhuanhuang martial arts styles belonging to the Liu family. Ethan, a little confused, explained that this was not the issue at all. He just wanted to ask for help in finding high-quality magic cores. Jennifer, hearing his request, did not refuse, but only asked what he could offer in return. Then Ethan announced that the university was holding freshman trials, and he could team up with Ellie to help her take first place. But Jennifer thought he was too self-confident. Even though Ethan had surpassed her in the competition, he was far from being the genius of the country. However, he only chuckled and reminded her that Jennifer herself had chosen him as the person capable of reviving the Liu clan. In the end, Jennifer agreed to help Ethan, but only this time. After this, the hero went to the Central City Hospital to visit Joshua. This madman had taken 4 combat stimulants in one day. When Ethan arrived on his motorcycle, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of fans, asking for an autograph and trying to add him as a friend. When he entered the room where Joshua and Luosi were lying, he couldn't help but laugh. His classmate was now completely wrapped in bandages. At that moment, his roommate next to him spoke up, addressing the hero. Ethan asked in surprise who it was. Then Luosi smiled awkwardly and reminded him that they had met before. He was his first opponent in the match. Ethan tried to remember the fight but suddenly froze, noticing something unexpected. At first glance, it seemed that Luosi had gotten off easier than Joshua, but he did not immediately realize that Joshua's leg had been torn off. Although Luoxi seemed inexperienced, he was undoubtedly a true warrior who lost his leg while defending Ansiti, which was truly admirable. At that moment, the phone in the protagonist's pocket rang. He looked at the screen, saw an unfamiliar number, and, deciding it was spam, hung up. However, 10 seconds later, the phone rang again. It was the director of school number 1 in City, Dan. Ethan had barely answered when he heard the director's irritated voice, indignant at the fact that he had blocked an important person from the capital. Almost immediately after that, another call came in. It was a man named Mateo, the head of the admissions office at Imperial University. Almost simultaneously, Joshua received a call from Huadu Imperial University. Luosi hung his head at this, feeling out of place. It seemed like he had no place in this room, or even on the bed, except perhaps under it. However, before heading off to school, Ethan had one more thing to take care of. The huge mushroom cloud caused by the detonation threw tons of dust into the atmosphere, and the sky above the lake was covered with thick clouds. This is where Ethan arrived, meditating and breathing in the dusty clouds saturated with ultra-high levels of radiation. Gradually, the fog around began to clear, and the first rays of dawn cut through the darkness. Ethan opened his eyes. Then he called up the system panel to see the results of 3 days of nuclear absorption. In 3 days of training, his compatibility increased by more than 6 points, an impressive result. However, he had to leave this place. A blue light flashed, and Ethan soared into the sky, leaving a sparkling trail behind him. Meanwhile, an announcement was made at the city's high-speed railway station about the imminent departure of a train to the western station. There were only 5 minutes left before departure, but despite the limited time, Joshua remained calm. At that moment, he suddenly heard a piercing sound. Joshua instantly realized that it was Ethan. When Ethan landed with a spectacular explosion, everyone except Joshua was in shock. The warriors around looked at the young man with respect and curiosity. He was the pride of the city of An, although the aura emanating from him was oppressive. Even high-level fighters rarely possessed such powerful energy as this young genius. Joshua just chuckled, noticing that his friend had become stronger again. He had already gotten used to the protagonist's rapid growth. Ethan himself, looking at his hometown, felt a slight melancholy. He was about to leave the only place where he lived after moving to this world. He said goodbye to the city of An, and together with Joshua, headed to the platform where the Imperial University train was already waiting. Once inside, Ethan was curious about the strength of the top students from other regions, and asked Joshua what he knew about them. He confirmed that there were indeed many strong ones among them, and that the convoy was accompanied by at least 5 Black Tortoise warriors. Ethan realized that there were indeed strong fighters among the passengers, but only 5 could withstand even 3 blows. Suddenly, a loud alarm level 1 announcement was heard throughout the entire train. The train was under attack from an unknown enemy. The management and teachers were already investigating the situation, and the remaining students were ordered to immediately leave the carriages and not engage in combat. At first, there was silence on the train, but after a few seconds it turned to noise and chaos. Joshua turned to Ethan, wanting to hear his opinion. After 3 days of training, he only wanted to take a little nap, but fate decreed otherwise. He sighed, stood up and declared that they needed to figure out what was going on themselves. They soon came across a terrified newcomer named Chuck, his body covered in blood, shouting that the enemy had already captured the first 3 cars. The attackers possessed a special spatial ability that pulled people into an independent dimension so that the battle would not damage the outside world. The teachers who were protecting the students were killed or seriously injured, and he was pulled out of that space so he could warn others. Suddenly, one freshman, Ian, demanded that Chuck prove his words. Otherwise, how can one believe that he was the only one to survive, despite the story about the death of the others? Many agreed with his reasoning, and in the end, almost no one believed Chuck. Jan walked past him and headed towards the front carriage, followed by the other students who were going to see for themselves what was going on there. Chuck was distraught as people walked past him, not believing his warnings, but his eyes lit up when he realized it was Ethan in front of him. After checking with his magnetic field that he was okay, he nodded, confirming his identity. Chuck explained that a girl named Ellie had shown him a photo of Ethan and asked him to tell him not to go into the front cars under any circumstances. Ethan was stunned and asked if she had said anything else. Chuck then confirmed that that was all, but added that Ellie had been seriously injured while trying to protect him. He admitted that he was unable to convince the others who were rushing forward, but he vowed to fulfill Ellie's last will and save the hero at any cost. Suddenly, Ethan slapped him on the back of the head, irritably asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Ellie was alive, and this guy was already talking about her dying wish. Then Joshua asked the main character if he was still going to go to the front carriage. He answered without hesitation that he would go. He had promised her mother. At that moment, Chuck suddenly stood in front of Ethan and Joshua, blocking their path. Ethan was amazed that someone as awkward as Chuck could get into university, and then gave Joshua permission to go ahead. He, being the best swordsman, instantly drew his sword and easily released a wave of energy. Chuck frowned, not expecting that they would resolve the dispute by force. He wondered how Ellie could have gotten involved with these rough types, but he immediately realized he had made a mistake when Ethan's fist hit him in the stomach. Ethan apologized to him and, acknowledging that Chuck had acted out of good intentions, gave him some chai essence pills. After that, he and Joshua hurried on. Ellie was wounded and there was no time to waste. The door leading to the third carriage was covered in a misty, shimmering purple glow, as if another world began behind it. Then Ethan picked up the duffel bag to check if the isolated space was really there. He threw it into the light but didn't hear a sound. It seemed like the bag simply disappeared into the silence. His magnetic field also couldn't penetrate this curtain. Meanwhile, several students had already entered there earlier and apparently did not return. Then Ethan remarked that this would be interesting and told Joshua that he would go first, after which he dove into the purple mist without hesitation. Joshua, of course, immediately followed him. Seeing his comrade's reproachful look, he found himself alone, standing on a brightly lit path that stretched into infinity. However, once on the other side, Ethan realized that Joshua was missing. Ethan walked forward, and as he moved, the surrounding environment gradually became brighter. Reaching the end, Ethan stepped outside and was stunned to see the gray sky and the destroyed buildings all around, as if a disaster had recently occurred there. Its magnetic field disappeared, or more accurately, was blocked. Then he decided to act the old-fashioned way, to take a higher position to assess the situation. He then concentrated his fighting energy, folded his palms to form a sphere, and filled it with atomic energy. He then threw an energy ball into the clouds, causing a powerful explosion, light and heat breaking through the gray mist, illuminating the city. As the flash of light illuminated the surroundings, the first-year students hiding there looked up and stared in amazement at the blinding explosion. Everyone was curious, wondering what kind of expert could have made such a wildly impressive appearance. Meanwhile, in one of the buildings, pale Ellie, looking at the blue flash outside the window, already realized that Ethan had entered the city. However, she could not leave the shelter. Her wounds did not allow her to. Ethan himself looked at the city and realized that he had attracted the attention of not only his comrades, but also his enemies. Almost immediately, he heard the sounds of footsteps nearby. At some point, a strange figure in black clothes and a white pig's head mask appeared behind him. The stranger had a long knife in his hand. Ethan was in front of his opponent in an instant and punched him right in the mask, intending to blow his head off. But at that very moment, the stranger thrust forward his long knife. It pierced the hero's stomach, completely ignoring the protection of his combat aura and the durability of his demonic skin. To Ethan's surprise, even the atomic fist, which could melt steel, only enveloped the enemy's head in blue flames, but did not burn it. The man in the pig mask gripped the handle of the knife and tried to cut Ethan's stomach, but the blade became stuck in the rapidly healing muscles. He tried to back away, but Ethan grabbed the rusty chain wrapped around his enemy's arm and yanked it sharply, pulling him towards him. Ethan grinned and wondered what kind of creature this was in front of him, before grabbing the creature's mask with both hands and pulling the pig's snout apart. The next moment, a blue beam burst from the protagonist's mouth and shot straight into the pig's face. Holding the mask in his hands, Ethan told himself that he always kept his promises. At that moment, he noticed something inside the mask and pulled out a green pendant. Then he realized that everything that was happening was most likely a university test, and the students had to kill monsters for trophies. At that moment, the knife stuck in his stomach crumbled into dust, as if the enemy's weapon had been imbued with the fighting energy of a high-ranking warrior. At that moment, he felt an arrow aimed at the back of his head. However, before she could get close, an ominous shadow burst out of his body, opening several bloody mouths that grabbed the arrow. Ethan looked in the direction the shot came from and saw another masked figure, this time with a crossbow. Annoyed by the sudden attack, Ethan rushed forward, intending to destroy the enemy. However, suddenly a sharp spear pierced the concrete right in front of him and pierced his chest. A moment later, the archer took advantage of the opportunity and fired several more arrows. He aimed precisely at the vital points of the main character. However, it was too naive to think that he could be stopped in this way. In a rage, Ethan activated the giant's power, and at that moment, streams of flame burst from his body. The gunslinger stared in horror as the giant fist fell towards him like a meteor. The protagonist's explosive strike blew the entire building into a cloud of dust and debris, along with the enemy standing underneath it. Most of the first years watched from afar, stunned as the entire building suddenly collapsed. Soon, Ethan emerged from the clouds of dust, holding a spear in his hand. He wanted to see the one who almost pierced him like a kebab. And just at that moment, the culprit himself appeared before him. This time, the enemy wore a rabbit mask, and in his hands, he held a new spear. Squatting down, the man in the mask tensed the muscles of his legs, inflating his calves like balloons. Then, gathering all the strength in his body, he jumped forward, aiming the spear straight at the main character. He tried to parry the blow with a powerful kick, but it spun in the air and changed its trajectory. Ethan was amazed. Apparently, the mysterious rabbit was skilled in martial arts. When the spear had almost reached him, the hero felt the familiar sensation of cold. With the help of the ice dragon's power, a huge ice wall instantly appeared, blocking the attacker's path. The man with the spear looked around in confusion when he suddenly felt an attack from above. It was Joshua himself. He was going to help his ally. The rabbit managed to dodge Joshua's blow, and numerous shards of ice flew up from the ground, and the rabbit jumped out of the icy encirclement. In the air, he counterattacked the young man with a spear. In the next fight, Joshua activated his ice powers and froze the spear in the rabbit's hand, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Then Joshua took advantage of the moment and hit him in the chest with an open palm. Although the enemy was thrown back, he still managed to partially block the attack with a frozen spear. The rabbit tried to quickly retreat, but suddenly huge hands emerged from the shadows and grabbed him. Joshua finally caught the cunning opponent who had been avoiding him for so long. This was followed by another powerful explosion of energy that illuminated the gray clouds, this time destroying several buildings. At the same time, in another corner of the city, two students were wondering why it had become so quiet after such a spectacular appearance. The one who burst in here was overconfident, clearly a student from a small town who was lucky enough to get into the university. The girl noted that top students from big cities simply cannot compare with them. The resources they received from childhood for developing martial arts were completely incomparable. And at that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a sudden, powerful blue beam that illuminated the entire city. The two first-year students looked at each other, both not understanding what it was. Perhaps it was an electromagnetic cannon. But how could something like that be in the city? In another corner of the city, the guys who were actively tracking down camouflaged enemies also froze, watching the bright beam. Ian turned to his friend, Owen, and asked his opinion about what had happened. He noted that the attack method did not resemble the masked style. Most likely, it was a beginner's technique. Ian clarified that, apart from the first-year students from the capital, it was unlikely that anyone else possessed such incredible strength. He suggested going to check the situation personally, since they had already collected pendants of rats, dogs, monkeys, and horses. If the masked ones were distributed among the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac, only 5 pendants remained: pig, rabbit, chicken, tiger, and dragon. As for the dragon, it is undoubtedly an absolute monster, a creature capable of killing anyone with a single touch. This was clearly a boss that could not be fought, and one could only try to avoid encountering him. As for the remaining pendants, they could undoubtedly be found on the mysterious first-year student in the place where the blue rays flashed. Owen informed Ian that the game had entered the final round, and if they wanted to win, they would have to snatch victory from the other contestants. Seeing the rabbit pendant in the protagonist's hands, Joshua felt a little confused and asked what kind of item it was. Ethan explained that before his arrival, his friend had already killed the man in the pig mask. If he guessed correctly, the test would involve collecting all the pendants. Joshua then asked if they were going to actively hunt for masked people. The hero confirmed this. He added that on the rooftop, another mysterious character had recently shot an arrow at him, and this was obviously another enemy. However, since Ethan was hit by the arrow, he could follow its path. They soon came across a battlefield, the ground showing signs of intense fighting and damage from a high-temperature attack. Joshua touched the burns on the ground. The surface was warm, indicating that the enemy had not gone far. The next second, the icy demonic blood of the dragon Joshua sensed a strong hostility. He clenched his fist and, guided by instinct, struck with his sword in a certain direction. Then one girl, Lucy, announced in a disappointed tone that her optical camouflage had been discovered. Joshua directly attacked her with the ice element. He emphasized that those who prefer to hide in the shadows are always up to no good. Before Lucy could respond, another first year, Zach appeared, red flames swirling around his hands. He motioned for Lucy to carefully step out of the way. Then his palms instantly glowed with a bright red light, activating the fire demon's combat form. Zach mockingly pointed out to Lucy the weakness of her optical camouflage. Ethan immediately asked if they had set up an ambush, but Lucy replied that it was all due to a misunderstanding. They had encountered a masked man. Zach calmly took out a cigarette, rubbed his fingers, snapped them, and lit it. Suddenly, the protagonist's hands sharply stretched to the side, and a woman appeared there, looking exactly like Lucy. He grabbed her tightly by the throat and lifted her into the air, and she dropped the dagger. The real Lucy's expression instantly darkened. Zach smiled slyly. He didn't expect that the sneak attack could work. Having finished his cigarette, he threw it away and took a step forward, puffing out his cheeks to disproportionate sizes. Zach then blew a cloud of black smoke towards Ethan and Joshua. The guys retreated in time, avoiding the black fog, but they didn't expect it. But suddenly, Lucy took out a yellow fan with shimmering runes. The girl waved it furiously, dispersing the smoke. A strong wind blew away the black fog, engulfing Joshua and Ethan. Zach then created a massive fireball and launched it straight into the dark fog. There was a deafening explosion that instantly ignited the black smoke, the hot temperature causing the air to turn into a fireball. Lucy smiled with satisfaction, covering her face with a fan. The opponents might be strong, but they still had no equal. But suddenly there was a deafening bang. Ethan slammed into a cloud of fire, and a powerful shockwave instantly extinguished all the fire. Zach screamed. He couldn't understand how a simple clap could destroy his fire cloud. Zach's expression instantly turned to confusion when he saw a fist inches from his face. There was a deafening bang, and Zach's right cheek was crushed by a powerful blow. He was thrown back and rolled through the air like a rag doll. Lucy didn't expect Ethan's speed and strength to be so terrifying. She was about to run when she suddenly felt cold under her feet. Lucy immediately realized that she had forgotten about Joshua, who had frozen her feet. The girl understood that even with Zach, she couldn't defeat Ethan, let alone fight with Joshua. She swung the magical wind fan with all her might, creating several blades. Eventually, they broke the ice under her feet. At that moment, her light body was lifted by the wind. But before she could run, Ethan grabbed her fragile ankle. Lucy turned around in horror, realizing that she was now really in trouble. The next moment, the hero threw her to the ground, creating a small crater, and her fan fell out of her hands. Ethan raised his fist, and the moment Lucy saw it, she instantly had the energy to break free from the guy's grip. A strange cloud of energy appeared at the site of the fall, and numerous clones of Lucy ran out of it, scattering in all directions. However, watching the desperate attempt to escape, Ethan only smiled madly. He activated the martial art En, and red shadows burst out from his body. The shadows turned into numerous magical beasts, which quickly surrounded and attacked all of Lucy's clones. And Ethan just laughed like a mad jester. Lucy was completely at his mercy. She could neither fight nor run. So she gave in and obediently handed over the sheep and chicken pendants. She gave away her allies and revealed that Zach owned the snake and tiger pendants. Then she provided information about Owen and Ian. Lucy, realizing that she had no chance of winning, decided to use the situation to sow chaos and allow the sides to fight among themselves. She offered Ethan and Joshua to take her to Owen and Ian, but the hero refused, which did not surprise her. After all, they were just rivals. Meanwhile, Ian and Owen were heading towards the explosion site they had noticed earlier. Suddenly, Ian asked his friend to look down. Owen also stopped, narrowing his eyes and looking at the horrific scene, the student's body lying in the middle of the street. Zach's body was carefully cut in half and thrown out into the street, his face still frozen in shock. A few minutes ago, Zach, who had managed to escape during the brief commotion between Lucy and Ethan, was still complaining about the monstrous enemy. At that very moment, he heard the sound of a sharp blade dragging along the ground behind him. When Zach turned around, he saw a man with a long sword standing several dozen meters away. The most remarkable thing was his eyes. He had double pupils with two blood-red irises in one eye. For Zach, this was the first time he encountered a man in a dragon mask. At that very moment, the man in the dragon mask seemed to teleport forward, and Zach's body was cut in half in a second, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The man in the dragon mask took the snake and tiger pendants from his body and disappeared into the dark and quiet street. Now Ian was puzzled as to why Zack had died on the street, and after examining the sharp cut on his body, Owen explained that it had been done by a man in a dragon mask. Ian was puzzled by what he heard, as he had initially assumed that the man in the dragon mask would only operate in the underground parking garage. Owen also couldn't believe his eyes. This was a test for freshmen. It was unclear how people could die here. Seeing Zack's tragic death, Owen's face suddenly darkened. He was clearly remembering unpleasant moments. But Ian's voice brought him back to reality, asking what their next steps were now that Zack's pendant had been taken. Owen then explained that the dragon's goal was to personally hunt down every first-year student who possessed a zodiac pendant. They had to be one step ahead and take the pendants from others, under no circumstances allowing them to fall into the hands of the boss. He activated the awakening of the royal blood, the golden-winged dragon. The boy decided to take the initiative into his own hands, sending signals to attract other pendant owners and fight them to the end. The sound of golden energy spread throughout the city, calling out to the opponents. Ellie was hiding in a destroyed building after they killed a man in a minotaur mask. They mistakenly entered a parking lot and encountered a dragon. If more than 20 people hadn't appeared later and distracted the dragon mask, she would have definitely died. Luckily, she and another survivor met a university professor who reported that the train had been attacked. Then she saw an explosion in the sky and realized that Ethan had entered the city. But she didn't have the strength to look for him. But she was sure that Ethan wouldn't lose. And then she heard someone scream. Ellie's heart sank as she wondered if she had been discovered. In her condition, it was impossible to escape. The enemy sensed her aura and would undoubtedly come to take the pendant. Ellie couldn't engage in direct confrontation and could only try to lure the enemy into the parking lot where the man in the dragon mask was located. And then Owen remembered this feeling. It came from the girl who was almost killed by the man in the dragon mask. He remembered her name. Ellie. Ellie apparently had a bull pendant, which was a pleasant surprise. Without waiting for the mysterious freshman to arrive to challenge him, Owen flapped his wings and disappeared from the scene. He also informed Ian that he was going to detain someone, so he should stay put. Owen accelerated downwards, crashing through the parking lot floor after floor. Finally stopping, he told Ellie that she couldn't escape. But at that moment, the familiar sound of a sharp blade sliding across the concrete floor reached Owen's ears, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Owen realized he had missed an obvious problem. The man in the dragon mask was supposed to hunt for the owners of the pendants. However, if he was hunting for pendants, and he himself had 4 of them, then Owen himself became a priority target for him. At the moment when the dragon's blood-red double pupils glowed brightly, Owen felt a shift in space. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't. If his guess is correct, the dragon has a special sphere of action that is activated by eye contact. As soon as the dragon looked at him, Owen found himself drawn into her field, and now he could only leave it by eliminating the dragon himself. The dragon instantly rushed forward, delivering several blows with his sword. Owen instantly raised his wings in front of him like a shield, taking the blow. But at that very moment, the dragon was already behind him with his sword raised for the next blow. At the same time, Ian found himself in an extremely unfortunate situation, facing 2 opponents at once. Ethan asked him if he was seriously using the global voice server to provoke everyone in the city. Then Joshua pulled out his sword and offered to leave Ian with him, wanting to test his own strength. Ian was irritated. He thought that these 2 first years were too self-confident, so he rushed at them with a sword, radiating the fury of a tiger. Joshua, on the other hand, kept a cold gaze and used his ice sword to summon a huge wall of ice. However, the sword strike easily destroyed the wall, forcing him to dodge to the side. Ian chuckled and wondered where Joshua was running to. His sword drew an arc in the air and landed straight at Joshua, who leaned back slightly and used his ice sword to deflect it. Ian swung his sword from the side at the same time, but Joshua immediately noticed it and decided not to dodge. In one motion, he turned his hands and moved his sword to the side, blocking the blow. The guy realized that Ian and his sword were as if one whole. The powerful swing of his ice sword flared, mixing with the dragon's sharp roar. Ian also released a fierce and proud aura from his Tiger Roar greatsword. The sounds of swords, intertwined with the roar of a tiger and a dragon, echoed throughout almost the entire street. But Ethan sat to the side with an indifferent expression on his face and did not interfere in the fight. Suddenly Ian frowned, as if something unexpected had happened and he had suddenly lost interest in the fight. He backed away sharply as Joshua swung his sword and delivered a horizontal slash. After moving away from his opponent, Ian announced that he had suddenly had an urgent matter to attend to, and if he had not been so busy, he would have broken all of Joshua's bones. However, before he could leave, Ethan, who was very bored, rushed towards him. Ian barely had time to notice the black shadow that flashed past him before he was suddenly struck by a powerful blow. His body was thrown through 3 lampposts in a row. In shock, Ian groaned, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and clutching his stomach in pain, tried to get up but couldn't. But the hero's indifference angered Ian even more. He decided that he would only calm down after he took Ethan's life. But he was soon defeated without a chance, Ethan praising him for lasting 3 whole minutes against him. Ethan then picked up Ian's sword and noted how heavy it was. He wanted to borrow it and thought Ian wouldn't mind. However, the weapon lacked the necessary enhancement, and Ethan used atomic flame to upgrade it, transforming it to suit his style. Suddenly, Joshua announced that Ian had no pendants. However, he found a jade pendant that seemed to be constantly sending out some kind of signal. Meanwhile, in space, the battle with the dragon mask was still ongoing. Owen was barely able to stand on his feet, having lost both of his golden wings, and all of his abilities were exhausted. He even lost an arm. Owen didn't expect to last so long. He even used all the relics he brought from the ruins of the secret dimension, and if you hit his heart, you can seal his energy. Unfortunately, even after losing his arm, he couldn't hit the dragon's heart directly, missing by just a couple of centimeters. He realized that he had lost his only chance to win. In an instant, Owen was pierced by the dragon's long knife and pinned to a concrete column. By that time, Ellie had quickly left the parking lot. She knew Owen wouldn't last long, and she herself had little strength. To survive, all she had to do was find a way to bring the protagonist to where she was and escape with him. She looked up at the tallest building nearby. Its flare inspired her, and she decided to fire her own signal for it. She activated the blood awakening. Patterns appeared on her cheeks, and magnificent wings spread out behind her back. Gathering the last of her strength, she let out a scream. As Ellie emerged from the blood awakening state and collapsed to the floor, her wounds aching unbearably, she only hoped that Ethan had understood her signal. However, at that moment, she heard the familiar sound of a blade sliding along the ground, but it was not behind her, but as if under her feet. Ellie, still standing on the roof, looked down in disbelief. At this moment, the dragon was walking perpendicular to the surface of the building and approaching the roof. The girl was amazed at how quickly she was discovered, but she was not interested in being rescued, but in how she could send another signal. But it was too late. The dragon had already activated its ability. A strange dome enveloped the entire roof of the building. The light inside dimmed considerably, and the sound of a blade sliding across the surface of the building grew closer and closer. The dragon approached Ellie with his sword raised and swung it down. Ellie felt that it was all over. There was already a flash of a blade before her eyes. But suddenly there was a sharp sound of a breaking mirror, and the protagonist with a sword burst into the dome, cutting it into pieces. His sudden appearance surprised Ellie, whose eyes widened with hope. Ethan was filled with rage. He came here to keep his promise to Jennifer, but he also wanted to know who this dragon was. The dragon raised his sword to block the blow, but the force of the flash was too great. He was thrown off the roof. The entire building literally split in half by the powerful energy of the sword. Ethan told Ellie to leave first. The rest of the boys were in the alley on the east side. After that, he headed straight down. But the dragon, who had been thrown to the ground a few moments ago, had disappeared. Then he heard the sharp sound of a blade. Ethan turned his head and saw the dragon. The hero also noticed a spike protruding from the chest of the man in the dragon mask and wondered if it was the very plan that Ian had mentioned. While he was thinking, the dragon suddenly rushed forward. His movements were so fast that Ethan could barely keep up with him. He grabbed his sword and blocked the overhead strike. The battle immediately became even more intense, destroying everything in its path. A tall building nearby was cut into pieces and collapsed with a deafening roar. However, Ethan and the dragon rose into the air again and collided again, but the dragon was still unable to break through the protagonist's defense. This made him lose his temper, and he let out a deafening roar. Ethan gritted his teeth, blocking another powerful sword strike. Although Ethan managed to deflect the blow, the powerful force that followed sent him to the ground. Then suddenly a destructive energy appeared in the protagonist's throat, which burst out as a stream of blue light, sweeping away everything in its path. Standing in Demola's armor, he gripped his sword tightly in one hand and wiped the steam from his mouth with the other. he looked at the ruins and acknowledged the incredible power of the dragon. It seemed like the enemy wasn't going to give up so easily, which was even better for the protagonist. And as Ethan expected, the dragon was still alive, but half of its mask had been destroyed, revealing mysterious double pupils. Seeing this, Ethan smiled with interest. The boss, who had previously seemed invincible, was definitely quite defeatable. Then the dragon instantly rushed forward, its movements and aura changing. Ethan prepared himself, no longer underestimating the threat the dragon posed. In an instant, the dragon's blade was right above Ethan. However, he was able to block the blow with his sword in time. However, the force of the blow itself only confirmed his suspicions. After the dragon's mask was destroyed, his speed increased sharply, as did his strength. At that moment, the dragon's pupils flashed with scarlet light. The protagonist's two-handed sword could not withstand such a powerful blow and broke with a loud crack. The sudden breakdown caught Ethan completely off guard. But at that very moment, the dragon sped up and instantly appeared behind him, its sword intending to pierce his throat and decapitate him. But Ethan reacted on pure instinct, clenching his jaw and catching the blade in his teeth. He looked at the dragon with a smug grin, believing that he had finally caught it. The next moment, Ethan's powerful uppercut landed right on his jaw. The mask on his face had completely collapsed, revealing a strange face with no mouth or nose, only eyes. Without giving the dragon even the slightest chance to recover, Ethan grabbed his wrist and prepared his fist. He then delivered a series of quick blows to his opponent. All the weak points of the human body were attacked by the fists of the protagonist. In addition, through blows, the evil spirit penetrated into important acupuncture points and dragon meridians, causing deep damage. After the blows, his hand finally let go of the sword, but the dragon was not going to give up so easily. He kicked Ethan with all his might, intending to plunge the blade into the protagonist's chest. But Ethan expected this and easily dodged. He grinned, already realizing that the dragon was not one to simply give in even under such pressure. The dragon's only chance to kill him was at the moment of his first appearance. But he only had a 30% chance of winning because he wouldn't use his full strength. Ethan let out a cry, wishing death upon his opponent, then swung his fan wildly. He raised a powerful whirlwind that caught the dragon, the magic fan, filled with evil spirit, turned out to be even more powerful than in Lucy's hands. Dark red blades of wind cut through the dragon's body, and the suction force lifted it tens of meters into the air. Then the hero jumped forward, turned into a blinding blue meteor, and found himself in front of the dragon. The hero's first blow caused a deafening explosion. The powerful atomic energy destroyed nearby buildings and shattered glass, and the dragon itself was thrown back by the smoke of the explosion. With the help of his skill, Ethan caught up with the dragon. He dealt one blow after another as if he could not get enough. Eventually, the monster was thrown against the wall of the building, leaving a huge dent in it from the powerful impact. Ethan was even disappointed because he made him believe in his power. But in the end, the dragon turned out to be an ordinary worm. But the monster still tried to hold on. He raised his sword with the last of his strength, still threatening the hero with death. But Ethan walked up to the dragon, took his sword, and without hesitation, with one swift movement, decapitated him. The dragon's magical double pupils instantly dimmed, and its head fell to the ground. Eventually, Ethan collected all the dragon pendants except for the bull pendant, which was in Ellie's possession, and the game was finally coming to an end. Ian didn't expect Ethan to actually bring the dragon to such a state. Ellie breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the main character safe and sound. However, she was unhappy with his unauthorized behavior. He should not have gone alone against the man in the dragon mask. But Joshua didn't agree with her, because the others would only get in Ethan's way. Ellie remained silent, realizing that Joshua was right. She herself was so wounded that she could not use fighting techniques. Ethan noticed that she was lost in thought and suddenly waved his hand in front of her face, and Ellie immediately came to her senses. Ethan asked for the bull pendant, and she quickly took it out and handed it to him. He then took all the pendants in his hands and began to arrange them in the order of the 12 signs as Joshua had advised. But nothing happened. The group frowned and began to think about which step could have gone wrong. Ellie also suggested a solution, but in the end, the situation did not change. Finally, Ian explained that the dragon pendant wasn't meant to be one of the masked hunters. It was meant to be a hunter of pendant holders. When Yen said this, he also removed the dragon pendant from its location. At the same time, the entire space of the city began to tremble violently. The gray mist that filled the sky swirled with a golden glow in the center. It glowed brightly and illuminated the entire dead city. Ethan sensed something and raised his head to look directly at the center of the vortex. What he saw made his eyes widen in shock. A huge platinum pupil appeared inside the vortex, looking straight at them. The world seemed to turn upside down, and Ethan seemed to be falling from the ground toward an eye in the sky. It was like falling into a dark abyss. Then suddenly he opened his eyes again and found himself still sitting on the seat of the university train, as if everything that had happened had been just a dream. However, judging by the reactions of those around him, this was not entirely true. One first-year student recalled how he was killed by a man in a dragon mask. Almost everyone in the carriage was still trembling with anxiety when a sudden announcement was made calling for everyone to remain calm. They were told that they had simply been drawn into an illusory dream created by a magical artifact called the Eye of the Mirage. It was also announced that in this challenge, the team of the main character, Joshua and Ellie from the city of Anne, collected all the pendants and took first place. Ethan's reward was the opportunity to select a new gene, and he then realized that fulfilling specific conditions opened up such opportunities. The new gene belonged to a D-class, level 13 vampire. His blood abilities were infecting corpses, manipulating blood, and an immortal body. Ethan almost lost his cool when he saw this gene. It looked like he had pulled out a super rare gold card. At this moment, Owen was watching Ethan, but Ian looked very tense. He was afraid that his friend might show disrespect to Ethan. However, Owen asked the hero if he really defeated the man in the dragon mask. To this, Ethan explained that he had not simply defeated the enemy, but had killed him. Owen, who had personally fought the dragon, took a deep breath. He then stated that he planned to start a new club at the university and hoped that Ethan would join, appointing him president. For years, they had been completely controlled by local students, and he asked Ethan to join in to break that tradition. The entire carriage froze, and all the first-year students watched the scene with bated breath. They believed that this would be the beginning of a legendary organization. However, Ethan refused. He was not interested in competing with the student council or creating an organization. He preferred to be alone. In response, Owen simply smiled and handed him his business card, adding that he would always be glad to cooperate with him. The train continued its journey without any delays, and by the time it safely arrived at the station, night had already fallen. Then Ethan looked out the window and was amazed. He found himself in the city of Huadu. Neon lights were everywhere. Skyscrapers towered all over the city. After the train stopped, Ethan and the rest of the freshmen headed towards the station exit. The worker asked the children to follow them to the campus exit. When the boys came out onto the helipad, they were very amazed by what they saw. There was a flying machine parked there. Its design was very futuristic. The boys were told to board the transport in order and were assigned seats according to the ones they occupied on the train. At that moment, Ethan noticed Ellie nearby. He hurried towards her and touched her lightly, and this made Ellie flinch and get angry. This left the protagonist a little confused, but he just wanted to know why they were using an aircraft even though they were already in the city. Hearing this, Ellie visibly relaxed and sighed quietly, wondering why her mother had married her off to a country boy like him. She then explained that Huadu University is located in the sky. As the plane rose above the dark clouds, Ethan was finally able to see the prestigious university as an aerial city. As the vehicle approached, the security network automatically recognized it and opened the entrance, allowing unhindered entry into the city. Suddenly, Ethan felt that his vital magnetic field was disrupted, and he could only detect an area within a 100-meter radius around him. Each student exiting the transport was given a university student ID card. Next, the first-year students had to go to the magnetic levitation station to travel to their dorms. The train passed through the bustling city and pulled up to a skyscraper with hundreds of floors, one of the university's student dormitories. Ethan loudly remarked that they had arrived at the highest city in the world, and everyone looked at him strangely, wondering where he was from. Ethan soon learned that Joshua's dorm was in B7 on the 45th floor, and his was in A3 on the 42nd. He said goodbye to Joshua and entered his 100-square-meter room. The conditions for students at the university were a real dream for the main character. He was amazed by the exquisite interior and the jacuzzi. It was like staying in a 5-star hotel. He had never experienced such a level of comfort in his life, and he intended to enjoy it to the fullest. But first, he needed to fully develop the Rakuta vampire gene. Ethan figured out how to use the student card. He scanned the unique barcode on the card and entered a market that uses student points as digital currency. Ethan transferred over 30 million coins to his account, immediately receiving a message stating that 322 learning points had been awarded. It was extremely expensive, but the goods were of high quality, and many things unavailable at the regular market could be bought here openly. Within 10 minutes, a drone carrying a package arrived at the hero's window, thanking him for his purchase and wishing him success in improving his skills. Impressed by the speed of delivery, Ethan opened the package and found 9 blue magic crystals and 4 green ones. He swallowed them instantly, even though eating so many magic crystals at once upset his stomach a little. However, the enormous energy immediately began to transform, and gene compatibility gradually reached 100%. Ethan noticed that the skin had become lighter and the fangs sharper, with blood channels through which they could suck the blood from the target. He spread his palms and saw that his nails had become noticeably long and sharp. A bold, almost crazy idea arose in the protagonist's head. He pierced his own throat with his nails without hesitation. The pain was unbearable and a large stream of blood gushed from the wound. But almost immediately after that, the wound on the throat healed on its own. The self-healing ability of vampire blood turned out to be very noticeable and impressive, and it also acted faster than before. However, for the protagonist, his physical changes were secondary. The main thing was the new power he had just discovered. Ethan headed to the built-in workout room attached to his dorm. The structure and materials of the room were quite sturdy. In the center of the room, he closed his eyes and focused his energy around himself. As soon as he opened his eyes, the vampire gene Rakud appeared in front of him. It immediately received a command from the main character to strike at it. At that moment, Rakud spread his wings. The gray cloak wrapped around him, transforming into a humanoid creature behind him. He immediately pointed his fist at the main character. As Ethan raised his hands in a defensive stance, the humanoid figure struck him with such force that it literally knocked the breath out of him. All the bones in the protagonist's hands instantly bent and broke. A loud bang was heard, and Ethan's body crashed hard into the wall. He slowly stood up and smiled with satisfaction. The force of the blow was at least twice his usual level, which was not bad. Then came the time when time stopped. The timer started counting down. When he reached the 5th second, the gray field became unstable, but Ethan wanted to continue. At the 5.3 second mark, his nose started bleeding and blood vessels in his eyes burst due to the excessive pressure. At 5.5 seconds, excessive energy consumption caused the humanoid creature to become unstable. Finally, at 5.7 seconds, the space collapsed. Ethan chuckled, glad that the 5-minute limit belonged to the original owner and not him. The next morning, Ethan met Joshua and they headed to the freshman gym. Along the way, he noticed that the sunlight was especially bright, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Joshua then asked if he had read the university's new academic reform for freshmen. He explained that the university had abandoned the old classroom teaching model this year and introduced a group mentoring system. Ethan asked if he needed to find a mentor on his own, but Joshua replied that Ethan was exempt from finding a mentor. When they finally arrived at the gym, there was already a long line inside. 3 students entered the room, after which the instructors made their choice. Seeing this, Ethan waved goodbye to Joshua and left the room. Since he could choose any instructor, he didn't care when he passed the assessment, and he decided to just look around for now. However, as soon as he stepped out, he caught a faint scent of blood. He sniffed the air several times to make sure, and then rushed towards the source. If it had been the ordinary smell of blood, it would not have been surprising. But this smell contained a hidden threat that awakened the evil spirit within him. He followed the scent, and finally discovered the source of the smell. In front of him stood a little girl, squatting and eating something. Ethan couldn't believe that such a sweet girl was the source of such an ominous aura. He thought that he was probably wrong. At this moment, the girl suddenly turned towards him and asked if he had practiced the devil in the flesh technique. Ethan was perplexed and asked a counter-question himself, wanting to understand where this little stranger learned about technology. She replied that it was she who helped little Hu perfect this martial technique. And then Ethan remembered the man from the temple. The girl explained that he had been her student more than 90 years ago, but Ethan thought she was joking. The brat was still wet behind the ears. For warriors practicing certain advanced martial techniques, it was not impossible to adjust their bone structure to the size of a child. When the girl noticed the protagonist's expression, she asked if he believed her. Ethan skeptically admitted that he didn't believe it, because believing it was as absurd as declaring himself Emperor of Qin. But at that moment, goosebumps ran across his body. Ethan felt an icy cold, as if his neck had been placed on a guillotine. Suddenly, it was as if he had been instantly beheaded before he could even understand what had happened. The purity of the girl's murderous intent was so strong that Ethan froze in horror. This instantly put him on high alert. Just as he was about to unconsciously use Crimson Calamity to stop time, a lollipop was suddenly shoved into his mouth. The girl apologized. She might have gone a bit overboard and regretted that she could only leave the house for 1 or 2 hours a week. But Ethan ignored her deceptively sweet appearance and looked deeply into her eyes, determined to finally find out who she was. The girl finally introduced herself as Grace, a very powerful master who, when the current university president was a child, brought him to tears. Ethan suddenly dropped to his knees, surprising Grace, and realized that becoming her apprentice had been a great investment. With complete seriousness, he loudly declared that he had wandered for half his life and never met a suitable master, but now he was sure that he had met him. Grace was shocked and didn't know what to respond to such a frank statement. Meanwhile, in the gym, no one expected that 5 deans of Hwadu University would become mentors for the freshmen. The students tried to detect approval on their faces but did not receive it. These freshmen were unaware that all Zodiac competitions were being broadcast live to all the university faculty. Ethan was the only freshman to receive a perfect score on every test criterion, but that didn't impress the deans. The real surprise was that Ethan managed to kill the dragon, as no first year had ever survived an encounter with one. The masked dragon was a model created by a supercomputer based on Felix's data when he entered university decades ago. Although the supercomputer could not fully reproduce the power of the divine double pupils, Felix remained the strongest master in Sia history. However, the protagonist's ability to destroy a model trained by such a master was sufficient proof of his incredible talent. However, at that moment, one of the instructors informed the deans that Ethan had already become a student of Grace, a former professor at Hwadu University. The deans couldn't believe their ears. Horror was reflected on their faces. Meanwhile, Ethan unceremoniously grabbed Grace, refusing to let her go until she acknowledged him as her student. However, Grace did not fall for his tricks. She was not looking for students, and besides, she had already been suspended from the university. Hearing this, Ethan played his trump card. He promised that he would find a way to return Grace's freedom within 2 years if she accepted him as a student. The cheeky young man couldn't hide his sly smile when Grace's eyes suddenly lit up with delight. However, before it was officially announced to the entire university, 5 deans arrived to secretly prevent this union. One of them recalled Grace's promise not to interact with students given her current mental state. However, Grace, already accustomed to these deans, agreed to go home, but took the new student with her. She asked the protagonist's name and told him to follow her. Ethan ended up following her to the research institute. Grace led him deep into the institute. There they found a secret elevator leading to an underground facility. But Ethan wanted to understand why his mentor lived so far from campus. Grace explained that she had some issues that sometimes caused her to harm others, and that was why the university placed her here. The hero then suggested that he had become Grace's first student, but she considered him strange, as a normal person would have been scared long ago. In response, Ethan laughed nervously since he didn't even think about the fact that the mentor could accidentally kill him. When the elevator reached the bottom level, a narrow passage, designed for one person, appeared in front of them, and at the end, there was a metal door. At this point, there were only 11 seconds left on the electronic scoreboard. Taking advantage of the last seconds, Grace rushed to the door, leaving the protagonist perplexed. He tried to understand why she was in such a hurry. The door opened automatically whenever Grace left, and if she did not return within the allotted time, an alarm would alert the president's office. Then Ethan managed to follow Grace literally a millisecond before the door closed. The door behind them closed automatically, activating a complex mechanism and permanently locking the room. At the same moment, a special electromagnetic field was activated inside the room. Ethan immediately felt that it had become extremely difficult to gather energy outside of his body, which meant that his techniques inside the room were significantly weakened. To prevent Grace from escaping, the president and his aides created this chamber, which turned out to be unexpectedly large and divided into 3 floors. The top floor contained a living room and bedroom. The second floor was equipped for entertainment, and the bottom was a training ground. The entire space was rigged with magnetic suppressors to prevent the energy from concentrating in case Grace decided to break out. Despite being in isolation, Grace was effectively living in a luxury suite with all the amenities. Meanwhile, in the university president's office, Ivan was calmly reviewing the materials of the recent meeting. The president received a call informing him that Grace had accepted the protagonist as a student, but Ivan decided to let Ethan stay. He reminded his interlocutor of the goal of the current university reform. They sought to cultivate talent capable of taking on the future of the entire nation. Ivan was then informed that freshman Ethan had followed Grace to a safe room and that everything was stable for now. However, according to the analysis report, Grace is at risk of losing control if kept with another person for long periods of time. Ivan thought that warriors of a special rank were either those sentenced to death or masters who were unable to control their strength. In times of peace, the state usually restricts their freedom, but in a serious crisis, they are sent to the front lines as defense forces. In the current climate of international competition, the younger generation really needs to grow up quickly. Meanwhile, the story returns to the isolation chamber, to the training ground on the 3rd underground floor. Grace explained that she hadn't trained anyone for over 10 years, but in any case, they should start with sparring to test the protagonist's strength. First of all, Ethan wanted to know if his mentor was going to lower his martial arts level in order to fight him. As he took a fighting stance, the hero remembered the illusion of the guillotine and hoped that he would not experience it again. As soon as he said he was ready, Grace instantly rushed forward and appeared in front of him. Her hand was already aimed squarely at his throat, and Ethan's eyes widened, unsure if this was really a sparring match. He could have analyzed at least 5 dodge schemes in that brief moment, but he was hit by each one before he could move. Ethan then realized that the only option was to meet the attack head-on by activating his combat body. He covered his throat with one hand and gathered energy with the other to attack the mentor in front of him. Grace suddenly smiled, noticing that he had used his blood awakening wisely, accelerating, defending, and counterattacking at the same time. But unfortunately for him, Grace was still faster, her arm wrapping around the protagonist's. Then she suddenly jumped on his back and pulled him back sharply. A piercing scream echoed through the hall as the protagonist's wrists, elbows, and shoulders all dislocated simultaneously. Grace then let go and did a huge jump back as he returned to his normal form. Completely ignoring the wounds, he looked at the mentor with a smile. She really did not hold back. The awakening of his blood only provoked her. It had been a long time since she had tasted blood, and now her eyes glowed even brighter. Ethan realized that he wouldn't be able to catch up with his mentor using purely physical techniques, so he decided to use a slightly unfair martial art. He used his trump card, the power of a colossal titan, and suddenly a blinding blue energy exploded around him, engulfing the entire court. Ethan was glad that he had fully upgraded the giant humanoid gene the day before. At this time, Grace assumed a fighting stance. With such a powerful fighting technique, she wondered whether the main character could be considered a martial arts student. She then swung her hand in a semicircle in the air like a powerful sword strike, releasing a huge amount of energy. This arc cut and destroyed the weak point of the protagonist's thunder attack, causing an explosion with a thick cloud of smoke. And before the fog had cleared, Ethan, in a black mech suit, suddenly burst through it and aimed his fist straight at a surprised Grace. Grace watched the oncoming fist carefully, making no move to dodge. She extended her arm, cutting through the air with tremendous force, and collided head-on with the protagonist's giant fist. The impact completely shattered the protagonist's giant armored fist and severed his entire arm. He stared at the destroyed arm in surprise. This suit was created using Demola's skin and had protection tens of times stronger than usual. But what happened next made his eyes widen. He realized that Grace's detection skills were terrifying, as he had shut down all vital functions of his body to avoid detection. Grace called out to the protagonist, chiding him for hiding in the suit's mouth, and said that he'd better show himself until she took action herself. But before she could cut the back of the fur's head, dozens of long, armored spikes instantly grew out of it. This caused her to retreat, landing not far from the protagonist. When she raised her head, he had already turned around with his mouth wide open and atomic energy building up in his throat. Since his mentor was so powerful, Ethan wondered if her blow would be able to cut or defend against this attack. Of course, his atomic breath would hardly be able to melt Grace's skin easily, but Ethan wanted to at least see her resistance. But suddenly his body was bound with thick iron chains. Ethan was once again pinned beneath the giant guillotine, this being Grace's killing ground. It will not be possible to escape by brute force, but only by spiritual power. capable of surpassing or rivaling Grace's realm of murderous lust. He tried to break free, but realized that his strength was insignificant. Before the guillotine blade could cut off Ethan's head, he activated the Crimson Disaster to freeze time. The demon, on the protagonist's command, fired hundreds of blows per second at the deadly guillotine. Under a barrage of golden blows, Grace's killing intent area, along with the guillotine, finally collapsed. Ethan slowly opened his eyes after the illusion was broken. He was lying on the training ground, completely defeated. Grace stood nearby, noting how incredibly strong the protagonist's shell was. Ethan realized what had happened. He had probably been pulled out of the giant with great force, and the crystals he had condensed as protection had been destroyed. He realized that this was definitely not achievable at the apprentice level, and realizing that he had been deceived, he looked at Grace suspiciously. The girl turned away and pretended not to admit the accusation, declaring that she had defeated the student fairly, without cheating. However, Grace admitted that she may have used a little more force than necessary, as she was too strong to hold back. Ethan looked at her silently, and then Grace finally admitted to deception and promised not to repeat it again so that he would not be angry. She started crying and begged him not to leave, explaining that no one had played with her for decades, and Ethan felt a little embarrassed. Then he assured her that he was not angry and had no intention of leaving. Hearing this, Grace quickly pulled herself together and asked him again if he really wouldn't leave her. The hero stated that he tried so hard to become her student, and naturally he was not going to go anywhere. Then the girl suddenly jumped to her feet and declared that she had not been crying. With that, the issue was resolved, and Grace had gained an understanding of Ethan's abilities, and now she wanted to know what her student really wanted to learn. Without hesitation, he said that he wanted to learn advanced fighting techniques and understand how she was able to cut through the armor on his arm. Grace explained that the slice technique is difficult to learn and requires getting a feel for it by cutting enough things to master it. Ethan asked if she could describe the sensation, and Grace explained that it felt like a thread. Regardless of whether it is a person, a magical creature, or any object, there is always a precise point to strike, a line to cut, a line of death. After this explanation, Ethan understood why her attack was completely different from the dragon's. If the dragon's strike was a quest for absolute sharpness and dominance, then Grace's strike was like a butcher's with perfect precision. She added that if he really wanted to learn the deathline technique, it wouldn't be easy. She then asked if Ethan knew the difference between a martial arts student and a master. Grace explained that it was about the mind, not just improving the body but also the spirit. She explained that compared to apprentices, martial masters acquire a critical new ability called inner vision. Ethan smiled. He didn't expect Grace to be such a good mentor. He understood why she used to be a university professor. She also felt that his spiritual abilities had improved greatly, which would give him a huge advantage in the martial arts stage. Grace explained that leveling techniques and combat skills are divided into 4 ranks: Tiangang, Disha, Xuanhuang, and unranked. Typically, students at vocational colleges or low-level schools only have access to non-ranking techniques. The advantage of these techniques is that they are easy to use. Anyone with enough combat QI, energy, and combat potential can break through. More than 80% of all martial artists use exactly these methods, but Huadu Wu students start with at least Xuanhuang level methods. Ethan naturally wanted to learn the best, so that suited him, but he was also interested in learning about the other 2 levels, Tiangang and Disha. Grace explained that Tiangang level skills are essentially sacred relics, and there may be fewer than 10 of them left in the world. Even at the university, there is only 1 copy, and with the protagonist's current rank and access, he would not be able to access it. However, he was lucky. His mentor was able to teach him a Disha-level technique known as the Bodhisattva Heart-Killing Sutra. Grace herself mastered this technique to perfection. It turned out that the devil in the flesh was inspired by this very technique. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, and he loudly declared his desire to immediately learn the technique. Grace was pleased with his enthusiasm and said that they could begin right away, but he had to be prepared to experience the realm of murderous lust. Then, without warning, he was instantly drawn into Grace's murder illusion. Standing in the sticky blood, he was shocked, and at the same time felt helpless. Grace, on the other hand, was already agitated by the smell of blood everywhere. A few hours later, the students' lessons were over. Joshua was returning to his room by then. Suddenly, he noticed the main character in the distance. However, as he approached to say hello and ask about the first day, as he had heard from rumors, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. It felt like a huge sword was being held to the back of his head. This terrifying feeling made him instinctively draw his ice sword. It took Ethan a moment to recover, and he apologized to Joshua. But Joshua himself was still recovering from what he had seen when Ethan explained that he had tensed up a little and that it had been a reflex reaction. Although Ethan appeared clean, Joshua still caught the strong scent of blood, as if his friend were standing on a sea of corpses. A few hours ago, in the illusory world, Grace tested the protagonist. She created countless zombies to attack the hero. He was forbidden to use any martial arts abilities or techniques, only his sword. As zombies surrounded him on all sides, Ethan couldn't help but complain about how he had to kill so many undead creatures with one dull knife. At first, he didn't understand the purpose, but Grace explained that the purpose was for his body to gradually get used to the feeling of being cut. Ethan, who at first did not understand the meaning of the restrictions, finally understood the task. He gripped the long knife tightly and began to cut down the countless zombies. He became so immersed in the process of killing that Grace, who was watching him silently, was amazed. Practicing the technique in the illusory world was dangerous, and most students would not be able to master it, but her student was special. If Ethan's spiritual power hadn't been abnormally high, the mood itself could have destroyed him, turning him into a psychopath or a murder puppet. Now, Ethan said goodbye to Joshua, returned to the room, and took a warm bath. He finally took advantage of the hot tub after a grueling day, considering it a well-deserved reward for his tired muscles. However, his rest was interrupted by a call from Ellie. She informed her friend that her mother had just sent what he had asked for and that she now had it. Jennifer also wanted to thank the protagonist for helping her daughter get first place in the rookie team. When Ellie heard about Ethan's plan to come over, she became nervous and immediately objected that there was no need to come because she could forward everything to him. Ethan agreed with this, then asked about her mentor, and Ellie named Dean Bai. Ethan didn't want to ruin her mood by telling her how he had turned down 5 deans at once, including her mentor. This semester has been eventful for Hwadu University students, with Owen creating the Dragon Blood Society at the beginning of the semester. Then, as expected, after the local recruits completed their summer special training camp, they encountered Society. Tensions gradually increased, and members of the Society began to participate in martial arts competitions with local students in the capital. As for Ethan, who was the center of attention at the beginning of the school year, no one remembered him anymore. He disappeared from sight for 3 months. Meanwhile, the story moves to the dungeon of the Research Institute. Grace stood on Ethan's shoulders. Each time she put her feet down, she transferred the pure energy she had condensed into his body. This energy was infused with Grace's knowledge from the sutra, helping Ethan strengthen his newly achieved master level. Grace continued to tease him, saying that he couldn't even do 1,000 push-ups. But Ethan, not wanting to give in, gathered his strength and picked up the pace. Realizing that he was still full of fighting spirit, Grace no longer simply placed her feet on the protagonist's back, but jumped on it. The hero screamed in pain, but still endured the torment. Finally, after 10,000 push-ups, Grace jumped off the main character's back. Suddenly, he exploded with a deafening sound, and a thick, misty stream of blood erupted from his body. The protagonist's old muscles were torn, and in their place, a layer of new skin quickly grew, which gradually became hard. These new muscles were clearly charged with enormous energy. When his shirt came off, Grace jokingly called the protagonist a pervert, but immediately covered her eyes with her hands. Ignoring his mentor's reaction, Ethan headed for the exit, ready to leave. The 3 months spent together were over, and it was time to see the sun. With tears in her eyes, Grace asked if he would come back. Then Ethan said he would come back. The mentor was terrible at video games, so she needed to train more before he returned. After saying goodbye, Ethan went outside, stopping for a moment to admire the city and bask in the warm sun. Walking through the streets, he felt like he was in another world. The whole experience seemed like it had happened an eternity ago. But he wasn't just out for a stroll. At the university, an important part of students' semester assessments were off-campus assignments, which covered a wide range of activities. Ethan headed to the Student Activity Center, where such assignments were handed out. At the entrance, Joshua, dressed in a white shirt, had been waiting for his old friend for some time. Ethan immediately asked Joshua about his progress. Like Ethan, he also reached the level of a martial master, but he did it 2 months ago. This was Joshua's first meeting with his friend in 3 months, and at first glance, there were no changes in the protagonist's aura or physical condition. However, This was precisely what was most frightening. With the help of the mentor's resources, Joshua felt his strength rapidly increase. But as for his monster friend, he couldn't even imagine how much the protagonist's strength had grown. Joshua continued to look around, waiting for another comrade when a girl appeared behind him. Ellie apologized to two friends for being late. Then Ethan, raising his eyebrows, wondered what else she might have forgotten or not had time to do. 3 months had passed, but Ellie's face still blushed at the sight of Ethan and at the memory of her mother's instructions about how couples should behave. Ethan reminded the shy girl that they hadn't seen each other for 3 months, but she didn't even say hi to him. Ellie, taken aback by such a naive reaction, turned around in confusion and declared that she hated the protagonist. The three of them then entered the Student Activity Center. Inside, in the lobby on the first floor, there was a huge screen that displayed information about the most popular assignments and students. Joshua and Ellie had already completed 3 tasks, which was considered over the quota, and they came there to help Ethan meet his quota. Ellie chose 3 missions that were suitable for their team. For a team of 3 first years, Level 2 missions are rarely approved. Luckily for the 3 of them, they had a privilege card that Grace had given to Ethan. To be honest, Ethan really wanted to try Level 4 or 5 missions, but given the pressure from his comrades, he declined. As for the 3 tasks, Ethan noted that they were both rewarding and risky, so there was no point in thinking about them for too long. Ethan believed that if you always grew up in hothouse conditions, you would never become a warrior. So he chose the 3rd task. With this decision, the 3 boys headed to the reception area. But as soon as they handed in their choice of tasks, the reception staff almost went berserk. They couldn't understand how first-year students dared to choose this task, and Ethan had to show the map to calm the staff member down. But she still didn't believe in the protagonist's honesty and called the center's director to check on him. A minute later, she respectfully returned the map and wished them luck. But Ethan still reprimanded her for being abrupt. As he left the activity center, he told his comrades to prepare their gear while he went to pick up a few things before heading out. Ethan headed to the College of Mechanics and Magical Engineering. His identity was confirmed and he was granted access. He met with the dean of the School of Mechanics and Magical Technology and asked for a reward for his first place in the pendant competition. Ethan came to get a special grade alloy weapon, a great solution instead of choosing Dish's moveset. Conventional materials couldn't withstand his aggressive fighting style, so he chose a special alloy of meteorite gold. Ethan couldn't wait to try out the new weapon. The saber was about 1.2 meters long with a wide, flat blade. The back of the blade was covered with a serrated pattern, increasing the weight and striking power, making each swing incredibly powerful. The handle was made of meteorite gold, which allowed energy to be freely directed into the blade. Each swing was accompanied by the whistling of the wind and a blinding light, causing awe among the observers. Everything about the saber was perfect. The weight was perfect. It fit comfortably in the hand. Ethan then met his comrades at the school gate, and about an hour later they arrived in Lingshu County. To keep the mission secret, the boys looked like ordinary students on practical training. Upon arrival, Ethan expanded his magnetic field for tracking, but limited the radius to 100 meters. Joshua then suggested checking out the housing provided by the university. But just when the boys were about to go on foot, a tricycle stopped in front of them, offering them a free ride. Ellie wanted to refuse, but Ethan agreed before she could. The driver noticed that Ethan looked the most local among the 3 and decided to find out where he was from and whether he was on vacation. Ethan replied that he had indeed brought 2 classmates with him for fun and that he himself was studying at university. He calmly explained that he was the grandson of a man who had died several years ago and that he had moved immediately after his grandfather's death. Ethan spoke the local dialect fluently, so the driver was completely convinced of the authenticity of his identity story. Soon they arrived at the old house provided by the university. Finally, the old man reminded Ethan that in 2 days, the largest evening reception, held once every 3 years, would be held in the Lynch County. When they entered the yard of the old house, they found a bunch of weeds, which clearly showed that the house had not been lived in for more than 10 years. Ethan then ordered his friends to move away, after which he raised his leg. He struck the ground with a powerful beam of radiation that instantly engulfed the entire yard. All the weeds on the ground instantly evaporated. Meanwhile, the guys weren't idle either. Ellie began checking the security cameras, while Joshua secretly installed mini-cameras for surveillance. But a second later, Ellie noticed something strange and called the protagonist to take a look. He walked over and saw that the original owner's bedroom wall had a built-in altar with a statue on its head that had a small red cloth on it. Ethan calmly examined the ominous statue and realized that the altar had been installed quite recently. Joshua, who entered the room, heard the conversation and decided to destroy the statue. This thing was causing him obvious discomfort. However, Ellie felt that Joshua was too impulsive, because how could he immediately destroy such an important clue without checking it first? And then Ethan started to load his fist. He agreed that she needed to be thoroughly checked. Then Ellie's eyes widened and she screamed at the hero. At first, she expected Ethan to agree with her, but soon realized that he always supported any actions related to battle and destruction. In the end, Ellie agreed to a compromise. Before destroying it, they should at least take a look at the statue under the mask. However, Ethan, who had been training in the illusion of killing for 3 months, instantly sensed the evil energy emanating from the statue. He ordered Joshua to destroy it, and he, already drawing his sword, took a fighting stance. In 1 second, he cut the statue and the altar in half. A moment later, a strange phenomenon occurred that stunned the boys. A dark liquid began to flow out of the cut clay statue. The dirty spiritual energy was trying to break out. However, a spiritual golden hand suddenly leaped out from Ethan's body and tightly grabbed the invisible spiritual body. The boys saw a twisted mass of flesh and dark blood in a clay statue writhing as if alive. Joshua waved his hand and instantly froze the mass. A chill ran down Ellie's spine. She didn't understand what it was. Then Ethan patted her on the shoulder and injected energy, instantly lowering it and eliminating the anxiety and fear. She came to her senses, and when the hero asked her how she was feeling, she replied that everything was fine, although she was slightly confused by what she had just felt. Apparently, the anomaly in Lingshu County was related to this strange clay statue, and they had taken an important step in the right direction. Ethan told the boys to stay in the house and watch the dirty spirit body for any changes, as he had a task to attend to. He marked the old man with a radiation marker, and if the time was right, it was time to catch him himself. Meanwhile, a tricycle arrived at the temple in Lingshu County, and as soon as the temple doors opened, a young monk came out from inside. He greeted the old man and informed him that the abbot was waiting for him inside. The old man was delighted and nodded in agreement. The young monk led him through many corridors. Finally, they arrived at their destination. On the left and right were golden bodhisattvas, and in front of them was a gate with amulets. The young monk approached the door, bowed, and informed the abbot that the donor had reached the standard of blessing. He also said that he had something else he wanted to announce. At that moment, a soothing voice was heard, questioning the old man's intentions, asking why he had come so suddenly. At that very moment, the young monk's pupils narrowed and his face took on an ugly expression as he sensed the presence of a stranger. In an instant, the monk turned into a terrifying lizard with scales and claws. The old man who was standing nearby immediately knelt down and exclaimed several times that it was God in front of him. Then Ethan suddenly jumped down from above and stepped on the monster's forehead, turning its head into meat mush. Luckily, all the dirt and splashes didn't stain his clothes, as he was inside the protective field. The old man was so frightened that he began to stutter, not understanding how the young man he had met just 2 hours ago had appeared in front of him. Ethan didn't even pay attention to the old man, because 2 bodhisattva statues suddenly came to life in front of him, their eyes glowing red. Both statues attacked at the same time, but he didn't even raise his hand. The humanoid giant behind him raised its muscular arms and took the entire attack. Meanwhile, the statues began to tremble slightly, because a much greater force was resisting them. In the end, they simply gave up trying and used their remaining 3 arms to attack the protagonist together. Then he rubbed the space ring on his finger, which glowed with a cold light. A moment later, he drew his blade, Starfall, and swung it through the air. Ethan cut down 6 weapons with one swing, and they shattered when they collided with the meteorite blade. However, Ethan knew that the battle was not over yet. The next second, a powerful laser beam shot out of the statue's eyes. However, Ethan was faster. He quickly closed the distance, jumped high, and decapitated the statues with one swing of his sword. However, their eyes continued to emit scarlet lasers. Before the old man could react, one of the beams cut him in half. The 2 enormous statues fell to the ground with a deafening crash, revealing sparking cables and mechanical structures within. Obviously, these bodhisattvas were not living beings at all. Ethan knew this from the very beginning, since his magnetic field did not register anything from them. However, he was more concerned about how such a high-tech device ended up in a backward little village. He headed towards the massive door, assuming that the answers to his questions might be hidden behind it. Being an uninvited guest, he decided not to knock politely and ordered the humanoid to break down the door. However, the impact left only a dent. Then the giant's golden fists hit the crimson door with incredible speed like a meteor shower. Eventually, the old door was reduced to a pile of rubble, and Ethan walked calmly through the gate. Inside, he was surprised to discover a huge underground palace. But the most impressive thing was the giant golden Buddha located in the center. But Ethan remained unperturbed. He carelessly asked why the owner was still hiding like a cowardly mouse, although the guest was already here. A moment later, a monk emerged from behind the large golden Buddha and asked why Ethan was there, as the temple had no claims against him. Coming closer to Buddha, the monk once again asked the hero for an answer. However, Ethan only rubbed the space ring on his finger and pulled out the starfall blade. He cut the old monk in half and blood gushed out in all directions. But almost immediately, another monk appeared and reproached the protagonist for a serious sin. Tired of their smug moralizing, Ethan ordered them to be quiet. However, at that moment, the ground beneath his feet collapsed. Some force pulled him down into a huge space beneath the underground palace. Upon landing, he looked around and realized that this was, in fact, a sewer system, and his attention was drawn to the 18 doors in the walls. The next second, monsters poured out of the doors, each of them emitting first or second level energy. Based on the magnetic field, the vibrations of these humanoid monsters were very similar, indicating that they were all mass-produced. In other words, they were artificial bio-cyborgs. Then suddenly the surface of the meteorite blade in Ethan's hand began to glow in the darkness and suddenly turned crimson red. All cyborgs within a 30-meter radius of the main character were cut in half. However, the doors still continued to release new monsters. Ethan was slightly impressed by the number of monsters in the temple's sewer system. Soon he was standing on a pile of bodies with a long blade covered in blood. He picked up the decapitated head of an old monk, which repeated a pre-recorded phrase. Ethan just stared at the puppeteer behind the electronic eyes, daring him to show himself. In response, an evil laugh echoed throughout the entire underground space. Behind the protagonist, a buzzing sound of mechanisms inside the Buddha's body was heard, and soon the giant statue began to move. Hot steam rose from the cracks in the Buddha's head. Then the shoulders behind the Buddha opened up, revealing built-in rocket boosters. Ethan was shocked. The giant golden Buddha turned out to be a real mechanized machine. Then the statue's large palm lifted, the elbow joint cracking, revealing the accelerator inside. With a deafening crash, Buddha's palm fell right on the spot where Ethan stood. But Ethan wasn't going to give up just like that. He was already preparing to activate his skill. At that moment, the statue's palm seemed to begin to smoke. Buddha's built-in AI system detected the rapid increase in energy and activated a protective layer to prevent damage. A black armored giant suddenly appeared in front of them, as tall as Buddha himself. In an instant, a huge fist struck the Buddha in the face, opening the steel frame of the statue. Then Ethan grabbed the Buddha's head with his powerful hands. He stated that they were not finished yet. The hero pressed her down and hit her with his knee, which had bone spikes protruding from it. The Buddha, his face ruined, swayed and leaned back. However, the spheres on his body then released a laser rain to prevent Ethan from attacking further. However, the laser strike left several marks on the protagonist's black armor. Buddha realized that all his attacks were useless, but he did not give up and activated all his lasers. In an instant, a shot of unprecedented force, more like an explosion, was fired from his body. Buddha was sure that this blow would definitely hurt Ethan somehow. But this time, he was wrong. When the smoke cleared, the burnt giant was still standing. Buddha tried to strike again. However, several hard bone spikes shot up from the ground and pierced him in midair. Ethan then walked up to Buddha and released his atomic breath into his chest. For the protagonist, it was just a game, and he mockingly apologized for further destruction. The Buddha, seriously damaged, could no longer support itself on the electromagnetic shield and was finally burned. Ethan emerged from the giant and, as his body quickly evaporated, landed on the lotus seat where Buddha had once sat. There was a large passage down there, and Ethan could already guess that a typical mad scientist researcher was behind it all. Meanwhile, half an hour ago at the research institute, a researcher tried to calm the doctor down. He assured him that Ethan would not be able to break through a structure built using the latest materials and designs. However, he soon saw on the screen how the Crimson Gate was broken by Ethan in some unexpected way. The man assured the doctor that they still had an army of cyborgs, but a moment later they saw Ethan easily destroy them. The man with glasses took a deep breath and reminded the doctor that they still had a trump card. The Mecha Buddha's combat capabilities were specifically designed to destroy large Lord-level monsters. But after a few minutes, they were silent again, watching Ethan tear it apart with his bare hands. However, even under these conditions, the man was about to say again that they had a way out, but the doctor shouted at him to shut up. Dr. Philip suggested that the guards above should give them a few minutes to escape. Once they are safe, they activate the base's self-destruct program to prevent the information from leaking out. Philip was a former Level 3 researcher at Prometheus who was secretly recruited by Laserbird after the organization's closure. The organization took advantage of the locals' faith and began genetically modifying them, turning them into test subjects. However, just as the researchers were about to rush to the exit, a beam of blue light cut through the ceiling. Ethan watched them from above, arms folded. He chuckled, wondering where the so-called abbot was going to run to. 2 armed guards rushed into the laboratory as soon as the assistant gave the order. But before they could take aim, Ethan had already rushed into the attack. He was in front of the doctor in the blink of an eye, killing the guards. Although the doctor was scared to death, he calmly asked what Ethan wanted, offering to discuss the situation. However, in his right pocket, he kept a button that could activate the base's emergency self-destruction program. But Ethan instantly grabbed the doctor's right hand and crushed it, disarming him. The doctor screamed in pain, but Ethan closed his mouth tightly. After that, he lifted his body into the air. Only when the doctor was almost suffocated did Ethan let go of him, throwing him to the ground. He coldly demanded to know everything they had been doing in the area. He wanted to find out if Dr. Philip was responsible for the murder of 3 young martial artists from the university. The hero also asked what kind of experiments were carried out in the underground laboratory. However, Philip had no intention of answering, because the leak of company secrets meant death for him, and if it was inevitable, he decided to hasten its outcome. He opened his mouth, activating the poison capsule hidden in his teeth. A chemical smell filled the air, and he began foaming at the mouth. Ethan was surprised to think that all the Laserbird employees were clearly looking for death. Soon, Dr. Philip's heart stopped, triggering a self-destruct system, and the laboratory was instantly filled with alarms. But the protagonist decided that death was too simple a luxury for the doctor. And then he suddenly bared his sharp fangs and plunged his index finger into the doctor's aorta, injecting the vampire virus. The thing is that vampires can turn people or corpses into stillborns. But his virus, enhanced by his titanium and vampiric abilities, created beings that retained the memories and talents of their past lives. They had strong self-healing powers, were not afraid of the sun, and were completely submissive to it. Once Dr. Philip's heart started working again, the base's self-destruct program was stopped. Eventually, Dr. Philip became a middle-aged man again and declared the protagonist his master, falling to his knees. The hero decided to call him the Mad Doctor. His body and mind now belonged entirely to Ethan. In addition, Ethan gained access to the doctor's spiritual world and was able to find out when the first infiltration into the district took place. Some time ago, the doctor discovered that the inhabitants of the district were becoming increasingly gluttonous. They still retained consciousness, but due to hunger, they no longer disdained even the idea of eating human flesh. And the strangest thing was that no one even noticed this anomaly. As it turned out, they themselves did not understand that experiments were being conducted on them. The doctor recruited 20 people for an experiment and discovered disturbances in their cognitive functions. They ate raw meat, slept for 2 or 3 days straight, and worshipped a clay statue daily. He began to think when these abnormal changes began, a numerical code was carved on his wrist. Having deciphered it, the doctor realized that it was the code for a file that he had entered into a document on his computer. Only then did he realize that the numerical code had been left by him even before the penetration began. Dr. Philip felt an unprecedented humiliation when he realized that he had been used as a lab rat. The purpose of the files was to inform him about cannibalism, hypersomnia, and idols, all of which came from the Divine Nation. The underground lab was Laserbird's secret base, but the cult quietly infiltrated and took control. Like the city's inhabitants, the residents' cognitive functions were rewritten and turned into puppets. Apparently, 3 masters had already fallen victim to cannibalism, and apparently, Joshua, Ellie, and Ethan himself were next on the list. It was the 8th year since the Laserbird had taken over Lingshu County, and the underground laboratory had been completely built. The doctor discovered that the outbreak of anomalies began in February. The first signs were recorded in March, and research began. The doctor realized that the anomaly developed in 4 stages: cannibalism, hypersomnia, idolatry, and mass sleepwalking. The consumption of human flesh reflected the initial impact of the will on the mind. Hypersomnia was a deeper modification of consciousness. The worship of idols meant that the mind and body were deeply infected, almost incurable. Mass sleepwalking meant that man had already become food for this will. The doctor initially considered their illegal experiments rather dark, but compared to the cult, they seemed almost civilized. He identified the agent used by the cult to pollute minds and drain life force, a fruit taken from the ruins of a secret world. Opening his eyes, Ethan exited the mental connection. According to the doctor's calculations, the demonic fruit will ripen in 2 nights, on the day of the grand concert. It was no coincidence that the grandfather on the tricycle invited him. He actually provided important information. Thanks to the doctor's report, Ethan understood the causes and effects of the anomaly in Lingshu County. Ethan has already mastered all of the Mad Doctor's memories, including the secrets of the laser bird and the crazy illegal experiments. At the moment, he did not have the time or energy to waste on this. He was not yet strong enough to interfere in such matters. However, the mission brought an unexpected bonus. The doctor participated in the development of the golden gene and understood its application and effectiveness. According to the university's requirements, students who uncover the truth can complete the mission. But Ethan decided to continue. In the end, his interest was no longer related to the university award. He now wanted to get the Divine Nation prize. The doctor had to remain in Lynch to find a way to introduce Ethan's blood into the county's water supply to ensure contamination. At that time, the entire Lingshu County was already in the 4th stage of infection, and it was impossible to return residents to normal. However, Ethan planned to return people to their former lives. At least under his control, they would not cause harm to society. After saying goodbye to the Mad Doctor, Ethan returned to the old house and met with Joshua and Ellie. At this time, they were eating combat rations. Ellie's face instantly changed when she heard this, as if remembering something disgusting. Apparently, they also conducted their own investigation and discovered that all the inhabitants of the city ate human flesh. The hero then spoke about his recent trip to the temple, and it was obvious that a powerful biotech organization had also been affected by the anomaly. At this point, the mission had already exceeded level 3 difficulty, and Ellie suggested calling the university for help, but Ethan was against it. He tried to reassure them, explaining that the mission had only become more difficult, but they were not in danger, so there was nothing to worry about. Ethan suggested holding their position until nightfall, at which point they were faced with eating raw meat and worshipping statues. However, there remained one last anomaly, mass sleepwalking, which might fully manifest itself at night in this city. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Magic City, at the Laserbird headquarters, the board had just held a meeting. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they sent a special team to Lingshu County to investigate the situation. The scene returned to Lingshu County, to the central water intake station. There was a sudden explosion, after which the Mad Doctor became noticeably weaker and was forced to remove and throw away his heart. He then sent a message to his master, notifying him that Laserbird had just activated the bomb in his body. But Ethan received the message and assured him not to worry and to continue with the plan. At this time, a train arrived at the railway station and 5 passengers got off. A plump man nicknamed Catfish surveyed the surrounding area, understanding why the company had chosen this secluded area as a secret location. Another woman, nicknamed Ares, said the company had already determined that the dragonfish was not connected to the temple base. She wondered who their opponent would be because the company had too many enemies. The other passengers also got off the train, a young woman nicknamed Bluebird, and next to her a young man, Golden Snake. Then their captain, Black Lion, showed up, a firm believer that true professionals should blend in perfectly with their surroundings. He gave the order to the team to act. First, they had to destroy all experimental equipment and materials. Golden Serpent and Bluebird, posing as a young couple, were responsible for reconnaissance, while he, Sam, and Ares were investigating in the underground laboratory. Soon, the Golden Serpent and the Bluebird hid in the shadows of the city to quickly gather all the available information. However, during reconnaissance, they sensed that something was wrong with the city's inhabitants. The Bluebird checked the living room but found nothing unusual. However, upon entering the bedroom, she came across an altar built into the wall and could not contain her curiosity. She walked up, lifted the red cloth from the clay statue's head, and immediately fell into a trance. Meanwhile, the Golden Serpent stood in the living room, listening to Captain Black Lion's report over the radio, but the connection suddenly broke off. The snake looked out the window and saw that the streets were suddenly filled with residents moving in their direction. Apparently, mass sleepwalking was set in motion. Realizing that they had been noticed, the golden serpent was about to warn the bluebird. But suddenly a dagger with anesthetic plunged straight into his stomach. He quickly dropped to his knees, filled with fear, and realized that his partner was also under control. Before he lost consciousness, he noticed that the clay statue on the altar by the bed had the same glowing eyes as the bluebird. Recently, the golden serpent personally witnessed a group of statues brought out of secret ruins that were believed to be the gods of a destroyed civilization. Meanwhile, Ethan stood on top of the clock tower, watching the city. Perhaps due to the enormous size of the night moon, its magnetic field was easily dampened. However, he could smell the pungent blood of the people gathered to the southeast of his position. Since mass sleepwalking was a form of will eating, he was interested in how the process of eating would take place. When the anesthetic wore off, the golden serpent opened his eyes and discovered that he was tied to a column. Next to him was Bluebird, also tied up, still unconscious. The frightened golden serpent tried to escape, but the city's inhabitants behaved so strangely that it was unclear whether they were still human. Then he tried to wake up his partner, but she didn't answer. The golden serpent tried to explain the situation rationally, but the residents did not listen to him at all. These people became simply monsters in human skin, perhaps even more terrible than real monsters. Suddenly the bell rang, as if announcing the arrival of some power. The golden serpent looked up to the sky and saw a huge moon very close to the earth, which seemed about to touch the surface. The zombified residents also noticed this. They began to climb on top of each other, forming a ladder. Quite quickly, this human column reached an incredible height. The columns with the golden serpent and the bluebird were raised along with them. Meanwhile, the black lion suddenly lost contact with the golden serpent and the bluebird, which meant that something had gone wrong. It was probably related to whoever destroyed the underground laboratory. Whatever the reason, there was a good chance something serious had happened in the city, so they had to act quickly and leave. As soon as the 3 team members left the temple, they felt something strange. They looked up at the sky, noticing that a huge full moon had appeared there. The next moment, Ares asked the others to look down. There was a ray of moonlight that was descending from the moon somewhere down. Even the black lion was shocked and realized that destroying the underground laboratory was not as easy as the company thought. Perhaps this explained why the golden serpent and the bluebird lost contact. So the boys ran to the place where the beam hit. However, as they approached their destination, they unexpectedly encountered another group. The black lion quickly threw a dagger filled with powerful energy. Then Ellie summoned a large blue umbrella. It served as her shield. It pushed away the dagger aimed at them. Black Lion didn't expect that a simple martial artist could create such a weapon. After this, the girl put away her umbrella. She looked at the guy with glasses and asked who he was and why he was attacking them. The Black Lion, however, upon seeing Ellie's clothes, realized that it was not a local resident in front of him, but those who had destroyed the underground laboratory. At that moment, Sam and Ares immediately rushed into battle as soon as the Black Lion gave the order to destroy the opponents in 3 seconds. Then Joshua pulled out an ice sword and took a determined stance next to Ellie. Sam approached Ellie and stuck out his tongue like a psycho, although it was a pity to kill her. He was ready to do it and enjoy her body. Then Ellie, disgusted, blocked Sam's attack and pushed him back. Joshua, in turn, summoned a huge ice peak, but the Black Lion suddenly intercepted the attack and smashed it with one movement of his hand. Then Joshua realized that such attacks were ineffective against the enemy. He then threw out several smoke bombs. They were not going to fight the opponents head-on, realizing that they were high-level masters. But suddenly the Black Lion quietly crept up to them with daggers, holding them to the necks of Ellie and Joshua. But before he could strike, he heard a strange sound behind him. Suddenly a sword fell from the sky and landed on the spot where he had just stood. The Black Lion was a little surprised and asked curiously if this guy was in league with them. When Ethan stated decisively that he intended to kill him, the Black Lion only chuckled, considering it absurd. He used the assassination technique, phantom clones, turning his body into 12 copies that rushed at the protagonist. He responded instantly using his time-freezing ability. Ethan smiled with understanding. The master's body, strengthened by energy, could withstand even tank shells, but even it could be destroyed. The phantom clones were of sufficient quality that it was initially difficult to determine where the real body was. But with a 5-second time freeze, Ethan had enough time to find the real Black Lion. Using his vampire blood manipulating abilities, Ethan turned the blood on his fingertips into blood arrows. Now the king of assassins, the Black Lion, was completely helpless. One bloody arrow hit him right in the forehead. The king of assassins died very quickly. Ethan then calmly grabbed the black lion's body, stuck his fingers into its throat and began to suck out its blood. Best done while the corpse was still warm. With each passing second, his aura rose to a new level, and the black lion looked more and more like a withered mummy. Despite the energy loss from absorbing the black lion's blood, Ethan's physical base allowed him to reach the 8th stage. Sam and Ares were stunned by the captain's sudden death. Judging by the energy fluctuations, it became clear that Ethan had increased his level by drinking blood. But before they could escape, something even more terrible happened. Ethan used the demon trapped in the flesh to summon a bloody demonic puppet. When the puppet emerged from the blood, Sam and Ares were horrified. The demonic shadow looked exactly like their captain, who had been transformed into a human corpse. Then Ares, with a serious expression on her face, threw away the child she was holding in her arms. The child instantly began to glow with an ominous energy, and his body began to swell. In an instant, he turned into a huge monster. After she ordered the monster to hold back the enemies, Oven and Sam disappeared. Ethan then ordered Joshua and Ellie to coordinate with the demonic shadow and fight the monster. Ethan himself was going to catch up with these two masters and deal with them. When he left the battlefield, Joshua did not hesitate and awakened his bloodline, the Ice Dragon. The monster even froze in surprise at that moment, as it was a completely new form. Joshua parried the monster's attack with his fighting technique. With a swing of his sword, he unleashed a massive wave of frozen currents that took the shape of a ferocious dragon's head. The monster roared again, colliding with the icy stream with its red-hot muscles. The collision caused a thick fog to rise. However, Joshua was hiding in this icy stream, ready to deal an even more deadly blow. The sword blade suddenly pierced the monster's neck. Joshua didn't expect a creature of that size to be able to react so quickly. But when he saw the sparking wires sticking out of his neck, he realized that the monster was also a cyborg. His dexterous movements were so swift that it was in front of him almost instantly. Fortunately, he didn't fight alone. The Black Lion's bloody demonic shadow had already turned into 12 bloody shadows in the air. Despite the monster's ability to regenerate, the speed of recovery could not keep up with the wounds inflicted. Meanwhile, Ellie concentrated her power, spreading huge purple wings behind her back. She rose into the sky and activated the genetic technique, Purple Dark Solar Flame. She released a huge ball that instantly burst into flames, as if turning into a purple blazing sun. At that moment, Joshua's ice sword froze the monster's legs, and a bloody shadow held it in front, securing it in place. From above, Ellie threw her energy ball at him. An explosion ripped through the battlefield, shaking the entire city and sending a giant column of blazing fire into the sky. Meanwhile, Sam was desperately running through the sewers. The last time a man ran so madly was on the battlefield of wars and drug lords in the Black Triangle. Suddenly he felt threatened and instinctively jumped back before the blue beam hit him. However, suddenly fear paralyzed him completely. Meanwhile, Ares ran, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly she saw the aura of a blade in the distance. She understood that the shining aura of the blade was directed at Soma. With Golden Serpent and Bluebird likely dead, followed by their captain and now Sam, Oven was the only one left. She didn't want to die and tried to choose the path where her chances of survival were greatest. But at that moment, an idea came into the girl's head. Ares' gaze fell on a strange beam emanating from the moon. Her only thought was to use this ladder to escape the protagonist's pursuit. She took a deep breath and hurried towards the moonlit staircase, but fear gripped her and she stopped. Ahead, she saw the bodies of naked old men forming a bridge between the earth and the sky, their life force seemingly drained by the moonlight. Suddenly, a voice came from behind asking if she wanted to get up. Ares turned around and saw Ethan holding Sam's head. At that moment, she no longer thought about anything and madly began to climb the moonlit staircase. Ares grabbed onto people's bodies and crawled upward with all her might. This staircase seemed endless to her, despite the fact that it was moving at an incredible speed. However, the girl was soon amazed to see what was on the other end. The ram saw a door with exquisite reliefs. The moment the door suddenly opened, emitting a bright purple light, she fell into a trance and saw her parents inviting her inside. She walked inside happily, admitting how much she missed him. Meanwhile, Ethan, who had appeared at the bottom of the stairs, smiled strangely when he saw Ares enter. Then he suddenly vanished into thin air, obviously not Ethan, but a phantom created to force her up the stairs. The real Ethan simply watched from afar, surprised that he used Ares' fear to create an illusion and force her to act. Now that 2 assassins were dead and 3 were doomed, the Divine Kingdom representatives were scheduled to arrive the next day. After all the work that had been done, the big show was finally about to begin. At dawn, the huge moon finally began to slowly move away from the surface of the earth, and the beam of light emanating from it gradually dissipated. The people who formed the human ladder to the moon also returned to Earth. Ellie was a little worried. The strangeness of this mission exceeded their expectations, and she wanted to know if Ethan really wanted to continue. But the hero reassured them. He was confident that he would see this matter through to the end. Besides, it wasn't just the 3 of them. They had a powerful ally. Joshua thought, in his opinion, Ethan could not have come from an ordinary family, as stated in his file. Meanwhile, Ethan assigned Ellie and Joshua an important task when countless demonic shadows burst out from his body. He wanted them, along with the demonic shadows, to destroy the clay statues in every apartment in the city. Joshua left immediately without saying a word, holding the sword in his hands and leading the demonic shadows behind him. Ellie looked at the protagonist with concern, but decided to follow his plan. But as soon as she turned away, Ethan suddenly called her. He told her with a smile to believe in him. Ellie smiled back. She replied that she believed him, but Ethan should have trusted his comrades more and not decided everything alone. Soon the hero returned to the underground palace of the temple, where the Mad Doctor was waiting for him. Time was running out, and he had no desire to listen to his flattering speeches. He stared at the mountain of reptile corpses in the pit of the underground palace. Now he wanted to give them a chance to resurrect. By activating the power of anthropomorphism, Ethan controlled the lightning energy so as not to damage the cyborgs' bodies. The summoned giant raised his arms and tore open his chest, revealing his pulsating heart. Then a huge stream of his blood poured out like a waterfall, washing over the mountain of corpses. At the moment of contact, the reptilian cyborgs, drenched in the giant's blood, suddenly began to tremble, their bodies writhing, gradually regenerating. Ethan wanted to first use the vampire virus to revive the cyborgs, and then use anthropomorphism to give them the power of giants. At the right moment, they will turn into an army of immortal giants, completely subordinate to his will. The Mad Doctor also sent out biomosquitoes to infiltrate every house in the district. They were supposed to deliver Ethan's vampire blood to all the residents. But the doctor's work did not end there. After the infection, he had to restore the golden Mecha Buddha, which had previously been destroyed. However, while Ethan was preparing for war, another force, the Sky Kingdom, was about to invade the city. The Heavenly Kingdom originally began as a sect and received powerful support from a mysterious pope. Thus, the small group quickly grew into the Heavenly Kingdom, whose goal was to bring the gods from the secret kingdom to the human world. After years of struggle, the Xia Kingdom, which was the most difficult to penetrate, was finally about to become part of the Heavenly Kingdom. The demon fruit had to be prepared within a few hours. The bishop looked closely at Lingshu County, where the archbishop had planted the demon fruit 4 years ago. One of the believers noted that the archbishop put a lot of effort into establishing the religion, but was ultimately killed by ignorant residents. At that moment, the bishop's face changed, and he declared that the archbishop's sacrifice could not be allowed to be in vain. Then the bishop proclaimed the approach of the gods. He declared that this would be a revolution for their children and that they were going to free humanity. All the believers raised their hands in ecstasy, repeating over and over again that God had appeared on earth. Soon night fell and a full moon rose in the sky. 2 huge craters and a long chain of cracks seemed to form a smile on its surface. By this time, the staircase to the moon had already been built and was waiting for devoted believers to welcome the birth of the moon god. The bishop was extremely excited. In the entire history of their religion, only 2 divine fruits had been successfully bred. The first of these fruits caused global climate anomalies that resulted in the death, injury, and displacement of hundreds of millions of people. The second fruit was not as catastrophic, but contact with the Australian continent was lost, and the territory completely disappeared from satellites. The countries of the Blue Planet formed coalitions to study or attack, to understand the intentions of the god and find out if it could be killed. Now the bishop was heading to the country of Xia to meet the arrival of the third god. The faithful formed a magic circle of human flesh and recited religious hymns, dripping blood onto a crystal brought from the ruins. The bishop climbed the moonlit staircase and gradually moved towards the strange moon. When he reached the gate, he fell to his knees. He then slit his wrists with a golden dagger and spilled his blood, as if to confirm his identity. And the next moment, a hall appeared behind the moon gates, the bishop kept his head down, not daring to look forward. A voice spoke in his mind, guiding him forward until he discovered a moonstone altar upon which lay a platinum coffin. Meanwhile, the believers were still diligently reading the sacred texts. When they raised their heads, they were delighted with what they saw. Their bishop carried the coffin containing that very demonic fruit. The believers cleared the way so that he could place the coffin in the center of the magic circle. In the center, the bishop raised his hands, calling upon the great moon, the god of nightmare dreams, asking permission to call him Lunar Nightmare Barrows. At that moment, the bell tower began to ring. Throughout the district, a white spirit emanated from the bodies of all the inhabitants. Tens of thousands of spirits gathered in a white wave and headed towards the platinum coffin. But suddenly there was a loud roar. The entire stream of spirits suddenly turned blue. This meant that their faith in the moon Nightmare Barrows was shattered. The bishop could only watch helplessly as the spirits were destroyed by the roar. After this, the blue spirits entered the platinum coffin where their god was being raised. The believers still could not believe what was happening because these corrupted spirits could infect the divine fruit. At that moment, Ethan made his move and instantly appeared behind the bishop, teasing him. The bishop tried to understand who he was, but the hero suggested that he guess for himself. At that moment, the bishop felt 3 strange foci in his body. These lines formed the outline of his internal organs. Before the bishop could do anything, the protagonist's sword passed through the key points. At that moment, Ethan became the devil incarnate. The sound of the church bell rang suddenly as the bishop fell to the ground. He, already dying, turned to the Lunar Nightmare Barrows, who now had a bloody hue. But this pathetic scene aroused contempt in the protagonist. Even with 3 artifacts, the bishop could not withstand a single blow. Then, suddenly, someone praised the protagonist for his incredible hit and invited him to join the church. He turned his head slightly and saw another bishop in a crimson robe nearby. It was the current supreme leader of the Xia cult, Lingqi. The person he had just killed was an archbishop. Ethan must understand that being a member of a religion is an extremely risky business. He realized that his subordinate was simply pretending to be his boss. The hero's eyes narrowed, realizing that the dead fool was just a setup. So he decided to immediately attack the real leader of the cult. However, seeing this reaction, Lingqi noted that since the place was sacred for the meeting of the gods, Ethan could not come and go as he wished. Suddenly, Ethan felt his body suddenly stop, his attempt to fly thwarted by an invisible force that bound him tightly. Ethan, who possessed powerful mental powers, felt that it was telekinetic energy. And then, from behind the main character, a humanoid demon appeared, tearing apart Lingqi's massive telekinetic arm. Lingqi's pupils narrowed and shock flashed across his face when he saw the figure behind Ethan. It is obvious that Ethan was also trained in the divine arts. The hero cursed under his breath. The only reason he wanted to move away was to avoid fighting next to that damned coffin. Suddenly, a roaring dragon of flesh burst out of it and flew straight at Lingqi. He only told Ethan that such creatures could not harm him. The explosion from their collision shook the ground and Lingqi was thrown away. The dragon rushed forward with unstoppable force, pulling Lingqi through countless buildings at blinding speed. When the monk came to, his crimson robes were in tatters and blood was gushing from his numerous wounds. However, the very next second, the wounds began to heal. Lingqi chuckled, believing that Ethan could not harm him since he was blessed by the gods. As expected, these cultists were almost impossible to kill, which presented a serious problem. Suddenly, the rest of the fanatical cultists began to gather around him, chanting incantations in chorus. Lingqi just chuckled, having almost forgotten about them for a moment. As a final test of loyalty to the church, each sectarian took up a dagger. Then they instantly plunged it into their throats, without hesitation cutting their own throats. Ethan only watched them mockingly, believing that this was the only thing these madmen were capable of. The logic of the cultists was incomprehensible. However, he waited patiently to see what trick they would try next. In the blink of an eye, a cold wave of spiritual energy reached Ethan's face, and he felt it immediately. Suddenly, a bloody hand burst from the chest of one believer. When the creature had completely crawled out, the hero saw its true form. It was a monster, a 3-eyed goat. It looked like the very embodiment of Satan. But the hero only grinned. For him, this was an ordinary foreign demon. He laughed, noting that the fanatics used their entire bodies as conduits to summon demons, 50 of them in total. It seemed they wanted to clutter the battlefield with mass conscription, but Ethan had his own mass army too. As he threw his head back, A roar echoed throughout the area, lightning from his skill exploding throughout the city. The demons screeched in rage, their cries echoing throughout the city. The clash was brutal, but the demons were no match for the protagonist's gigantic spirits. They instantly tore them to pieces. The other archbishop was shocked as he watched the battle. The archbishop was instantly killed, and now an army of giants suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Moreover, Ethan had disappeared from his sight, so the archbishop quickly used his spirit vision to find him. However, his expression twisted in horror when he noticed Ethan heading towards the divine coffin. Realizing that Ethan's target was the divine fruit, he rushed over to try and stop it, but was immediately intercepted by Joshua and Ellie. The archbishop frowned, realizing that his opponents had clearly prepared, and he wondered if they had known the church's entire plan in advance. Meanwhile, the hero reached the divine coffin. Even from a distance, he felt the icy cold that could freeze the soul. This presence radiated an unbearable hostility. He understood it. He had actually entered the presence of a so-called god. The system panel flashed in front of Ethan, announcing the receipt of special energy. The hero realized that he had never considered the Sky Kingdom worthy of attention. These fanatics were weaklings, cannon fodder at best. He decided to open the lid himself if God did not appear on his own. But the next moment his eyes widened in surprise. The coffin was empty. There was nothing inside. This being declared itself a god, but still lurked in the shadows. Ethan noted that the roars of the giants and demons had disappeared, and it seemed as if the entire world had suddenly become silent, leaving only the main character. Then a voice came from the void. He turned and saw the bishop he had recently defeated, who told him not to forget his true nature. Ethan narrowed his eyes. The familiar sensation meant he was hypnotized, but he didn't know when it happened. Lynchy told him in a cold and mocking voice that it happened when he fell asleep. In the real world, the archbishop successfully summoned a huge demon using it. This way he could hold Ellie back, buying them precious time. He wondered how things were going with the archbishop. Using his spirit vision, the archbishop focused again on Ethan at the coffin and almost immediately sensed that something was seriously wrong. He was clearly under divine punishment for insulting God. What was even worse, however, was that he could no longer detect the spiritual presence of the archbishop. Having no choice, the archbishop decided to get to the divine fruit as quickly as possible. Joshua's face turned pale with rage, cursing through clenched teeth as he watched the archbishop walk straight towards Ethan. While being held back by the monster, Joshua used the forbidden bloodfire technique, instantly releasing a powerful stream of ice. The demon that had previously suppressed them suddenly lost its advantage. But freezing such a giant required almost all of Joshua's energy. However, he ordered Ellie not to hesitate. Their lives were insignificant compared to Ethan's. Ellie no longer doubted. Spreading her wings, she rushed towards the archbishop, first begging Joshua not to die. However, the situation soon changed. Joshua could not hold the monster indefinitely. With a loud roar, the flames evaporated the ice. The horned demon broke his shackles and roared. Joshua had no chance to dodge. He decided to meet the blow head-on. He roared, declaring his intention to carry out his revenge to the end. And then several ice needles struck the demon's pain points. The moment Joshua's blood power was activated, a powerful burst of energy occurred, restoring the lost power. At an increasing rate, even exceeding the previous peak, the rate of consumption of vital energy doubled. Joshua raised his hands, the invisible energy swirling and expanding. It merged into a giant sword tens of meters long, shaking the surrounding space with a deafening roar. The demonic monster, its eyes wide with panic, opened its mouth to release a huge flame. However, before he could do so, the enemy's overwhelming destructive force and momentum engulfed everything around. But suddenly, the blazing tongues of flame flared up fiercely, counterattacking Joshua. The clash of two forces occurred with wild force. Joshua's eyes widened in surprise and his face paled slightly. He felt that something was wrong. The monster growled, ducked down and pressed himself into the ground, resisting the devastating blow, his whole body trembling. But he remained on his feet. Joshua watched as the monster gradually broke through his ice key sword and eventually incinerated him with demonic fire. When Joshua's energy ran out, he became confused. But suddenly someone fired a projectile. The bullet flew right behind the monster. She pierced the demon's skull with all her might, exiting through its mouth, the monster's blood spraying in all directions. Before the monster could recover, a series of heavy shots followed, passing through other vulnerable spots. Joshua, almost completely exhausted, deactivated his blood technique and looked around cautiously. He wondered if the expert who had helped him was the ally he had spoken of. It turned out that this ally was a mad doctor. Fortunately, Ethan had supplied him with armor-piercing rounds absorbed with energy in advance. Initially, the mad doctor thought that Joshua was the weakest on the team and did not expect that he had such a powerful ace up his sleeve. And since Joshua met his standards, he decided to send a drone to help him regain his strength. Meanwhile, the Archbishop's face was distorted with anger. He wanted to know who these children really were. Meanwhile, Joshua and Ellie confidently approached him and calmly explained that they were ordinary freshmen at Huadu University. At that very moment, perhaps sensing the helplessness of his devotees, the moon deity finally intervened. 6 coffins fell from above, shaking the ground with a deafening roar. Apparently, these were the servants of the deity, summoned to confront Joshua and Ellie. Ellie was a little shocked. She recognized several familiar faces. 3 of them were the missing university students. Meanwhile, the Archbishop joyfully announced that his god was blessing him. The mad doctor started to worry. His orders were to protect them, especially Ellie, who was the main object of protection. At this point, the mad doctor realized why Ethan had not sent a huge army as reinforcements earlier. But now the situation had changed. Having no choice, the mad doctor ordered the giants to join the fight, and soon they formed a circle around Ellie and Joshua. Ellie's sharp gaze swept over the surroundings, and confirming that the giants were their allies, she realized that they had been sent to detain the undead. Without a moment's hesitation, she spread her wings, taking advantage of the moment to change direction and rush towards Ethan. Seeing this, the Archbishop immediately ordered the soldiers to stop her on her way to the divine fruit. The 6 undead warriors instantly concentrated their energy and released it upward. But on the orders of the mad doctor, the giants became a human shield. Countless broken limbs and arms of giants flew into the sky, but Ellie avoided all the blows. She was already just a few meters ahead of Ethan. However, at that moment she was pierced by a weapon fired by the Archbishop. Ellie's strength began to gradually fade, and she almost collapsed to the ground. However, as soon as her body was a few meters away from the impact, her wings spread again and she soared into the air again. She was so close to her goal that she simply couldn't give up. The Archbishop froze in horror. All his efforts to stop Ellie were in vain. Eventually, Ellie reached the protagonist and hugged him tightly, pressing her head against his shoulder. Without wasting any time, she spread her wings and rose into the sky, holding Ethan in her uninjured arm. However, her injured arm, wrapped in bloody thorns, throbbed painfully as blood was sucked out of it. At that moment, she also noticed that the ground was covered with the bodies of giants. All of them were killed, but none of the 6 warriors were injured. Ellie decided not to stay any longer and was preparing to run away. And then suddenly a voice came into her head, advising her to leave Ethan behind. She had already done all she could, but it was not enough, and the voice assured her that he would not blame her. For a moment, Ellie wondered who this mysterious voice belonged to, but then replied that she would never leave it. Taking a deep breath after ordering the moon deity to stand back, at that moment a sudden psychic attack fell upon her. Her head ached from the suffering of the souls consumed by the moon deity, which was unbearable. But Ellie still did not let go of Ethan. Even as her consciousness began to fade, she cared only about protecting him. Soon, completely exhausted, she collapsed along with Ethan. 6 divine warriors were already waiting for her on Earth. Then their necks began to lengthen at an alarming speed, turning into lunar spears aimed at Ellie in the air. She held the protagonist in her arms and closed her eyes slightly. However, her fall and the moon spears were stopped. Everything seemed to freeze in the moment. Ellie opened her eyes slightly, hearing the protagonist's voice. He apologized for waking up a little later than he should have. However, looking at the protagonist, completely exhausted, Ellie finally closed her eyes in relief. She whispered that it was not too late. Ethan then advised her to have a good rest while he dealt with the remaining problems. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Archbishop cursed in rage, seeing that Ethan had broken free from the god's illusion. But he reassured himself that it didn't matter, as Ethan wouldn't be able to handle 6 of the moon deity's apostles at once. Soon, Ellie suddenly disappeared in the protagonist's arms, sent to a safe space to rest, and then suddenly a giant leg appeared from the sky. In an instant, the Archbishop and his warriors were crushed. Ethan chuckled, looking at the scattered bodies at his feet as if they were trash not worth his attention. At this time, Lingqi was in agony. trembling after many deaths. He didn't know how many times he was killed. Each time he felt a different but equally unbearable pain. And although his will was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown due to the endless murders of the main character. After endless torture and murder, Lingqi could no longer bear it and broke out of the illusion. He apologized to the moon deity, explaining that he had no choice, and then the lunar deity only told him to lie down in the coffin. Time was running out, and he could only complete the vessel with the help of Lingqi's weak mortal body. In the distance, Ethan destroyed all remaining moon god power on the battlefield in a matter of moments, including the 6 apostles. Now all the cultists were destroyed, only one remained. At that moment, Ethan suddenly felt something and looked up at the moon. A figure in a silvery white robe stood in the sky, the moonlight falling on him, enveloping him in a silvery glow. Although Ethan couldn't directly sense the being in the sky, he could tell from its aura that it was incredibly powerful. This was the source of all the anomalies in Lingshu County, the moon god, or rather moon demon Barossa. Invisible steps appeared beneath Baros's feet as he stepped into the void and made his way toward Ethan. The cityscape around him vanished and was replaced by an endless void, judging by the grayish-white ground beneath his feet. It was the moon. However, it could not have been the real moon, because he did not feel the extreme cold of space or the lack of oxygen. Ethan assumed that this whole space was similar to Grace's space. It was different from the illusion in that it affected the soul. But the damage caused was real, so inside the space, the protagonist's invincible golden body without the system panel was useless. Barros then admitted that he actually admired the prankster very much. Ethan was the most outstanding person he had ever seen. Moreover, his compatibility with Barros was over 96%, making him the perfect half to complete the human vessel. Ethan looked at Barros skeptically, because his plan to steal Barros's vessel had already been completed. All that remained was to buy a little time. Barros continued, stating that he was willing to grant Ethan the right to retain consciousness after using his body for his own completion. He invited the protagonist to join him, promising that he would rise on the moon and soar above the heavens. There might not have been many people on the blue planet who could refuse an invitation from God, but Ethan did. He initially found these mysterious gods impressive, but in the end they turned out to be just a group of highly advanced, intelligent beings. However, Barros did not take this to heart, because once his vessel was completed, Ethan would not be able to resist. Eventually, he too became food, ready to eat. Barros asked the protagonist's opinion simply out of admiration, but in reality it didn't matter. The end result wouldn't change anyway. He stretched out his hand, and under this terrifying pressure, flesh, blood, and bones merged into one distorted mess. Then Barros, with a powerful movement, tore apart the protagonist's gigantic body. The protagonist was simply thrown out of his humanoid body and found himself face to face with a deity. The next moment, Ethan found his limbs frozen in place. Barros's hand approached the protagonist's forehead. He looked at it like food ready to be consumed. For the first time, surprise flashed across the moon god's face. He didn't understand why he couldn't sense Ethan's consciousness. Puzzled, he repeated the process twice more, but to no avail. He noted that he finally realized he could not touch the protagonist's soul. Even if the protagonist's body couldn't compare to Barros on the spiritual plane, he had the support of the system panel. Against a divine being like Barros, Ethan had foreseen this and knew his body might not cope. So he used extreme vampire gene restoration and left half of the body with the Mad Doctor. This ensured that after the destruction of the main body, his consciousness would awaken in the other half. A second later, it descended directly onto Barros, cutting through the star space and destroying the entire lunar space in the blink of an eye. An unknown man with turquoise tousled hair looked down at Barros. It was the head of the Xia main division, the Azure Dragon Asura, who had come to duel. Ethan's smile widened. Having already reported on the cursed Lingshu County, he hadn't planned to defeat Barros from the start, but only to capture the vessel. Barros was somewhat puzzled by the fact that his body was indeed human, meaning that human potential clearly needed to be enhanced. However, Azure only wondered if Barros was truly an abomination, since the purity of his body was low and mixed. When the first humanoid monster spawned descended to Earth, Azure was already a grandmaster and participated in the battle with the creature. Barros, who had shown no emotion, became angry for the first time. In any case, Ethan, whose body he recognized as his own, should not have suffered. So, with one easy movement, Barros threw the main character's body aside, throwing him out of the battlefield. Asura was a little puzzled, as it seemed like the monster actually valued the young man's life. He decided that once he had suppressed Barros, he would find Ethan and interrogate him. He remembered that one man mentioned his name before he left. As soon as the battle began, Azure summoned his true form as the Azure Dragon and charged forward. Meanwhile, the hero found himself in a remote mountain forest, far from the battlefield. Ethan woke up shortly after being thrown out by Barros. He felt dizzy, trying to figure out where he was. He immediately activated the flow of ki and expanded his vital magnetic field to the maximum, but he was unable to locate Lingshu County. He looked at the system panel when a terrible thought crept into his head. It seemed that someone was following him. In any case, now that he was away from the battle, Ethan could finally study this so-called divinity. After so much effort spent on stealing this treasure, he hoped that it would not disappoint him. He read a post titled Divinity and got a general idea of what it was. It turns out that it can arise in two ways, either through constant cultivation or by birthright. The system even hinted that the Moon and Illusion gene is best compatible with the Rakudum vampire gene. Therefore, Ethan decided to develop the vampire gene. After absorbing all 5 divinity points, evolution was launched. The upgraded version of the vampire gene was strong, but Ethan didn't expect it to be so incredibly powerful. Essentially, it was a top-tier functional support gene, which, according to the university's evaluation system, meant a maximum-level reward. In one swift movement, Ethan climbed to the top of the tree. Encouraged by the improvement, Ethan felt a surge of strength as the moonlight-induced vampire gene enhancement began to take effect. With a loud whistle, he punched several times in a row and, relying solely on ordinary physical strength, caused the air to crack. The waves caused by the distortion of the air were visible to the naked eye. After a simple warm-up of his muscles and getting used to the physical parameters enhanced by the moonlight, he straightened his arms and moved through the forest. As a key figure in the incident, the Federation would certainly interrogate him, but he had too many secrets that could not be revealed. Realizing that lies are easily exposed under professional interrogation, he decided to re-establish contact with his old patron, the university. After all, such connections and patronage were used precisely in such situations. Meanwhile, the fighter with 3 important passengers returned to the Imperial University. Ethan and his 2 comrades were in the fighter. As the fighter's hatch opened, the ramp lowered to the ground and Ethan stepped out, a little dazed before he noticed the old man in the suit. The old man introduced himself as Ivan, the president of Huadu University, and shook Ethan's hand, adding that it was a great honor to finally meet him. Ivan told Ethan to relax and not worry about formalities, so he immediately dropped all formalities and began to stretch his tired muscles. Ethan was slightly puzzled, and then asked directly if he had come for questioning about the events in Lingshu County. However, this turned out not to be the case. The old man simply reported that his team had successfully completed the mission, and Ethan did not need to worry about the consequences. The hero found this strange, since usually such serious incidents as sectarian sacrifices and the descent of a god did not go unchecked. But Ivan reassured him, saying that he should trust the university and that the consequences of the anomaly would be dealt with by higher authorities. The old man also showed respect for the protagonist's personal secrets. In the upcoming report, the university mission will be mentioned anonymously. Ethan noticed that this treatment seemed unreal, almost like a dream, and he wondered if perhaps this old fox knew about his fraud with the system. The next day, in the president's reception room, the mad doctor finally sent his report. Although the terrain of Lingshu County was mountainous, what remains is now a huge crater. Ethan let out a nervous breath. Even with his current strength, he still didn't feel safe. The problem was that the moonlight, Barros's mark, still remained on his soul. At that moment, the door opened quietly, and looking up, he saw the long-awaited person. It was his savior, Azure, but something about him seemed strange. His face was pale, and there seemed to be a coldness coming from his mouth. He was dressed in several layers of warm clothing. Azure admitted that he did indeed catch a bit of a cold due to the treacherous moon demon, but he still won that battle. If Barros hadn't had so many ways to save himself, he would have killed him long ago and wouldn't have waited here to help seal Barros's gaze mark. Ethan found this a little funny. He didn't expect Azure to actually explain anything to him. However, before starting, Azure took off his mink coat and other warm clothes. He explained that President Ivan was well-versed in the fates of warriors and had apparently already informed him of the protagonist's unusual abilities. So Azur asked the protagonist if he ever thought about the fact that monsters were once intelligent beings similar to humans. According to him, when he was still a master, he accompanied his teacher and 5 senior disciples to explore the ruins in the secret A-tier world. He ended up being the only survivor, but was infected with a terrible curse in the ruins. His body gradually began to transform into a beast, and his mind faded as the transformation progressed. Even the best doctors were powerless. And so Azur decided to exile himself. He did not want to turn into a monster and harm his fellow citizens or be killed by them. So he went alone to the secret S-tier world, ready to die there. But a huge sea storm washed him onto the island. And then Azur stopped abruptly and explained that further details were top secret, and Ethan was genuinely upset by this. As he spoke, Azur removed the bandages from his body, revealing areas of skin covered with mysterious black runes. One look at them was enough to make Ethan feel pain in his eyes. It felt like they were pierced by needles, and a few drops of blood even trickled down his fingers. Although his eyes quickly recovered, he did not dare to look at them again, because he felt as if his soul was being sucked into the void. But Azur watched Ethan with curiosity. Even the great master would lose consciousness after just one glance at these runes. But Ethan only bled to death. Therefore, Azur instructed Ethan not to resist. He was going to place 2 runes on his consciousness. The moment Azur touched his forehead, runes slowly flowed from his fingertips onto his forehead. At that very moment, the moon demon's gaze mark suddenly disappeared under the influence of a mysterious force. After the seal was completed, Azur asked the protagonist if Grace was his teacher. At that moment, the hero remembered how the teacher warned him not to reveal this fact, because Grace was a bully at the university and offended boys. Seeing his doubts, Azur reassured Ethan, saying that there was no problem with Grace, and he only mentioned her because she was an excellent warrior. In short, Azur wanted to spar. He wanted to see how pure the hereditary power of the once infamous Rose of Murder remained. Ethan was a little stunned, but then he realized that this was expected. The stronger the warrior, the stronger his desire to fight. He pointed to the moonlight outside and suggested they spar under it. Suddenly, Azur frowned and closed his eyes, remembering the unpleasant illusions. However, they eventually headed to the university arena. Azur suggested that Ethan use all his strength while he defended himself with only one hand. He also had the right to strike first. If Ethan could make him move even half a step, he won. If Ethan wins, he will receive 1 request to Azur and direct enrollment into the first department of the Azure Bird with all rights and privileges. The promise was generous, and Ethan was hungry for victory. So at that moment, he pulled out the meteorite blade and raised it high above his head. Azur's pupils narrowed as he sensed an aura similar to that of the moon demon. But it was not tainted by the foul demonic energy. Meanwhile, Ethan's sword turned into a huge sickle which came crashing down. Seeing the protagonist's performance, Azur clenched his fists and effortlessly parried the approaching blow. Meanwhile, Grace suddenly tensed up, wondering if it was the murderous energy coming from the protagonist. Not only Grace, but also other students and teachers experienced similar feelings. The green-haired man stared intently towards the battle arena. He felt an incredibly terrifying killing intent. He assumed that most of the university campus could feel it too, so he decided it was just bragging. The story moves again to the panoramic dueling arena at the university. Azur met the protagonist head-on, directly confronting pure rage. The moment his sword and Azur's fist collided, a strong wind cut through the entire duel arena, but Azur himself remained motionless. This was completely in keeping with the level of one of the best masters in the country. However, the battle was not over yet. His eyes widened as the man clenched his fist and went on the attack, activating his martial arts fist. A sudden, powerful explosion struck the hero as he struck, ruining his attack and covering the arena in a layer of bloody mist. Ethan fell back, barely able to stop himself from using too much energy. Seeing this, Azur was amazed. Ethan actually used such a serious forbidden technique for the sake of victory. He was afraid that the future pillar of the kingdom would damage its fighting base, so he instantly supported the hero who was about to fall to the ground. However, he realized he had been tricked. Ethan pointed out that Azur had moved more than half a step, meaning he had won. Then Azur humbly praised the protagonist not only for his outstanding fighting skills, but also for his cunning. Then the climax came. Azur decided to accept the protagonist as a student. Initially, he wanted to wait until the little rascal lost. But since that didn't happen, he decided to express his intention directly. Ethan nodded with a smile, although he secretly found the offer funny since he hadn't shown his Demola body yet. Asura added that the key is the teacher, and since his physical base seems solid, there is no way to go wrong with a mentor. Ethan fully agreed with this and informed Azure that he would contact the dean the next day to get guidance on physical training. This left Azure in shock. He didn't understand why the young man was so stubborn after he managed to pull off his trick, but he offered a compromise. Before leaving, Azure left Ethan a powerful but extremely complex technique, a martial art from one of the Western countries. Excited, Ethan thanked him, oblivious to Azure's hidden intentions, as the technique was very difficult to master on his own. After saying goodbye to Azure, the hero returned to his bedroom, realizing that he had already been at the Imperial University for more than 6 months. Looking at the martial arts badge, he wondered if he should use the sleep training method to learn and practice the technique. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Ethan placed the badge in his spatial ring and headed for the door. Opening it, he was surprised to see Owen, who asked permission to come in for a chat. Ethan wondered to himself why he had come. However, he still invited him inside, assuming that he wanted to persuade him to join the club. For a while, the pink-haired boy simply followed, preparing to voice his request. However, before they even reached the living room, Owen dropped to his knees and began begging the hero to become the president of the Dragonblood Society. Ethan was momentarily at a loss as he watched Owen's desperate attempts to cling to his leg. Owen explained that there was a person in the society who saw the protagonist's return and informed the others. Ethan quickly realized that he was being secretly watched through a security camera. Although Owen said the camera was only in the hallway, Ethan didn't waste any time. 20 minutes later, Owen was lying exhausted on the floor of the training room, and then the hero asked him the reason for his request. Owen, his face swollen, said something unintelligible. Then Ethan gave him some hemostatic pills to heal the wounds. Owen explained that at the university, students were free to form clubs, but if they did not demonstrate merit, the school would not provide financial support. Under Owen's leadership, the society established links with businesses, which attracted new members and increased the club's commercial value. However, as the club grew in power, it was suppressed by the student union, which consisted of local students from Huadu City. As a result, under Simon's leadership, the Dragonblood Society suffered a series of failures, and its commercial value continued to decline. Ethan realized that Owen's strength was not enough, and he was defeated by Simon. Owen admitted this, but added that the club wanted to suppress Simon. Then they can turn to senior students for help, but there is an unspoken rule that conflicts within a course are resolved within the course. Thus, Ethan was the only freshman who met the requirements to save the club. At that moment, Ethan unexpectedly agreed to help, but before he could say anything, an overly enthusiastic Owen tried to appoint him as club president right there and then. Ethan then had to explain that he would not be president, but rather a consultant protecting the club's assets. He wanted to understand what exactly Owen was planning, and then he revealed to him the plan for Dasha's recovery. This was not classified information. Dashi's plan to restore the city was to gather craftsmen from all over the country to capture the 12 cities and regions that had been overrun by monsters. Thus, the final examinations and the selection of course leaders were carried out within the framework of the recovery plan. Owen wanted Ethan to have complete control of the club as part of this plan, hoping that he could achieve the highest possible result afterward. But first of all, the main character said that Owen had to solve one more important task. Ethan was referring to the CCTV camera, and Owen may not have realized it, but he had indirectly given him a huge helping hand. This was an ideal chance for the protagonist, as the achievement would give him a chance to obtain a gene. And the higher the achievement, the greater the likelihood of obtaining a high-level gene. The next day, 12 key members of the club gathered in the Dragonblood Society's meeting room. Zack was smoking a cigarette, his typical disdainful expression on his face, emphasizing his displeasure at Owen's weight. Ian looked at Zack with slight irritation. His actions were extremely provocative. Although he sensed that Zack was up to something, he remained silent and calmly explained that the vice president was going to meet the real president. Everyone realized what this meant and froze for a moment, especially Zack and Lucy. Their expressions changed to horror as they recalled their encounter with that terrifying freshman. Zack then sharply expressed his disagreement with placing hopes on the main character. Ian's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. He realized that the two were up to no good. Zack stated that the eldest son of the Zhao family, the real martial dynasty of Dashi named Kai, promised to give them a prominent place under his banner. Then several participants agreed with his words. They wanted to side with Kai, who clearly had a bright future. Ian could barely contain his rage, not believing that 8 whole members had chosen to betray, leaving only him and 3 other members. Just as Ian was about to stop them, the door to the conference room was thrown open and a man with an afro hairstyle walked in confidently. Zach and Lucy's faces instantly changed to smiles and obsequiousness. The guy turned to his brother Kai and said that everything was already settled. It was time to leave. Ian felt a surge of fighting energy and asked how Kai had infiltrated the Dragon Blood Society headquarters. In response, Kai laughed arrogantly and said that he had forced his way in, but he assured that he would compensate the victims with money and training resources. Ian couldn't stand this provocation and attacked this impudent Kai. But the woman in black, quietly accompanying her master, blocked the attack. Ian was struck by the realization that he had truly been overwhelmed. This woman was no ordinary woman. Kai then turned to Zach, Lucy, and anyone else who wanted to join him, demanding that they beat up Ian. Obviously, the guys didn't want to carry out this order. But Kai warned them that if they refused, they should not even think about leaving in one piece. The next moment, an explosive pressure hit his head and the head of his bodyguard, causing them to double over in pain. Ethan stood outside the conference room door, his hand pressed to Kai's head, asking Owen what kind of mess he had left for him. Kai was furious that someone dared to grab his hair, but before he could object, he and his bodyguard were thrown straight out the window. Finally, Ethan, pleased with the silence, expressed his displeasure at all this fuss. But now it was time to get to work. After he had thrown out all the traitors, Ethan turned to the remaining ones and asked if they had anything to say. At that very moment, they realized that the rumors about the protagonist's outstanding achievement in the exams were true, and not Owen's exaggeration. Owen said they would not be expelled, but their positions would be reviewed, and if they did not meet the requirements, they would be removed from their positions. Then Ethan asked if they accepted the punishment. In the end, the boys agreed in unison, very afraid of punishment. Ethan said that since returning to university, he kept hearing one name and wanted to challenge the man to a fight. The hero was sure that if he won, it would put an end to all their problems. However, the group looked at him with distrust. Unfortunately, on the same day, that person announced that he would enter seclusion to break through to the master level. Ethan was a little sorry that he hadn't managed to arrange a fight with him, but then he came up with another way. He suddenly asked the group what they knew about the Azure Dragon Division 1. When Ian heard this, his eyes lit up and he explained that this was Dasha's most powerful fighting organization. Each year, it is likely that fewer than 3 university graduates are eligible for Division 1 admission. Ethan nodded, already forming a plan in his head. But first they needed to launch the club's media team to spread the word. Now the hero was going to challenge all the warriors of the university whose cultivation level was lower than that of the Great Master. He then asked the others what they thought of his idea, but the conference room fell silent. Ian was completely unaware of this and had no idea that such exams even existed. Owen then asked if Ethan was joking, as this was something that should not be taken lightly, but he replied that he was not joking. According to the protagonist, he can defeat ordinary warriors directly, but some talented ones will require a little more time. Unfortunately, if he wants to fight stronger warriors, he will most likely have to use his time-freezing ability. Owen looked at the hero carefully, and although it seemed a little illogical since the participant was Ethan, he believed him. Within hours, the news was plastered all over the Imperial University campus. Ethan, a top freshman who disappeared for 6 months, has become a Division 1 ace and is about to take on the entire university. This caught the attention of all the students on campus, who decided that Ethan was being too cocky, challenging the entire school. Meanwhile, at the university hospital, Joshua and Ellie also saw the news and were initially surprised why he couldn't just sit quietly. Owen helped Ethan create a buzz, and the news quickly spread beyond the university and was published online. People also debated the veracity of the protagonist's claim that he was a first division master of the Azure Dragon. At this point, the audience was divided into different factions. There were those who believed in Ethan, those who criticized him and expected him to fail, and neutral viewers. Now the story moves to the university hospital. In one of the rooms, Kai, lying on a hospital bed, read the news about Ethan and laughed with anger. He recalled how his energy was sealed, and a hidden power was cast on him that left him severely injured. Kai couldn't forget this humiliating event, but he didn't expect the boy to organize a competition to challenge the entire school. Meanwhile, the day of the protagonist's battle arrived, and the arena stands were filled with countless students. Suddenly, a helicopter hovered over the arena. It was rented by the Dragon Blood Society to serve as a platform for the protagonist to jump into. When he heard the leader's command, he jumped out of the plane without any protection. The atomic energy in his body flared, doubling his speed in the air, and he shot through the clouds before landing with a thud. The flow of comments on the live broadcast instantly increased tenfold. The protagonist's entrance into the arena was immediately hailed as the most epic introductory scene of the year. Meanwhile, Tao, a second-year student, watched him from afar and felt slightly irritated. His friend noticed this and asked if he was going to fight Ethan, and Tao replied that he had to show himself due to the huge amount of attention. He was a minor internet celebrity, so he planned to appear at the competition to increase his fan base. Tao hurriedly entered the arena, introduced himself as a second-level fighter, and expressed his desire to challenge Ethan. Millions of viewers on the live broadcast held their breath, eager to see the main character's reaction. However, Tao could not have imagined that he would be defeated before he could even understand what had happened. Ethan didn't give him a second to breathe and demanded the next opponent. The main character's next opponent was Lin, who single-handedly defeated 3 level 7 fighters. As soon as the match began, Lin struck from above, releasing aura from her sword to suppress her opponent. However, her sword was completely destroyed by one powerful blow from the protagonist. Then Ethan decided to speed up the process. Since the previous fights were becoming boring, he ordered the remaining ones to come out to him at the same time. The remaining 9 warriors rushed at the protagonist with contempt because he clearly underestimated them. However, their desire to teach the younger one a lesson instantly evaporated when they all fell from one blow from Ethan. The crowd was in complete delight watching this display of power. Meanwhile, Kai watched as Ethan quickly dispatched his opponents on live television. At that moment, a name came to his mind. There was perhaps only one person who was capable of defeating him, his brother, Tyler. But then Kai suddenly grinned as an idea came into his head. Meanwhile, Ethan stood proudly in the center of the arena, surrounded by defeated enemies. The students gritted their teeth, but they couldn't help it. They simply couldn't compete with Ethan. Meanwhile, an unexpected opponent appeared in the arena. Tyler, who had achieved perfection in his level, was not an ordinary 9th-level master. Many viewers believed that Ethan would finally pay for his overconfidence. However, Tyler took an unexpected step. He apologized on behalf of his brother and promised to compensate for all losses of the Dragon Blood Society. But Ethan instead wanted to know the reason why he challenged him. Tyler explained that he was acting for the sake of the Zhao family's reputation. Although his brother was guilty, he should not have insulted the family's honor. However, Ethan noticed that Kai had told his brother a lie, or at least embellished the story. When Tyler suggested that Ethan kneel down and apologize to the Zhao family in front of all the faculty and students, Ethan rudely refused. Then they glared at each other and the match officially began. The boys immediately closed the distance between themselves, and their lightning-fast fists struck simultaneously. With a deafening roar, they collided, creating a massive shockwave of combat energy. It seemed that the blows from both sides were equal in strength and speed. And then Ethan noticed that the nano-armor on Tyler's hands was gradually disappearing. Moreover, the temperature of the whole body rose by several degrees. Hot air currents enveloped his hands and his veins turned red like molten lava. It was the blood of the solar flame. The audience was amazed. These two were monsters on a whole other level. In the arena, the audience could only dimly discern blue lightning and crimson flames. Tyler was momentarily distracted by the protagonist's transformation into a monster. He felt the energy of a demonic creature. Then Ethan noticed the distraction and punched him with his right fist, causing him to spit out a stream of fresh blood. In the audience, a small boy, holding the figurine tightly in his hands, loudly encouraged Tyler, urging him to defeat the great Demon King. Tyler, wiping blood from his left cheek, was amazed that Dashi would take a fighter like Ethan into her ranks. His fighting style was wild. Moreover, he felt that the enemy right in front of him was getting bigger. It turned out to be no illusion. Ethan was actually increasing his size using the vampire's control, gradually unleashing the power of a giant. In this way, he could develop agility and nervous system reaction, while simultaneously increasing his physical strength several times every second. With just one punch, Tyler's knees gradually buckled and his feet barely remained on the ground. At that moment, he understood why Ethan dared to challenge the entire school. But it was unclear how a person could possess such terrifying physical strength. The bones all over Tyler's body screamed in pain, and he could no longer withstand the protagonist's strength. Finally, He took advantage of the brief pause in Ethan's attack and launched himself into the air, flames erupting from the soles of his feet, lifting him high into the sky. However, something happened that caught him off guard. Apparently, Tyler didn't even have a chance to study the protagonist's previous combat data. And before Tyler could think of anything, he was forced to dodge as several streams of atomic energy flew towards him. Then he decided to use his trump card. Even though he could die, it was impossible to blame him for this. He activated the martial art, Sun Demon Fire Hands, and then the blood in his body burst out like a volcano. Tyler's palm, already red, suddenly stretched out, and all the strength of his body rushed into it. The live audience was absolutely delighted as the duel reached its peak. It felt like Tyler was holding a real hot sun in his hand. He shouted, using his earthly skill, "Demonic Hand of the Blazing Sun." However, when faced with the flames directed at him, Ethan was not at all afraid. On the contrary, he was even glad that Tyler had finally shown at least something decent. But if he believed that he was the only one who could fire energy beams, Ethan decided to use him as a test for new skills. He focused his atomic energy and activated the new dragon cannon. He fired a powerful beam of energy towards Tyler, the spherical atomic energy turning into a huge blue pillar with a diameter of... Against the blinding blue beam, Tyler's blazing sun looked rather weak. At that moment, Tyler instinctively felt death approaching. With a deafening roar, a white-blue beam engulfed his figure and the blazing sun piercing the night sky. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught everyone's attention, causing Ethan to be reprimanded for being overconfident. Meanwhile, Ivan, dressed in his usual suit, flew up to Ethan, holding a stunned Tyler in his arms. The director sighed, explaining that he had come to watch the popular tournament, but had not expected the boy to drag him out on display. Apparently, luring him outside was the main character's original plan. Ivan then carefully placed the unconscious Tyler in the arena. However, since he was already there, Ivan decided to continue the tournament. He invited the next participant to speak if someone else won the fight. If no one dared, the director would declare the victory of the main character. The seniors hesitated, wondering who would dare challenge Ethan next. But in the end, no one did. Ivan, seeing this, was forced to admit that first-year student Ethan, with the martial arts level of an ordinary student, had single-handedly challenged all the masters of the school. It was unprecedented, and now the name of the main character will forever be celebrated at the university as legendary.